going through turn 18. I'm sure Pecco is trying to sort of avert his gaze from the screens right now. Chris, were you as bemused, as bamboozled as what we were to see Bagnaia, a double MotoGP world champion, go from winning everything in Japan to going to from front to the back of the grid in the space of 7 days? I mean, I've been here 30 years. You've been around racing a long time. I've never seen anything like it.
Not like that. And I've been at the front of races, I've been at the back, and it does happen, but it doesn't happen that quickly, right? And that crash in Mandalika in that last corner, it's almost like he just fell off the side of the bike. It was quite interesting, wasn't it? And that's a guy with just no confidence. There's some Aussie wildlife for you. Welcome down under, everyone. It's yeah, you don't want to see that when you're doing 330 k's an hour down the straight.
Touch the front there. Front as well, yeah. If we give Ryder okay, is that Wallaby okay as well? Pretty rapid at that part of the Phillip Island circuit. I mean, Bagnaia, he spoke to the media yesterday, and he was kind of like edging his bets, really. He said, well, if I had the front end confidence that I had in Japan, I'll be fighting for the victory. But if I feel like I did in Mandalika, just finishing will be a result, which is very, very bizarre, almost a little bit defeatist before we even get going.
Well, and isn't it strange? I thought, you know, hearing from the outside and what Ducati are saying, we found something, and Motegi was sensational, and his speed, and it looked like the old Pecco and confidence. I think it was just purely track layout that suited him, and then you go somewhere where they've got a trail break a lot more again, and then just lost that confidence.
I do wonder for Pecco Bagnaia as well. When he spoke to our colleague Alex Joris today, he said he'll know on the first lap of pre-practice warm this morning whether he's back on the kind of form that he was in Japan. But the question I'd then have to Pecco Bagnaia is, if the answer to that is no, what then?
What do you do all weekend? I know, there's a lot of sessions, there's a lot of laps, this is a fast track, it takes a lot of commitment, so if you're not feeling good, it's going to be a very long, painful weekend.
How awesome was it last time out in Mandalika just to see this rider back at the front, battling for the podium as he was on that factory MR. Great to see, of course, Alex Rins, who's got a fantastic record around this Phillip Island circuit, wins in all three classes, in Moto3, Moto2, and in that classic here 3 years ago in 2022. 10th over the line in Mandalika he was at the checkered flag. He might have the soft tie grip that he's late on as Alex. Only his second top 10 in 18 starts this season. Aside from all the headlines though that were going the way of the factory Ducati for the wrong reasons, Marc Marquez injured, Pecco Bagnaia having a disaster, well, one Ducati rider did really bring his day game to Mandalika. A historic day for Fermin Aldeguer, the second youngest MotoGP winner in history, our first rookie to take the checkered flag first in the Premier Class in Soy Martin at Styria back in 2021. And there's been no rookie that's won back-to-back races since Marc Marquez all the way back in 2013. And this, Lewis, is a Phillip Island circuit where in Moto2, Aldeguer was sensational.
Won last year, should have won the year before that, but for the weather on the Sunday when he was dominating in the dry. How much of that was Aldeguer and how much of that was the Boscoscuro, which has been so good in Moto2 over the years? I guess we'll find out this weekend with Fermin on a Ducati. It's impressive any time a MotoGP rookie wins, because you say it happens so infrequently, but to win it like that, the winning margin was 7 seconds, it was nearer 10 before he started celebrating on the final lap, and it does beg the question, even without Marco Bezzechi's disastrous start, could he have beaten Fermin Aldeguer with the kind of performance he was putting in the Grand Prix? He won by a mile.
You must have been impressed watching that Aldeguer performance, Chris. I mean, he made it look very, very easy. We know it's not at this level. Only the 6th rookie to win the modern MotoGP era.
Oh, it was unreal. But he's shown the pace during the season. Qualifying has been their Achilles heel, and when you do qualify deep in the field and you've got to make passes on the best riders in the world, it slows your progress, especially when you've got to try and catch someone like Marc Marquez or Alex Marquez that have been so dominant this year. But no, Fermin's race there, it's like they put all the pieces together, the whole weekend finally come together, and he showed his speed. And I think you're right, would Bez have been able to challenge him? Because I think Fermin still had more in there, you know, and he just rode around and did what he needed to do.
Yeah, it took him 6 or 7 laps to find his way through on a very sort of resolute and determined Pedro Acosta. Once he did so, well, it was a race of one, wasn't it, over a Mandalika. He performs exceptionally well, does Aldeguer, when the Michelin tyre options are their hearts of the season. You go back to He was second in the Grand Prix and really starting to mount a charge towards Marc Marquez over in the steering mountains. Of course, we had the heat-resistant rubber last time out in Mandalika, second in the sprint, winning the Grand Prix from the front row.
I think it's a little bit of his crew chief, Frankie Carcetti, the way they work, setting the bike up. Frankie really works on race distance and managing and getting the most out. And of course, he's got a young rider that he's teaching there. So I think that works, but to put a whole weekend together, you've got to be able to do that one lap speed as well, which is hopefully what he's going to be able to manage.
And Aldeguer is like a sponge as well, isn't he? When you're 20 years of age, you're just absorbing all that experience, all that input, all that knowledge from somebody like Frankie Carcetti, who's now won MotoGP races, one with 4 different riders, the Gian Antonio, Marc Marquez, Antoine Lear previously. So he's in pretty good company, this Fermin Aldeguer, with Frankie Carcetti.
On board with Pedro Acosta at the moment, and as you mentioned, it was Acosta that Fermin Aldeguer managed to find his way through after 5 or 6 laps, and we saw later on in the race just how difficult that was to achieve. Several had a go at it. Luca Marini had a go at it. Alex Rins had a go at it. Alex Marquez the same. In the end, none of them could ultimately beat Pedro Acosta to that second place.
Well, of course, MotoGP fans all around the world are wishing a very speedy recovery to Marc Marquez. We can get an update on his current situation and potentially some thoughts as well on Pecco Bagnaia's Mandalika struggles. I'm delighted to say we're joined by Ducati boss Mauro Grassiglia, who joins Jack. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. We've come to the back of the boxes just to get a little bit of refuge from the wind and the chill here at Phillip Island on Friday morning. As Bertie was saying, Mauro, obviously, huge shame that the world champion Marc isn't here. Since we last had the chance to speak to both Marc and Davide after the crash in Mandalika, the situation has evolved slightly. So just bring us up to speed with the latest on Marc's condition and how he's recovering.
Yes, good morning everyone. So we have daily contact with his manager, Marc.
The injury itself is obviously a little bit more complex than what you first feared, with slight ligament damage. In terms of a timeline on recovery, have you got any idea as to how long it might take for Marc to get some movement back and to start training again?
So from the beginning we knew that there was maybe some different information about the situation, but as I said before, not ready to give you the day when we will see Marc and track.
Without knowing the date exactly, I know that Dr. Angel Charter, MotoGP's medical director, was speaking yesterday and said that he feels that it's very unlikely that we'll see Marc in Portimao. Would you go along with that?
I don't know about Portimao. We don't know. As I told you, we will speak with them. We daily have a contact with them, but we are not sure. But I can confirm that in Malaysia they will be in Hero for the next race. But when we'll see Marc, maybe we'll have more information in the next race.
Just on Pecco Bagnaia, we spoke to him yesterday and he said he didn't have any answers for what happened in Mandalika. He said that after speaking with us, he was going to have a meeting with Ducati to try and hopefully get some answers to what happened. So what was said in that meeting? Have you found some answers as to how a world champion like Bagnaia can go from being at the top of the grid to the bottom of the grid in space of 7 days?
Yeah, this is a very good question. We don't have answer because we're working a lot. We're working a lot about the situation. Pecco did a very good job in Motegi. The same in Mandalika. We'll see here. But we are so positive about this. But we don't know what's going on in Mandalika, honestly speaking.
Was it to do with the package provided, or do you think it was more to do with the rider on the bike? Because it seems strange that a Ducati that's been so dominant for the past few years can be so far down the grid.
But it's usually the mix between bike and rider. So we don't know if the problem is the bike or the problem is the rider. We try all together. We try with Pecco to find a good solution for this race. So we'll see in the next days.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Ducati boss Mauro Grassiglia. Well, unfortunately, the early signs are not exactly very positive, are they? For it was a very frustrated Pecco Bagnaia who came straight in from his outlet. We've got yellow flags out here.
Turn 2, I think.
Look like somebody might have gone down the southern loop. It's Frankie Morbidelli. So it's been a punishing start for a couple of the VR46 Academy riders. Frankie gives a thumbs up to the marshals. What's a fast old get off there? Down into the Durham corner.
There is a bit of wind coming, I was just going to say, getting underneath the bike. So, yeah, coming in from the west there, and it'll be difficult. It's going to be interesting to see here. Frankie's wide there, he's offline, and he's just trying to turn the bike. I think he couldn't get any load into the front tyre, and down she goes.
Yeah, so rapid old get off that one on that run down into the Duan corner. He's decelerating from about 350 kilometres an hour and into a third gear, 185 kilometres an hour, Duan corner. That's a little bit worrying, Chris. Pecco Bagnaia coming straight into the box, looking really frustrated, very angry, very agitated, making all kinds of hand gestures to his crew. A little bit worrying, you have to say.
Very worrying, especially with what Lewis said before about, you know, I'll know after the first lap if we're going to be fast or not, but he knows, and it looked like a stability thing, the way he was moving it, and the wind around here, the high-speed nature of the corners of Phillip Island, to make the bike turn and go fast, with all this aerodynamics on the bike as well when it's really difficult to get it set right, and we know how crucial, it seems like that 25 Ducati is really run on a knife's edge, and if you don't get it right, very hard to ride.
So much of the talk around Pecco Bagnaia this season has been about riding through problems in many respects. There's been talking from Davide Tardozzi that Pecco's in many respects just got to ride the bike that he's being given.
Straight down pit lane and take the tyres out and chuck it straight into the number 2 bike. They're just prepping the number 2 bike. It's taking so long because Bagnaia has caught the team off guard. They weren't expecting him to come in after one flying lap and to move on to the number 2. So often we see both Bagnaia and Marquez in this morning session just go out and do lap after lap, just try and get some life into the tyres to try and get an understanding for the remainder of the weekend. But clearly they've had to change plans very quickly. Bagnaia in the back of the box with a 1,000-mile stare. He looks very, very angry at the opening 5 minutes of this session.
Just cannot seem to catch any kind of a break recently. Japan aside, of course, Pecco Bagnaia, second round in the last 3 in Mandalika. He didn't score a single point. That was only the third time that's happened with Le Mans last year and Mazzano as well. Still then a frustrated spectator at the back of that factory, the Ducati garage.
And if you ask me, for them to sit in and change bikes, it's a major change. So it's a major geometry change, something big they want to try on the motorcycle that's not easy to turn around quickly. So they've got the 2 bikes set up differently. He obviously went out, didn't like that first lap. We'll go and have a go on this one now and see where it's very different and see if there's any positives we can take from it and move forward.
Yeah, the team are just going to be hoping that he stays out for longer than one lap. If they see him coming back in again, they're going to be, oh God, this one doesn't work either.
The mechanics might work overtime in that garage this weekend.
I think his problems that he's been having since he won in Japan, I think the win in Japan has almost made it worse because he captured that lightning in a bottle somehow by winning the Japanese Grand Prix in such dominant fashion, won the sprint, won the Grand Prix, led every lap of both from pole position. Thought he finally got to the root of the problems, but he's just reverted back to the struggles of the season again. And I asked the question yesterday whether ultimately Mandalika was something of an anomaly, because we did see a few weird results across the field in that weekend, but whether ultimately for Pecco Bagnaia it was Japan that was the anomaly, and he's actually the same Pecco who's been struggling for much of 2025.
Yeah, it's not a new experience, this is it for Bagnaia. He was never really happy with the GP25 package throughout winter testing. I mean, they were still chopping and changing the bike as late as the Burram test, weren't they, on the final day of pre-season. What we talked about some of our absentees. Let's talk about some of those riders that are coming in to replace our missing stars. Michele Pira, of course, we've touched upon him, replacing Marc Marquez this weekend, and Mauro Grasili confirming that Pira will be also on Marc's bike next time out in Sepang. Lorenzo Savadori, how many times has he had to be called up by the factory Aprilia team over the last couple of years or so? Savadori then back replacing Jorge Martin. We just saw him there on screens. Paul Espargaro, who I'm sure is dealing with a lot more jet lag than most because he was on holiday with his wife in New York for a few days.
16-hour time change.
Philippines, so he's an almighty time swing as Paul. He's back on a Tech 3 RC16, replacing Maverick Vinales.
He's doing a great job, isn't he? 1 second off the pace at the moment. And Marco Bezzecchi, that shows you confidence. You know, Marco is a rider that's really the last few rounds has impressed me a lot, but already into the mid-28s around here in the first session, 15 minutes of it gone. It's very, very fast lap times. But Paul, to be on holidays and come back here and already be doing a 29, good job, I reckon.
And he said yesterday there's probably 2 circuits on the calendar where if you had any kind of time off the bike, like he has, there's probably 2 tracks where you're thinking, oh, I'm not sure I want to be stepping back into the fray just right now. Magellan and Philippines are the ones that he said, but you know he's going to be out there.
Spot on there, he's spot on there, because it's commitment, it's bravery, but yeah, he's obviously a fast rider. He's been a podium finisher in Grand Prix and a key to KTM's development, so knows the bike very well. But yeah, to get out here, the weather conditions are never ideal around here. That's what adds to it as well. The wind will change direction. It'll be coming a different way tomorrow, but we are lucky that everyone is on slick tyres now and the sun is out, because it was patchy earlier.
Very safe pair of hands, isn't he? Paul Espargaro, no doubt about that. Yeah, Marco Bezzecchi is impressing once again. He touched upon the fact that in his own bruising crash after the contact with Marc Marquez, sort of aggravated the back injuries he was carrying after the whack he got from his teammate Martin in turn 1 in the sprint over in Japan. So at the moment, no obvious ill effects, and capitalising on what are some rather pleasant weather conditions at the moment. Not sure how much longer this will hold out for. There are some concerns, particularly about some very, very strong gusts on Sunday, particularly AM on Sunday morning. Gusts predicting around 75 kilometres an hour. Of course, 2023 here at the Australian Grand Prix, we had to switch the schedule. The Grand Prix took place on Saturday. Unfortunately, we did not get a sprint in 2023 here. The weather really did take a turn for the worse on Sunday. That rain, of course, was brilliantly by Johan Zarco in that last lap thriller.
Of course, if we're going to get any kind of repeat of that, they'd have to make a decision on that. Big thing, of course, we need to know by the time we arrive tomorrow what kind of weekend
we're actually going to have and how the format of it is going to play out. Pecco Bagnaia is now on the board. He's in 20th place on a 132.3. So Ducati leads. Haven't seen Pecco Bagnaia back in the box again after one time lap. And is this now where the 2-time MotoGP World Champion has to start to build his Australian Grand Prix weekend from the bottom?
Yeah, Alex Rich was telling the media yesterday that there'll be the traditional Friday afternoon Riders Safety Commission meeting where the schedule, a possible change in the schedule will be discussed if required. Of course, the officials, the organisation here, in cooperation with Jordan, will keep a very close eye on the weather, which we know changes from minute to minute here. 4 seasons in one day, they say, in this part of the world, don't they?
The famous one I saw was, yeah, if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes. But yeah, no, it is changeable down here. We're right on the edge of the coast. Beautiful when the weather is good, but yeah, it can change very quickly.
The gateway to hypothermia, didn't he?
And he had a way with words. So it was very entertaining on air commentator. Obviously, it was great much for the race to stay tuned, but funny bloke.
Really was. We have a pleasure telling you that time in the company of Barry's way back down the years. But Bagnaia then has just completed this lap of the session. It's the 130 now, for a 130.964. Exactly looking sharp when the changes on that factory is brilliant. And let's hope you been Chris, the second half of the season, with how much progress that Aprilia and Bezzecchi have made. It's been a real tough season for Marco. Of course, he had to do so much development work on his own with Roy Martin for so much of the season. But Massimo Rino was talking of Aprilia's prospects in between Mandalika and this weekend in Australia. They feel that they can take the fight Marco Ducati in 2026.
And they're not wrong. That's definitely not out of the question. Here he is. Obviously, double long lap penalties coming on the race on Sunday, so he's having a practice on it now. Say this time there, you but doing a double long lap penalty, that's really going to make it work hard. But no, I've been very impressed with the Aprilia. To me, it's the second best motorcycle. Ducati's number one standout. It's the one that can challenge in certain situations, and they don't have as many bikes on the grid. And Marco Bezzecchi has really had to step up. He was, let's face it, come in as number 2 rider to learn from Jorge Martin, the world champion. And I mean, he's just taken the reins and delivered. And a lot of the information on where that bike's going will be coming from what he does on the motorcycle. And he's been consistent. He hasn't been trying it down the road too often. He's shown speed in qualifying laps, his race distance, managing tyres. He's very impressive. He's a young guy that can challenge for a world championship.
The Merkin Pole Prix victory through the last 3 Grand Prix weekends. And you feel that Bezzecchi will show targeting the Prix tomorrow. Tomorrow, of course, which as we can see how it is, there's a real opportunity to double on that penalty will be served in the full-length Grand Prix scheduled for Sunday afternoon. And I do feel had it just been the one long lap penalty, Bezzecchi could still essentially have formed the victory from there. With 2 long laps, essentially a significant second handicap, surely that is a hill for the Marco Bezzecchi to climb.
Mr. 4th last time out in Mandalika, under second top 6 of the campaign for the 30-year-old South African. Of course, he was right in that podium fight, right in the victory fight here in 2023. He has just gone to the top of the time. He's actually can see a 128.654 from Victor. He's got a sensible victory through in Mandalika and here in Australia. That 4th place is a result that things are really needed just to sort of inject some momentum, some confidence into for the last part of the season. It really was circulating Hamilton. Not been too expensive with his long-term injuries for the rest of the career, but KTM maybe looking to instigate a change and maybe just bring some fresh motivation and some new eyes into the party of Phil Marrow. Complex landscape, the ultra really should be a rookie world quite true with Brad Victor. Good to see South African up down again, Chris.
Oh, great to see him. He's a great fella too, isn't he? Yeah, good fun boys. But no, great to see him, and he can ride a motorcycle. And he's got grit and determination. He's a proper racer. He'll have a real go. I'm just interested to see what Pecco Bagnaier's body language is going to be when he comes in the garage here, and have we made any progress? But no, going back to Brad Victor, that's it is good. It's good to see him. And Pecco's right in a way. Fast in the first couple of runs around the final. It's sort of set your weekend for something to build from. This guy, we had to take Stoner back in the day. No one ever saw which way he went, but yeah, I'm sure, and I know Casey's around this weekend. I wonder if Pecco's going to be trying to find him and see if he can help at all with getting this Ducati going around the circuit like Sedano, didn't it?
Yeah.
It did. It's just not looking. He's not looking like the old Pecco. He doesn't look like he's got confidence to push the motorcycle.
I guess it's in those days when Casey was just on a different level here for the part. I mean, look at this. Wow. He's almost shaking his feet out there. This is like a bad guy. He's not a shake of the head. There was a shrug of the shoulders when he came back into the garage. I think it's fair to say there's been no dramatic improvement with the performance that 25 in the run of frustration stops at the pitfall there as far as Saturday Carlos goes. I think Stardust is turning up. Coming to the pitfall, right enough. Don't want to hear any more. Jack, lots of very disgruntled body language from the 63.
Yeah, I can hear Bagnaia coming in, and even with the bike on the top and straight behind me, even with the helmet on, I can hear him shouting at Christian Gavirini. The empty Italian for nothing. Then, as we saw on the TV cameras there, showcasing the fact he's having so much stability problems, so many big shakes on the motorcycle. Davide had up, as you saw, listened to about 5 words and quickly knew, okay, we're in a big amount of trouble here. He didn't have to listen to any more to understand that the same problems that Pecco Bagnaia had in Mandalika have rolled on here into Phillip Island. And as you said earlier in the session, Lewis, I mean, he's having problems now. We've still got 80%, 90% of the weekend to go. Where on earth do these guys go from here?
It is a massive conundrum, isn't it? What is going on that side of the factory, the Ducati garage right now? On another GP25 is Fabio Di Antonio. He's enjoying his actually. Well, a lot more than Bagnaia currently at the moment. This year up in 3rd place at the 128.691. Binder it is still leading on the factory gate. It's been a busy morning so far. The big battery's done 12 laps already in this morning session. Only one rider into the double figures. That's Sopjak Chandra.
I love this Stoner corner. Yeah, exactly. Look at that. That's and when it goes sideways like that as a motorcycle rider and you're having a good time, I mean, that is KTS, isn't it? That's the way you turn a motorbike at high speed and with big commitment.
That is awesome. What an amazing shot that is of a Costa going through the corner. Yeah, I think Casey himself would follow that one, Chris.
Yeah, well, I would be too. I'd definitely take that. But I got to say, Pedro Acosta, it's been an up and down year. I expected more, to be honest. I thought KTM and him would bring something. I know that you know, away from racing, KTM hasn't had the greatest start to a year as a company, but it seems like everything's leveled out now. Pedro has shown a little bit more speed, but they don't really have it to go for race wins.
Yeah, I think in the first half of the season, Costa, by his own ambition, was incredibly frustrated with the fact that the RC16 wasn't at the level. It wasn't a bike that we could
see that.
Yeah, you could see that. It wasn't a bike that matched his ambition. And he admitted himself, because from the summer break onwards, I think they had a bit of a sit-down, didn't they? And behind closed doors, clearing of the air between Acosta and KTM management, there was all that rumour that he was kind of forced to move to VR46 Ducati. It's almost like there's a switch thing switched in place. It feels like he's a more mature approach in the second half of the season. He's kind of accepted that, well, this is the bike I'm going to ride. It's not going to change dramatically for the remainder of the season. He's just cracking on with the job and getting his head down. And super impressive ride by him in Mandalika.
And he's fine. I think his teammate was a fighter. He's proven he's definitely out there as well. And he's a racer's racer, which we love to see. And that's why we watch MotoGP. But like you touched on before, sometimes bringing that fresh blood in, whether it's a crew chief or a rider. And I think with the Tech 3 guys, with Bastianini and Vinales on there, it's bringing other information, what they used on different motorcycles. And it takes time for all that to filter through. But it looks like KTM is in the right path now.
In its own way, everybody's impressive as his fellow Bertian Fermin Aldeguer in Indonesia to take that second place. As far as the Indonesian government are trying to appoint him as their new defence minister, given how much he spent of that Grand Prix defending, and mentioned there were several riders who had a crack at him during that Indonesian Grand Prix. None of them convinced him. Once Fermin Aldeguer had disappeared off of the road, still take that second place. Alex Marquez at the end of the he had nothing for Pedro Acosta in the latter part of that Grand Prix. Paul Sebastian summed it up very well when he spoke to Jack at the Grand Prix, said he rode like an animal.
Yeah, Paul Sebastian said, didn't he? It was Pedro Acosta, and Pedro Acosta is lonesome to put that KTM on the podium. He's almost like a rookie coming here this weekend as Acosta. Of course, SC1 last year was out, so he missed all of that track time on Friday morning. SC2 was wet, and then we course went into Sprint Saturday. He had a big crash at Siberia, a real vicious soft knuckle high slide, jamming his shoulder. He then missed the Grand Prix, so he comes here lacking a lot of dry track time in MotoGP, does Acosta. And slowing down previously his Grand Prix career. As we say, with Mumbles, Alex Marquez here, coming through the final corner to set the fastest time of the morning as Bagnaia is about to venture out on circuit. What he hopes is going to be a more competitive GP25. Alex does indeed pick up a bit of pace up to fourth with a 1:28.723. Of course, Chris Mark has hogged so many headlines this year, justifiably so. But how impressed have you been with Alex? It looks like it's a given almost now that he's going to wrap up second in the World Championship. He really has stepped up to the plate. Of course, he's on the GP24, which is the most dominant motorcycle of last season. One of the best bikes I've ever seen. Do you expect to see this?
No, I didn't expect it, and I'm wrapped for him because I think he gets a hard time because the last name and who his brother is, right? And finishing second to Mark, and how much does he slow down for Mark and all that? I think Alex Marquez has done a sensational job. He is a double world champion in his own right, and he's won MotoGP races now, and he deserves them. And he's beaten everybody, including his brother at times. So no, it's been very impressive, and he's consistent. He had that little lull for a couple of races there where he missed out, but then sort of from Barcelona onwards, come back with that dominant win, and it's been a very impressive season. And to knock Pecco Bagnaia, we know Pecco's struggle streak at the moment, but knocking him off consistently and putting championship points onto him is been very impressive.
22 podiums and counting as far as Alex is concerned. That's why he does look like a massive favourite to take second in the championship. We thought he was going to take top spot on the previous lap. Well, this time around he has done it at 1:28.317. Plus Alex comfortably clear now at top of the time sheet. So we've been to Betseki and Didier, lapping within half a second.
He came out of the last turn a lot better on that lap. The previous lap made a little mistake in the middle and lost some corner speed. There's so much time you lose from turn 12 here at Phillip Island. That run down the straight is a long way.
Second place, another 28 of Dan Ducati, Aprilia, KTM, Honda. Your top four, Johan Zarco into fourth place, of course, with no Marc Marquez here this weekend, no Maverick Vinales, of course, no Jorge Martini, sprint winner from last season. It leaves just Johan Zarco and Alex Prix, the 2022 winner on board Suzuki, as the only Australian Grand Prix winners in the field here this weekend.
Every time I look at a rider coming through turn 12, my mind just goes back to Marco Melandri. 2006, power sliding, smoke off that rear tyre coming through the final corner, one-handed with the victory salute. I think you'd have been in that race.
I was second.
Yeah, I was going to say you were second.
I was second. I was second, so I didn't see it. Marco was that far in front of us all. So I had to see it on a replay, and now it keeps getting shown as one of the best moments. It was a good moment for me. I was second. Valentino Rossi was third, and the crowd was singing on the podium from Johan Rossi's attitude, which I'll never forget. But that moment from Marco Melandri, I mean, I said, what a risk, Marco. Like, he goes, I did it in pre-season testing somewhere for a photographer, so I knew I could do it. And I thought, well, I was hoping that you would go a little bit wrong and I might move one place up, but no, very cool flight.
I think that last corner, that celebration, should just get Marco Melandri into the Hall of Fame.
I'll vote for that.
So Bagnaia then now, that is a PB lap for Pecco, up to third now at a 1:29.77. That's exactly the same lap time as provided by Thomas Fargo, Vignala's replacement. And while we're talking about Aussie, or with an Aussie, that podium took the test here, Valentino Rossi Lamborghini filing, which was no mean feat. What about the other Aussie? Jack Miller out on circuit. The 10th at the moment for Jack, a 1:29.462.
Interesting talking to Jack. He's obviously ridden a lot of bikes in the last year. He's been on the Honda, the Ducati, KTM, and now with the Yamaha. He said the way the Yamaha works better in wind, doesn't get affected as much as some of the other bikes he's ridden by the wind. So, well, that's why I said, so he seemed quite confident. He thought we might be able to use that to our strength. But he's trying some different sort of, I don't know what you want to call it. He's got things bolted on his tank where he's resting his legs against. He tries something different around here at Phillip Island this weekend. So he's still trying to get comfortable on that bike. But yeah, loving his time on the Yamaha, loving working in development and moving the bike forward, and very excited about that big forthcoming experience. It's going to be so important because having ridden before so much in his career, of course, Topper Ramjander was coming into MotoGP, he's going to be learning MotoGP for next season. So important to have this experience when you are developing a new project. I imagine that's one of the key reasons why Yamaha kept him in that spot. His information's good, his testing is good, consistently out there doing the same thing on the motorcycle, and that brings a lot of good information to the Japanese. And yeah, he's very excited about getting that B4. He said this inline, just the way the Michelin tyre works, we just cannot make it. We cannot get the grip. They're a bit closer when the tyre becomes very hard and the other manufacturers lose their grip advantage, but he said generally we just struggle, and they're very excited to get that doing.
Special moments. Home Grand Prix before those Chapman third in 2019, a race within Moto3, and now 11 years ago in 2014, of course 3 years ago, the special honour of having turn 4 named after him, and this weekend the big one for Jack as well. It's 250 Grand Prix, so he's been in MotoGP now for 10 years, and I spoke to the three best veterans yesterday, so I still feel that Ben years are ahead of me, still got a lot of points, more to come. He's not looking at 2026 as big as last rodeo in MotoGP.
Well, we hope not as Aussies too, you know, because he's our only one we can cheer for at the moment. He's in the Premier Class, and yeah, he's going to put on a show this weekend. If he could do something special out of the whole year, if Jack could do it here, that's what he would love more than anything.
We certainly love watching it on the comedy box as well as this is more like it, isn't it? From Bagnaia up into the top 10 finally into the 128 as well, and this could be potentially pushing him close to the top 6, if not better. Let's track the Italian over the line. It does indeed push him into the 6 at 128.690.
The confidence just looks a little bit more. It's amazing, and there'll be small changes on these motorcycles, but that's the difference that can give the rider the feel. If they can feel the tyre, feel confident in pushing that tyre, they'll be able to, you know, take a big chance of the second.
That's getting a hair dry. I'm having a time.
He's already had the cold shoulder probably already in his body section when Carlos stomped out of the Ducati box, having heard about 3 words from his, well, I guess, lone challenger this weekend, with all respect intended to Mackenzie Pirro, of course, a class rider in his own right, but Ducati Lenovo's hope rest on the shoulders of Pecco Bagnaia this weekend. Of course, he clinched the team championship last summer in Indonesia, but they looked anything but champions, with Marc Marquez, of course, in hospital, and Pecco Bagnaia having all sorts of problems, but they did complete the Triple Crown once again in Indonesia a fortnight ago.
Japanese challenge. He's being led by Johan Zarco. Well, we know he has a very big love affair with this Phillip Island circuit. He will never forget that first MotoGP success here in 2023 on the Saturday Grand Prix. The backflip that followed as well, just out of Siberia. That got the Aussie fans whipped up into a frenzy, didn't it? Speaking of Frenchman, Fabio Quartararo underlined now in 8th place. And he was talking in pre-weekend yesterday to the media that he was possibly going to be looking at racing a soft tyre over the 27 laps here on Sunday. Well, that was his best opportunity to maybe win for the first time in 3 years.
Well, that'll take the tyre management.
Yeah, well, we saw that Norway market a couple of years ago.
That's what I was thinking, and when it goes off, it's like it falls off a cliff. So it generates the tyre temperature that generates around here on the left-hand side of the tyre, because the last part of the lap, the speed, the force that goes through the tyre, it's amazing, and it pushes these Michelin to the limit, definitely.
You know, Taramasso, Michelin Motorsport Manager, saying yesterday that Phillip Island is the toughest temperature that they face during the whole year. And of course, we race in some baking hot tropical climate. We get the tyre sort of pressure that they get in Red Bull Ring as well. Bagnaia, well, that's a little bit more like it. A bit more bench response.
This time as he plants his backside in the chair.
Gabarini can take out the earplugs this time around. He doesn't need the ear defences to get a barrel right out of Bagnaia down. Then we go into turn 10. Yeah, we're just looking at Fabio Quartararo. Chris, this feels like one of the most important sort of 6 or 7 months in Yamaha's recent history. We all know that probably talent-wise, Fabio Quartararo is right up there with Mark and Pedro Acosta. At the moment, the Yamaha's not a competitive motorcycle. If this Speed 4 doesn't work out, it doesn't hit the ground running next year in a contract year, Fabio will be looking for a package fee maybe?
You'd have to, wouldn't you? I know he's been paid a lot of money to stay at Yamaha, and it wasn't only the money that kept him there, but obviously it's a big enticer, and he's very happy to stay there and make it work, but if it doesn't, you've got to look elsewhere.
And we're going to welcome 2 rookies, of course, aren't we, in 2026? And we've known for quite some time that was most likely to be our 2026 or 2025 World Superbike champion, Top Rat, Gaglioglu, moving into Prima Palace Yamaha, will finally confirm, and this is no surprise news, is it? Current Moto2 type contender, Brazilian rising star Diogo Moreira will be moving in alongside Johan Zarco in the LCR Honda camp.
Moreira winner, of course, in Indonesia a couple of weeks ago. 9 points now behind Manny Gonzalez, got a crash earlier on this morning in Moto2 for the World Championship in the intermediate class. Technicians, photographers, cameramen, everyone, including Canadine Taranti there in the middle of the picture with the grey hair, which I think has got even greyer this morning with Pecco Bagnaia and various issues. Ollie Hampton and Jordan now in 6th place. It's been a very pretty regarding another MotoGP World Champion, Jorge Martin, of course, absent here this weekend for Aprilia. We have just had confirmation from Aprilia, which won't surprise many of you. Of course, absent this weekend, he will also miss next weekend's Malaysian Grand Prix.
Such a brutal year for Jorge, Chris. I mean, so much optimism, reigning world champion, moving to a new project, the figurehead at Aprilia, and then it all goes wrong 13 laps into 2025, and that's set a chain of events in motion. He's really not been able to come out of it.
If he didn't have bad luck, he wouldn't have any, would he? You know, and it's that simple. It's just, yeah, it's been a real change, because I was excited to see what Martin could do on that motorcycle. Obviously, world champion. I know a couple of the guys working on the side of the garage, they were excited to get him in too and see where this bike can go, what's the potential with it. And but even when he comes back, 6 months behind everyone else, bike time for the year, and it's like you just need some time to get understanding of the motorcycle, slowly move forward. But then another incident happens, and these injuries, they're unfortunate, they're a shame. And it'll be great to see him back, and I hope he waits till he's 100% fit and healthy, get on the motorcycle, get testing, get working for next year, and come out firing then, because we've seen what Bez can do, we've seen how good the bike is. 2026 could be a year that he could have some race wins and hopefully challenge Marquez and Ducati.
That's the crying shame, isn't it? I'm sure nobody feels it more than Jorge. You can see the Valentini right now. He's at the level to winning Grand Prix, and we know that he's as good as Marco Bezzecchi, if not a little bit better. No disrespect to Bez, but...
Well, his previous results show that he's there every bit, isn't he, and perhaps more. And he won that championship. He put a whole year together as a private team, in a private team, so he knows how to do it. I've got to say, you touched on Alex Rins earlier, and yeah, I'm one of those people that couldn't be happier to see him back. I mean, watching the guy hobble around the paddock, that leg injury from all those years ago is still giving him grief, and it has to be on the motorcycle. But when Alex Rins is on, and he's the guy that could start from the third or the fourth row of the grid here and be a contender in that race.
Started from 10th on the grid, didn't he, in 2022, and he won that Phillip Island Classic. What a race that was. We spoke in commentary in Mandalika saying how good it was to see Alex back up there, how some of his MotoGP victories have been the best we've seen in recent history. I mean, the Silverstone Classic with Mark going all the way down to the last corner right here 3 years ago, as we mentioned. Such a class act is Alex, both on and off the bike. And let's hope he has finally turned the corner, and we're going to see him frequently back at the sharp head, because there's no doubt about it, he's got the class to do it.
Well, obviously I'm a Suzuki fan, and he did all that on the Suzuki as well, so yeah, I may have been cheering for that corner, but yeah, no, he is a class act on and off the bike, so yeah, we want to see him back fit and healthy.
He said after the dropping that he never stopped believing in himself. He was still able to do those kind of things, but never really had the results to show for it. Of course, went for that soft rear tyre, much like his teammate Fabio Quartararo in Indonesia. Fair to say Alex Rins both enjoyed the benefits and ultimately the payback for piling on that soft rear tyre. He did pull it back down in the end to 10th place. But qualified in 4th place, his best weekend on board it back to Yamaha, stay in the whole of 2025.
Oh, that's been a long time sitting there, and he runs off into the zero corner, really at the sharp end of the Grand Prix for the third time. So he's running in Austin on the LCR Honda in 2023. All his injury problems started.
Slow-mo here, Fabio Quartararo, turn 1, there you go. You were pretty much spot on with your corner speed there before Matt, 185.
Have to get something right.
I tell you, I didn't know, I wouldn't know what it was as a rider, but I tell you, it's very fast. And like I said earlier, because it is so fast, you have to open the throttle a lot more than you think, or more than other corners, to stop decelerating, because there's so much wind force against the motorcycle, and trying to make it turn as well, it's it's a tricky corner.
The theory is that the Phillip Island is one of those iconic venues where the rider's talent can really make a difference. Monday MotoGP, people say, well, the electronics now take away the rider's skills. And do you agree? Do you still think that this Phillip Island circuit is one track on the calendar where it's just down to the talent and bravery of the rider that can really come to form?
Very much so. Look, a motorcycle will make a difference. The better one will make it easier, but there's less places here they can use the rear ride height device out of corners, because one corner generally flows into another one. So there'll be a big section of the circuit, like they won't drop it there between turn 11 and 12, because there's no time for the ride height device to come back up, but they will probably drop it out of here, the last corner. So it's a bit more old school. It's a bit more riding a normal motorcycle, not one of these rocket ships, I guess you could say. So that comes into play. I think aerodynamics around here, because the speed is so high, you can get an advantage out of that. It might really help these motorcycles. But yeah, corner speed, confidence, and making the bike being able to turn at high speed, get off the edge of the tyre and get up and get it driving, that's where you make the laps on the rest.
Say it's often in racing, only 4 favours the brave, but it feels more prevalent than ever around Phillip Island. So many high speed corners, as Chris mentioned, it's a very narrow circuit as well. It's not very wide at all. As we pick up Alex, 73 now, coming through the final corner. This will be now winding up the wick up into 6 years well in advance of 330 kilometers an hour.
They're just reeling off mid-28, you know, like lap after lap. So they're already working on race runs. And that's the problem with this place. You don't know what you're going to get weather-wise. They say it's going to be fine all day, but the wind could change. So this session is crucial for, you know, getting a feeling, getting an understanding. And good to see Pecco Bagnaia close at the moment, because I think if he can leave this session with some confidence and maybe a direction they're going to go for this circuit this weekend in bike setup, it might give him some hope for the rest of the weekend.
Well, at least it looks like MP1 is going to finish better than Pecco than it started. It couldn't have been worse. If it carried on that way, I think he might as well just be like, right, get me a ticket out of Melbourne.
I'll go straight to Kuala Lumpur. I'll see you next weekend, where of course he won last year, 28.7 for him, which is near enough the last time he's done already in the session. He's done a 28.690. Bagnaia in 6th place. The temperature today is already around about 10 degrees cooler than it was yesterday. The temperature then expected to go back up again on Sunday into the low 20s, in addition to the high winds as well. And how much do the change the behaviour of the bike, and how easy is it to change the conditions rather than just focus on each session as it is?
Well, you're spot on there, and the conditions can even change in the race. I think in about 2015 or 16, Marc Marquez was leading, and it's like the wind turned and the cloud cover come over and lost miles out front, lost front tyre temperature and crashed coming into turn 40, you know, so we're just seeing another Honda go down the road. Yeah. Yes. Oh man, this guy, I feel for him. He's had some crashes on the Honda. When does he...
It looks like it's some technical issue here, yeah, tech problem maybe for Mia.
Well, that's better than crashing. Not for the Japanese, but better for... Oh, that's
yeah.
And that's at the end of the straight.
Well, we talked about Marco Melandri's smoky rear tyre celebration here in 2006. That's most pouring out of that top exhaust on that Honda RC213V.
You've got to have a good look on the racetrack, check those fluids or oil back. You don't want to be hitting oil at top speed on your way to a corner.
Great to see Mir on the podium in Japan. Great to see Honda slowly coming back. What I understand is that they've made some progress in... Oh, there she goes. Just as she rolled out of the throttle. So yeah, that's they've made some progress in engine horsepower. So are they pushing these things to the limit a little bit more, and we're getting to the end of the season?
Yeah, especially while running older engines in these Prix Practice 1 sessions early in the weekend too. That you get to this weekend, I believe, and introduce their final engine into the pool, but they won't be running that in the Prix Practice 1 session. Remember back in Hungary, the Moto2 Practice expire in that FP1 session, so the Prix motors will be going in this weekend.
Yeah, both Hondas, the factory Hondas, Marini and Mir were really frustrated to miss out on the podium in Mandalika last time. At Mir felt like his early crash, a bit of an open goal, felt like he had the pace to be in the hunt for the box. And Luca Marini, after that skirmish he had with Trackhouse and Fully Rider as well, Fernandez, which was jumped from out of podium contention, he had a lack of speed, just like then it's being waved on that run down to the first corner. And a missed opportunity, massive missed opportunity, as Marini described at Mandalika. He said coming into this weekend, the Honda is now a good enough bike to be in the top 300. Time to deliver were the words from Luca Marini.
I got asked coming into the weekend who I thought my podium finishers would be, and Luca Marini was definitely a guy at the top of my mind. I just feel like everything's starting to come together for Honda, for him. He's really starting to show some speed. I reckon he could be there challenging.
All of a sudden, the way that Honda's going right now, getting a replay here of...
Alex Marquez up behind Miguel Oliveira. I think that is on the Pramac Yamaha, and I think they're going to perhaps share some words here later on. This is coming now through the southern loop of turn 2. Alex Marquez, who is going to top this Prix Practice 1 session unless his teammate has something to say about it, and he is through this final corner. Clearly not too pleased with Miguel Oliveira. So Fermin Aldeguer, winner of the Indonesian Grand Prix. Is he going to go from P1 in Lombok to P1 in Phillip Island? The answer is no. 10th and half drifting third.
Cat Fuller, though, might be warming some home hearts here right now because I'm fresh from a brand new soft front, brand new medium rear for the Aussie. This could be a P1 lap time from Miller. 16th at the moment. Over the line he goes. He does go top. Well, that will put smiles on the Aussie fans' faces. The 128.281 on those fresh tyres. Jack Miller, massive top spot lace on
Didn't quite put a smile on Gino Borsoy's face, but it must take a bit more than that.
We'll smile for him with the comedy box out.
I'll be asking Quartararo to roll off a bit here and just give Miller his moment in the sun. Quartararo does go through in 5th place, so Yamaha's 1st and 5th, and it is Jack Miller at the Australian Grand Prix who tops Prix Practice 1.
Great stuff by the 30-year-old from Townsville. You know that Jack on the podium here on Sunday. There's going to be the mother of all parties in Downtown Cows, and there it is coming through turn 4, named after 3 years ago, of course, here in 2022. That's where the Miller fan club, the army of 43 fans are out in Bourne. Boy, Jack, I'll buy you a Dewey's.
I hope he doesn't go backwards on the track for that one, because that'll be another But that's where his fan club sit as well at the end of turn 4, his family and everyone they're down there. So yeah, Jack giving all the fans a good wave, and fantastic to see. I guess this has been the first session he's led this season.
Yeah, can't be too many occasions when he's been top on a Friday. We'll make sure we dig through the older record book.
I'm glad that's your challenge, Charlie. That one has more on it.
Well, I was close. I've only 2 comments out for the speed going through the first corner, but I cannot actually tell you when the last time Jack Miller would have led a practice session. But we will find out. Challenge accepted.
Let me know.
Pecco Bagnaia, after what was a very shaky start, indeed, quite literally a shaky start on top of that factory Ducati, does salvage a 128.556, 7th place for the Italian, and in the mix, you have to say, less than 3/10 of a second behind Miller at the end of that 45-minute opener.
Better than it was looking. No question about that for Pecco Bagnaia. Alex Marquez then 2nd. Perhaps won't be sharing lunch with Miguel Oliveira after an incident which could have ended an awful lot worse than he did through turn 1, and that is now under investigation by a former colleague of ours. TVU, of course, Simon Crayfar comes in turn 1, and they'll be, I guess, having a good look at the data trace to see there if Oliveira was rolling off in the middle of turn 1 with Alex Marquez right behind him.
This is a scary moment. Like, we know how high that speed is. Bernie will tell you, but yeah, no, it's just to be out. You know, Miguel did roll out of it. That's really, really scary. As you're the bike behind, because you're expecting him to accelerate and to rub the front side. That could have been weekend ending right there.
I'm always going to do the same on myself, you know, in my dreams, you know, that I won't cut. Jack Miller then, it is, on what's been an excellent start to his own Grand Prix for the Prima Pramac Yamaha team. It is the lead the way, that 128.281, as we get our customary practice start session underway. Miller from Alex, Acosta's looking strong once again on his back to the KTM. Mandalika winner, first time MotoGP winner, last time out. Aldeguer was 4th. Quartararo for the 2 Yamahas inside the top 5. Bettecchi still struggling with some pretty severe back pain after that horrible crash he had with Mark over in Mandalika. Well, he rounded out his top 6. Further down, Brad Binder, where we saw the South African. He had a little bit of a stint at the top of the time here for appearing in that session. 10th with the KTM. Mentioned the fact that Ayagura, track out the Prix rider, was declared as fit yesterday. Of course, he was ruled out of his home Grand Prix in Japan on the Sunday. Missed Mandalika as well. This is all a legacy of a 260-mile-an-hour crash through Cavone in Misano, damage to his right hand. It was a tough start though in this qualifying battle for Agura-san, down in 22nd place for the 130.7.
Never particularly got much of a tune out of Agura, it has to be said, even in his Moto2 glory days, of course, world champion last season. Second result here last year, 4th in that Moto2 race, 3 distance course behind the top 3. Of course, a couple of years prior to that, he struggled to even score any points. Does a lot of his best work under heavy braking device, or not a lot of that to be found around Phillip Island.
Well, put you on the spot then. You said you were asking your predictions yesterday. You were looking at Luca Marini as a possible top 3 contender. Who else is on your
I said Marini 3rd. I thought Aldeguer and Alex Marquez. I thought the Graffiti Ducati would be hard to beat. So that was a guess coming into the weekend. And after FP1, I mean, those 3 guys are sort of towards the front there. I mean, Marini back in 13th, but doing a lot of race runs. But like I said, I think I'm being impressed with Honda. He seems to like everything's starting to move forward for them, and it's great to see. They're a manufacturer that have had so much, experience in this paddock, so much race results, so many wins, and it'd be great to get back challenging where they need to be.
Yes, and several times they are a sleeping giant. They were always going to awaken from their recent slumber, eventually aided by the concessions, of course. HRC are doing a great job. Some tight session that was, and it's Miguel Oliveira in 18th place, just a whisker over a second off Jack Miller. There was only 3/4 of a second. Good cover Miller down to Vinales replacement Qualifying Nr in 16th place. Of course, we have seen down the years some of the closest winning margins, the closest podiums, the closest top 10, the closest top 15. They all tend to happen here down under in Australia.
Yeah, these fast-flowing circuits, they generally make for close racing. When it's stop-go, you get gaps in the field that's always hard to make up, but because of the high speed, the airflow, time you can save and the tyre wear you can save by sitting in a group, it really brings everyone close together, and it makes it look more like a Moto3 race, and hopefully we're going to get another one of them on Sunday.
The impact starts at the moment, I'm sure, when they go racing on Sunday afternoon. Every rider, when they pull up on the grid, they'll get a very good look to see whether there are any tear offs under their tyres after Marc Marquez's famous barbecue off the line last year. No further action taken. They have had a good look at the Alex Marquez Miguel Oliveira incident and have decided that it was purely a racing incident and that Miguel Oliveira did nothing wrong. Alex Marquez may see it differently.
Obviously just a lot faster out of there, wasn't he? That's still quite scary though.
The Oliveira ended that session down in 18th place. So it seems like we know that Miguel has his 2026 racing plans confirmed, stepping into the BMW Factory World Superbike squad. It also seems as well he's kind of keeping the door ajar, still in some discussions. Expected to be part of the Prix testing, a dual role for Oliveira potentially in 2026. We'll see how that one potentially pans out as Jack Miller engages the whole shot device on the factory Yamaha.
He did roll up to the front row of the grid there, Jack, so he's obviously confident. I'll get with some practices, I like it. So, isn't it fantastic how these bikes accelerate now? You know, back in my day, we didn't really think about lowering the motorcycles to a start, but obviously what works for drag bikes. Acceleration now, 0 to 200 is so much faster because how they're able to lower the bike.
Great to start there for Ryan Guru as he left the grid. It's one of those as well where you don't brake particularly hard, if at all, for the first corner, so it's not the kind of launch down to turn one where you can get that front device unlocked again.
Well, Marco Bezzecchi's lost most of his starts over in Mandalika, 8th to 3rd in the sprint, and of course the poor start in the Grand Prix was dropped in behind Marc Marquez, and ultimately I saw those two have first lap contact. That was a bit better, that was a bit more like it wasn't as far as Ben is concerned. 6 fastest in actually one session. He blamed himself for the poor start in the Grand Prix. Yeah, late arrival to the grid as he was going through his usual sort of pre-start routine. By the time he finished, looked up and it was lights out, and it was time to blast off. He got caught napping a little bit, he did Ben. Of course, it was that put him into that position where he was tailing Marquez for those first couple of sectors.
Pecco Bagnaia then returns to the Factory Ducati box. A bit of a rollercoaster session for Pecco, but he does end it with a wave to the fans. Of course, so many wearing red here with a really love to see the new world champion Marc Marquez do his thing around this spectacular Phillip Island circuit where he won here last year. It's factory team hopes we all rest on Pecco's shoulders here.
Just being informed that the Oliveira Alex Marquez, at the time the oil flag was still out for the Swan Near incident, and that was the reason why there's no penalty, because Oliveira would have seen the oil flag and slightly rolled out of it on the Pramac Yamaha. Alex Marquez, as Marco Bezzecchi did, comes to pole position for his practice start. All the confident riders, aren't they? They're qualified prospects.
They're all MotoGP riders. They're all confident. They all believe in themselves. Trust me. The traditional bike swap there, and that's something you definitely want to practice around Phillip Island. I think the first ever flag-to-flag race was here back in 2006. Yeah, so it was the first one. So it's important to get that ready. And it is, like you said, the track is narrow, but the lane is very narrow here. So getting in and out safely can be a bit of a trick.
Making the flag-to-flag race back in 20 2013 too, when Marc Marquez had the World Championship potentially to win. Of course, there's something of a misjudgment with his team over which lap to come in and change. Of course, you do feed out into such a high-speed corner in the middle of Jumat corner too, so it is particularly troublesome when we do have flag-to-flag action. Whether we'll see that on Sunday, of course, we'll have to look at the skies and find out at 2 p.m. Sunday afternoon.
Such a shame, as Chris mentioned, particularly for the Australian fans, not to see the Newfoundland World Champion here. One of his favourite circuits, anti-clockwise, of course, where we know Mark excels. A 4-time MotoGP winner here in the past. Quite brilliantly last year when he got all the way down to 13 on that one after the issue with the tear-off. Super slow motion replay of Marco Bezzecchi.
It started Indonesia was slightly faster than that, but not much.
Beyond that pole position here. Tomorrow morning, not quite sure exactly what the elements are going to get thrown at us for the remainder of the weekend, but we'll enjoy the clear blue skies and some welcome sunshine while we can.
Great to see the rider and how much effort. Look how low he was trying to keep his body weight and keep it forward. I know there's a lot of devices on this bike, but the rider still has a lot of work to do to get these things off the line. I mean, first year probably still does 170 kilometers an hour at full rev, you know, so you're using the clutch for a long time to get them accelerating.
I believe that Marco Bezzecchi is a proper character. He's especially if you wink at the camera. Looked like he was grimacing in a little bit of pain. He did talk about this sort of lingering back pain which is carried into the feet waxed up from Martin at turn 1. He was taking sprint.
I was with him yesterday and a guy I know asked him a question. He challenged him, is your target third in the championship? He said, no, to be honest, you know, like we're just going to do the best we can. I said, yeah, a couple more wins this year would be better, right, Marco? And he said, 4 more.
He's a great character, Marco Bezzecchi. When he asked yesterday at the start of his meeting brief about what he thought about the incident with Martin, he just said, next question, please.
Of course, we didn't have the chance to put those questions to Marco because of the pain he was in after that crash in Indonesia, but I think the pictures kind of speak for themselves on that one. Still smarting a little bit with the double long lap penalty. He knows he's got a bike that he can challenge the victories with.
Jack doesn't look confident at all, does he? A bit relaxed there. Still don't know about the moustache, but everything else seems to be going quite well for him.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Yeah, great way to start his home Grand Prix for the Australians. You know that he's going to be so much support here again for Tissot Kelso, of course, the former podium finisher in Moto3, centre ages, what a day or what a weekend he had here last year in Moto2, finishing on the podium in front of his home crowd, and honour that Chris, of course, knows only too well. He did it here himself, in front of the Aussie fans. That's the perfect way to kick off the weekend.
Well, it is, and like you said, he won here in Moto3 as well. Sensational battle that was back in the day, and been podium in the Premier class. So yeah, he would love to step on that podium again. And the potential's there. Like, they've got a bit of work to do. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, Jack can be in the fight, so he's going to have the elbows out. That's for sure.
So many riders this weekend, potentially 21 of them this weekend, looking at this as such a big opportunity. No Marc Marquez, no Jorge Martin, no Maverick Vignale, Marco Bezzecchi with 2 long lap penalties to serve on Sunday afternoon. Someone is going to grasp a big opportunity to win the Australian Grand Prix this weekend, and it could be anybody.
Yeah, well, the top cat's away, the mics will play, and it's Jack Miller that leads in front of his home crowd in FP1.
Jack Miller from Alex Marquez, Pedro Acosta third, Yamaha Ducati KTM, Fermin Aldeguer fourth from Fabio Quartararo, second of the Yamaha, second from Aprilia, sixth ahead of Pecco Bagnaia, whose roller coaster second did ultimately take him up to 7th place. 2023 winner Johan Zarco, 8th ahead of Fabio Gian Antonio and Brad Binder, who led early on. Ralph Fernandez 11th ahead of Joan Mir, whose engine went top late on. Luca Prix 13th from Morbidelli, who crashed at turn 1 earlier in the session. Bastianini next up from Paul Espargaro, his secondary teammate. Alex Rins, Miguel Oliveira, Lorenzo Salvatore, and Dominic Chantra and Michele Pirro. Of course, on Marc Marquez and Ducati for the next 2 weekends, 21st ahead of I Agura.
Well, the home fans already happy then here. We'll say our thanks and goodbye for now to Chris Freeland Always love Chris's analysis and insight, and our door is always open, mate. And if you feel like joining us once again this weekend, well, then you are more than welcome.
Thanks, guys. Always good to catch up, and I'll be working from Channel 10, so showing it all on TV this weekend. But yeah, I'll pop in again for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to have you with us, Chris. I'm sure all of you watching at home loved Chris's insight in that 45-minute session. And we get a look at Alex Marquez's work. And what about Pedro Acosta? Soft front medium rear tyre with system bird combination throughout that session. Acosta looking strong out the gate there in third on the RC16.
Acosta did not change tyres, as you can see, through the entire session. So now again, much likewise, he'll be pretty enthused and confident. The fact that his fastest lap of the morning came on his final 18th lap of the session. On 18 lap old tyres, he found a 1:28.466.
Never started off pole position in Prix. Moto2 starts here, so is Aldeguer. Alex Marquez, we only introduced Miguel Oliveira in that first sector, but he does lead it ahead of Aldeguer and Quartararo.
Jack Miller doing a lot of his best work on the way to top spot in that second sector.
Fernandez on the track out, pretty rapid in sector 3 ahead of Quartararo and Alex.
So we had a Ducati in sector 1, a Yamaha in sector 2, and a Prix in sector 3. Bradley and KTM going into sector 4.
So we're underway then in round 19, the Australian Grand Prix, as we kick into the second half about Asia Pacific Tour. And the home crowd heroes have already produced a thrilling performance. Philip Miller, Jack, top rider in FP1 here in Phillip. He leads away with a 1:28.281. We'll see you for practice this afternoon. On the inside of Pedro Acosta, Marquez hits the front for the third time in his Ducati career. Marquez, and he crashes out of the lead at turn number 11. And now Maverick Vinales does try and take back his run away Martin in the final corner. Wow, this has been the race of the season by a mile. Backini trying to go full send on the inside of Bagnaia. With 7.5 laps to go, what can Vinales do?
Vinales takes lead.
It's unbeatable. The red paint on the outside. It's magnificent, magic Maverick Vinales. He completes the treble in Texas. The first rider to win 3 MotoGP races for 3 different manufacturers. A supersonic performance by Maverick Vinales. MotoGP, this is the Spanish Grand
Prix. Jorge Martin, your World Championship leader, claims that victory. Marc Marquez is out for revenge this afternoon.
A nation awaits. We are racing in MotoGP here in Spain. Marc Marquez has nailed the start from proposition. Jorge Martin ends up on the inside of Marco Bezzecchi. But it's Marc Marquez that leads his home Grand Prix. How far back goes Paco Bagnaia? How did he get that stop? Bagnaia means business. He's got the inside line though through on Marc Marquez. Paco Bagnaia, he leads at the end of an incredible first lap.
Marc Marquez is fighting straight back into front of the ball. And Jorge Martin's going to take advantage.
Marquez back in third. Here we go then. It's Bagnaia that leads. Sideways goes Bagnaia, he's made a mistake. Martin and Marquez power on through. And now Bagnaia side by side with Marquez. Bagnaia now in second. Martin then does hit the front. Here comes Bezzecchi on the inside of Marquez. The boss looking very happy.
I respect that voice. Complicated to understand why it does.
Jorge Martin crashes out at turn 6. He crashes out of the lead here in Perez. Another distrap present to Paco Bagnaia here in Spain. We'll stay on board with the 93. On the inside he goes. And start now the attack towards Bagnaia. This is the moment, here he comes into the asphalt corner. Marc Marquez leads the Spanish Grand Prix. Bagnaia instantly tries to find back. They will go through turn 10 all over again on the exit belt. But it's Bagnaia that leads. And Marc Marquez now is going to try it again, isn't he? Here comes Marquez though, and once again. He's going to run it wide again though, and Bagnaia on the comeback seizes the lead once again. What a world champion! Paco Bagnaia reigns in Spain. He does complete the Jerez hat-trick. In one of the most memorable Spanish Grand Prix we've witnessed for many, many a year. Unbelievable. Congratulations to Marc Marquez. Second place, his first dry podium. Marco Bezzecchi takes third place. But Paco Bagnaia in period. It is the dream dozen on Super Saturdays for Jorge Martin.
12 Prix wins and extended lead in the World Championship.
The atmosphere has his fever pitches planned. Can Jorge Martin make it the dream treble here in Le Mans? Coming around the outside of the factory is brilliant well. Martin impressive. It's the double escape. But Yala's going to be really hot. Bagnaia now back at the front. Pedro Acosta looks for a move on the inside of Vinales, going to push back that valve. And that's Pedro Acosta. Acosta's got the message here. Oh, he's got down! Makes his first big mistake in a Grand Prix.
Back on the Italians here. Bezzecchi and Bastianini. This is the battle now. The 7th.
Oh, no, Bezzecchi's gone down again. That's had a dreadful Le Mans Grand Prix.
Right on board with the 93 right now, looking at Tottenham.
Marquez has got through on Vinales. Marquez is all over the rear tyre of the Gian Antonio. Somebody is down. It's Fabio Quartararo, yeah. This time around, Marc Marquez does not wait for the unlock chicane, although can the Gian Antonio fire back? He's sure he can. He's going to go in really wide. Marquez is third place. Back at the front now then.
And Marquez comes through.
Bagnaia will get him on the comeback. Bagnaia knew that was coming.
But Marc Marquez, the 13th on the grid, in victory here.
Martin goes into the lead then for the first time in this Grand Prix.
Bagnaia once again looks to try and see him coming and fight back.
What a race we have coming to the board here in France.
Bagnaia gone through.
Oh, he's going for it, Bagnaia. There is no room through there. And now Marquez waiting to pick up the pieces. Fighting fire with fire. Here comes Marquez on the inside of Paco Bagnaia. What a move that was. What a move by Marquez. He takes second place. That is Bagnaia's victory home feeling of on gone. It is pure magic from Jorge Martin. He smashes the screen. Marquez back-to-back second places from 13th place. MotoGP, bigger, better, stronger than ever. What a Grand Prix. What a race.
At the end of this season, I will retire from a MotoGP full-time rider. Has been a nice journey. I enjoy a lot.
Aleix Espargaro wins one of the best sprints we have seen.
5 different leaders in that Tissot sprint. But Aleix Espargaro was the last man standing.
Fantastic by the Spaniards. Welcome to round 6 in the MotoGP World Championship. And that is the moment where it's all turned to disaster.
Pedro Bagnaia lost his line at turn number 5.
Barcelona is buzzing and ready for round 6 of the 2024 MotoGP World Championship. We hope a cracker in Catalonia here. It is lights out and we are racing in MotoGP here in Barcelona. Let's hope we get a clean run down into the first corner. Bagnaia, for the first time in 2 years, gets himself through the first 2 corners. Bagnaia leads in from Acosta. Here comes Martin, picking up bits of into turn 10.
Marquez, he's gone past Enea Bastianini now.
Martino on the inside of Acosta. aggressive change direction. So Acosta now back in third. And this time around, Martin's going for it. He's got the inside line. Pedro Acosta has crashed out of this Catalan Grand Prix.
Fernandez has no momentum. Marquez is just going to whistle past it into turn number one. Oh, Martin is now under big pressure.
Here he goes into turn 5, which ended his sprint victory hopes here yesterday. Paco Bagnaia that returns to the front of this Grand Prix. And now the Marquez will try and come alongside Valencia, an 85-year-old. What a ride. 14th to 3rd.
Redemption is closing in for Paco Bagnaia.
What a bounce back for Paco Bagnaia here in Barcelona. He wins a Catalan Grand Prix ahead of Jorge Martin. Marc Marquez, 14th to 3rd, but take a bow, Paco Bagnaia. What a performance by the world champion. It's magnificent, it's majestic, it's marvellous, and it's always a pleasure to be in Mugello. Rock and roll all night. Your sprint winner here in Mugello is the home hero, Paco Bagnaia.
Takes his first sprint win of 2024.
It is the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy, the 7th chapter. And we are racing in the Italian Grand Prix. But here comes Bagnaia, super aggressive on the inside of Martin. This race for the first corner. Bagnaia hooks the inside curve. Martin chops his nose off.
Well, it's Bagnaia taking the lead of the race. That was Bastianini on the inside. Bagnaia in 2 corners from 5th into the lead.
Bagnaia then leads.
Looking at now with Marc Marquez, as he really does close up to the back of the Bastianini.
He's now coming from a long way back, comes Marquez. It has to be the block pass, doesn't it? Marquez on the podium plate for the 3rd time in the Italian Grand Prix. Over the crest we come. Bastianini is going to try and follow down into Scarperia. That's a proper lead. He nudges Marquez aside. Through Scarperia we go.
For Jorge Martin, he needs to really defend here in this final sector.
Here comes Bastianini. He gets through the 2nd place on Martin. But it's another Mugello masterpiece from world champion Paco Bagnaia. He does complete the home hat-trick. never ends. The beast, who is great in Britain. Bastianini wins the Tissot sprint here at Silverstone. First victory in the sprint here for the Italian. 75-year anniversary celebration. What a journey, what an adventure it has been since the World Championship started in the late 1940s. 1 point splitting World Championship leader Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin. Right, Sam, we are racing in MotoGP here in this historic British Grand Prix. The dream launch from the middle of that front row by the world champion, Alain Fargo, sandwiched in between Jorge Martin and Enea Bastianini. It's a factory that Cassie wants to. Bagnaia leads. There was contact there, Alain Fargo down to pit from pole. Bastianini's got it really hot. The beast sits back to third. And now on the inside comes 93 Marc Marquez. Great move from Alex Marquez. Around the outside. Bastianini decided now is the moment to strike. Alex Fargo very, very late on the brakes. Bastianini now up into the top three. And Martin's going for it on the inside of Bagnaia. Jorge Martin then takes the lead. As he stands at the moment, he leads the MotoGP World Championship. Look at the anxious faces. Martin goes wide though, into turn 3 minutes corner, but he's got the inside line now for the loop. Enea Bastianini is now been brought right onto the tail of our leading two. Bagnaia is struggling. He goes wide through the field. Okay then, Beast, what have you got for a British Grand Prix double here then now? That was an absolute belting lap from Bastianini. And Martin has blinked. He has blinked and made a mistake. Incredible job this by Enea Bastianini. It's going to be followed up with some joyous celebrations as we celebrate our 75th anniversary season and taking the spoils at Silverstone in a stunner goes Enea Bastianini. What a performance by the Italian. He does complete his first ever double in the MotoGP World Championship. The World Championship leader, that belongs to Jorge Martin. The beast was utterly brilliant. Bagnaia steals the headlines once again in Spielberg. He takes the 14-lap Tissot sprint victory by nearly 5 seconds ahead of Jorge Martin. The Red Bull Ring in Austria is KTM's home Grand Prix, but Spielberg feels like the Cassie's backyard. Another classic Spielberg battle. It's lights out. We are racing in MotoGP here in Austria. Martin's made a great start from pole position. Marc Marquez from 3rd to 13th. And it's Martin though that leads. Damn, it's Marc Marquez then, way down.
Back at the front, Bagnaia wants it straight away. As Pecco Bagnaia takes the lead of the Austrian Qual 3.
Martin in the pack. Running a little bit wide, Bagnaia just pulls the inside line, squeeze back on through. Marquez looking to attack, back into the top 10.
Now it's Marco though, trying to hold his teammate back, but Maverick Vinales lets him break a little too late into turn 3, and that's the easiest 8th place that Marc Marquez has ever taken. Martin is still right up behind Pecco Bagnaia.
Down in the chicane. Bastianini is looking set for quite a lonely 3rd place. Marquez is getting pretty close to Marco Bettecchi. Marquez makes the move. Here goes Marquez trying to use the element of surprise on the inside of it. Marquez goes through. It is more glory in Spielberg, more glory in the Red Bull Ring, more Pecco Bagnaia. He takes the double here in Spielberg for the 2nd season in a row, their current world champion. Great ride by Jorge Martin. And Bastianini does take a very lonely 3rd place. Marc Marquez was 4th, but he paid a heavy price for the issue off the line.
Pecco Bagnaia regains the advantage in Spielberg.
Marc Marquez, for the very first time, takes his first sprint success. Welcome to round 12 in 2024. Welcome to the Motorland Aragon circuit. By the flag, they expect a double victory here today for Marc Marquez. Will be the Motorland Maestro of 2024. Start, and we are racing MotoGP here in Aragon, and Bagnaia, history does repeat itself for the world champion, but it is the dream launch, exactly where he wanted to be. Marc Marquez leads his home Grand Prix in Motorland. Acosta then goes in hot pursuit of Marquez. Bagnaia was dropped back down to 7th place. Side by side we go. Oh, they both lean on each other, they're both off with the reverse corkscrew. Acosta really struggling. Martinez using some of that 300 horsepower underneath him, and he opens his right hand to Alistair to see he heads now up into 2nd place. Acosta's being picked up here. Well, he's been picked up by Alex Marquez. More than he briefly saw the run down to the 1st corner. Acosta switches back on through. Morbidelli goes in hot into 5. Bagnaia sweep on through. He's conducted right now by the number 1.
Bagnaia might not have given up on quality yet.
He's taken a nightmare for the reigning world champions. In 3 years, 1,043 days, Marc Marquez was last victorious on a Sunday. Motorland Aragon, one of the greatest comebacks in Grand Prix history. It's win number 86, and none will feel quite as good as this. All the sacrifices have been worth it. The old magic is still there. What a moment for Marc Marquez. A magnificent 7th win in Motorland for the 8 times world champion. Marc is back. That's his 25th sprint podium in 32. His 14th win was not, I think, will feel quite as good as that.
That is a statement win from Jorge Martin. A major away win as Jorge Martin upsets Bagnaia in the Misano Prix.
Chapter 13 of 20, the 2024 MotoGP World Championship is about to unfold here in the Red Bull Grand Prix of San Marino. Are we about to see our first flag-to-flag Grand Prix of this season? It's lights out and we are waiting in MotoGP here in Misano at Jorge Martin. Absolutely nailed the start once again. He's already got through on Marco Bezzecchi. He's on the inside now. Frankie Moore done into the first corner.
Martin straight through on Frankie Moore. Done into Costa up into the fourth. Like they're prepping and they've both had Bezzecchi.
Echo Bagnaia, the world champion, in position A.
Contact with Mancini and Marc Marquez. Costa bouncing back into Bezzecchi who runs wide.
Boy, Martin, very far. What's going to Martin? Oh, that's so close. Costa tries again to find a way through. Morbidelli. And there is more contact. Oh, who's down?
It's Pedro Costa.
The rain has been coming stronger.
So what's it be Morbidelli? He goes down.
Morbidelli is the first victim. Martin goes wide. Martin's putting his hand up. I think they're just letting their teams on here. They're coming in. So Martin has rolled the dice then. He has come into pit lane. Bagnaia has carried on. Jorge Martin, the world championship leader, is the only rider who has decided he's seen enough. Too risky, too dangerous. Martin then takes a huge decision.
Marc Marquez is quite happy to watch. He's up in the second place.
Marquez is going through on the inside. He just made that look so easy. Marquez is at least here in Misano.
Through the first sector on the lap that's been completed, Jorge Martin was 2 seconds slower than the leaders. If it doesn't rain again, Jorge Martin blinks too early.
Back in the pits here, Jorge Martin. This is the second time then he has come into pit lane. Marc Marquez, the 31-year-old Spaniard who's going to be victorious twice in 7 days. It was a magnificent, memorable motorland for Marc Marquez, and he repeats it here in Misano. Marc Marquez is your Grand Prix winner here in San Marino. He does win back-to-back races in the Premier Class for the first time in 3 years.
Again, of 19 points today in the World Championship.
Jorge Martin, what is going through the head? Enea Bastianini comes home in third place in front of his home crowd.
But Marc Marquez is now 53 points off the World Championship leader.
What a race that was by Marc Marquez. It's a sweet sprint success in San Marino for Pecco Bagnaia. He takes the checkered flag. Pecco Bagnaia returning to the top steps here in his beloved Misano. And it could be a historic day for Bagnaia and for Ducati. They should wrap up yet another constructible championship. 4 points is the gap separating series leader Jorge Martin. It is lights out, and we are racing in MotoGP here in Emilia Romagna. Once again, Jorge Martin has made the perfect launch way from second on the good heat on the inside. A little bit hot though around the outside, though will go Bagnaia, and Bagnaia now just where he wanted to be in first. Here comes Martin on the brake. Martin is going to go for the inside line once again. Bagnaia made a mistake there, trying to be aggressive, and now Martin then has hit the front, game on. Why? What on earth is going on here with Pecco Bagnaia? I think Pecco Bagnaia just having problems struggling with that rear tyre. Oh, Bagnaia come down! Pecco Bagnaia has crashed out of third place. Can you believe it? Another monumental pendulum swing in this year's MotoGP World Championship. How significant could that mistake be from Bagnaia? Number one, Pecco Bagnaia is out of the Misano Grand Prix. 1 lap to go. Bastianini then honing in. He's been sat on Martin's rear tyre. Here comes Bastianini. Now that is really good. And he runs Martin out of the paintwork. Enea Bastianini, the beast wins here in the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix. He takes the checkered flag first. He does take Ducati's 100th MotoGP success, but it comes with great controversy. Marc Marquez takes third. Enea Bastianini is Ducati's 100 hero. Magnificent Mandalika circuit. Jorge Martin's crashed out on that one. Bagnaia then, probably the biggest sprint win of his career so far. Pecco Bagnaia does take the second flag first. Back in wonderful Indonesia. Bring in the noise, bring in the passion as they always do, the Indonesians. fans, who will be our winner for the Grand Prix of Indonesia. Right now we're racing in MotoGP here, not the launch away from the head of that second row, the Pecco Bagnaia one finishes the Ducati, Dublin away from that fourth place. It's Jorge Martin that is at lead.
All right, and crash to the back. We've got a KTM down, Alex Marquez, and a Leighton Farnborough down there too. Got a pass Bagnaia, that was very second, and fourth again, both passing Bagnaia. The Costa does go through on back in second place. Martin certainly is the one with confidence of this thing. He's leading now over a second. Like ahead of us, there was a move coming, certainly coming from Marc Marquez on Pecco Bagnaia, and Antonio may well get himself involved. These are the three riders next year that are going to be on 2025 Special Ducati. And again, Antonio fancy a rematch with Marc Marquez. He went through into 7th place.
Bagnaia now does drop down to a 1:30.750, so he's taking a 2/10 out of Martin.
Marquez is just over a second behind Pecco Bagnaia, but he's in 5 of the race lead.
Oh, Marc Marquez has got a problem. Oh, it's on fire. Got to jump off that, he won't realise this. He's going to get a very, very hot right boot right now, and he'll be jumping off that. That is game over. You feel maybe game over as well. Now we've seen this from the beat, just shows finally the confidence with that leader rear tyre.
He's now the fastest rider of the leading four. He, like Bagnaia, might be saying after the race, I just left myself way too much to do after a poor first half of the race.
Morbidelli is not giving this one up at all. Look at that, that's from Morbidelli. Baccini has got the inside line, finally and through 12 to beat go. Oh, he's down! It's too much, the pace too hot for Baccini to handle.
Bagnaia is gifted 4th place by Marco Bezzecchi.
Bagnaia sweeps on through on the run to turn 10, 3rd. He crashed out in Mandalika in 2022, in 2023. He crashed out of the Mandalika sprint here yesterday, but for the very first time in Indonesia, Jorge Martin, he is the master of Mandalika. Vamos is the message on the 89 pit board, and he seizes back control of this year's MotoGP World Championship. Come on, Prima Comeback Racing say, as he takes a monumental victory in this year's MotoGP battle. Welcome back to Grand Prix of Japan. Oh, he's gone down! Pedro Acosta, can you believe it? Pecco Bagnaia is going to take a priceless sprint victory here in Motegi. 15 points in the championship, the pressure is building. A lot resting on the shoulders of the Prima Comeback Racing star. Goes from the 4th row of the grid after that big mistake in that Q2 yesterday morning. The countdown to Bagnaia versus Martin, Chapter 2 is well and truly underway. It's lights out and we're racing MotoGP here in Japan. Great start from that 2nd place on the grid. The Pecco Bagnaia, he's going to get the whole shot ahead of Pedro Acosta. Once again, Pedro Acosta wipes the nose of the world champion as they grab the front brake into the 1st corner. But it once again is Bagnaia who gets the lead early on here, just as he did in the sprint yesterday.
Martin hasn't made the same progress. He's come to the first exit. In fact, he's now up into 6th place, back to his teammates off.
Wow. Martin launching away on the inside of Marc Marquez. He's got the inside line of Baccini as well there. This has been an awesome first lap for the world champion leader, 11th to 4th. Marquez working his way back through on the fast starting Aussie Miller, then back into P5.
Who's that down at the right corner?
Oh, Acosta! Pedro Acosta then, 2nd time in 24 hours. The Shark stumbles, the Shark spills out of contention. And that, of course, now first push. Jorge Martin up into second place. He started his Grand Prix in the middle of that fourth row in 11th. It's taken him 3.5 laps to get himself up into P2.
Bagnaya's lead is 1.4 seconds from Jorge Martin.
Marc Marquez with the classic block pass there on Brad Binder down into turn 5.
But Bagnaya is just keeping his World Championship rival at arm's length here.
And it would the gap come down to 10 points. The sun starts poking through the clouds here in Motegi. The gap shrinks to just 10 points as through the victory corner here in Japan. It has been a Motegi masterclass from reigning world champion Pecco Bagnaia. He led the Japanese Grand Prix from start to finish. His first Motegi MotoGP success. 10 points then now is the gap between Martin and Bagnaia. A dominant start to finish victory in that Tissot sprint. In control of the MotoGP World Championship, 16 points clear of Pecco Bagnaia. Round 17 of 20 in Phillip Island. Marc Marquez starts second. The world champion needs to shine from row 2. And Jorge Martin goes in third. A priceless first win on Australian soil. It's lights out, and we are racing in. Wheel spin to Marc Marquez. There is now coming back through. Well, an awful start for Marquez. It's Martin though that leads.
There he is, just on the inside of an Bagnaya.
They lean on each other. How the heck is Marc Marquez in 6th place? I mean, the first sector was just ultra aggressive. The second coming into his long lap penalty loop. Bagnaia not really having to work too hard. Marquez then now flings it on the inside of Binder. Let it go down. Back crash has happened for so many riders. Marquez loaded through on Morbidelli. Now begin the chase to Bagnaia directly ahead of him. He is really now starting to pile the pressure on Bagnaia.
Pulls out of the slipstream of Bagnaia, able to go no further, can't get alongside. Martin flying into turn 1, and it's now put him right under pressure.
What a move that was. Here comes Martino with some instant payback, and that allows Marc Marquez to come through. This race has come alive, folks, here in Phillip Island. Bagnaia losing touch here is now over 3 seconds out of this battle. Marquez just cannot get that gap down. Boy, Martin goes defensive. Look at the Ducati. They go side by side, move turn 5. Martin was slightly offline. It's the 93. Marc Marquez, that lead. Martin launched on the inside of Marc Marquez.
Marquez is going to send it down the inside. And forces Martin to give way.
And that was really aggressive, really hard from Marc Marquez. It was a shocking start for Marc Marquez. Martin not close enough. Marc Marquez brings the thunder down under. Wins an epic Australian Grand Prix. Jorge Martin takes second place. Bagnaia limps home in third place. Absolute magic of your MotoGP World in 2024. It is a second sprint win of 2024 for Enea Bastianini. Pecco Bagnaia does complete the podium. He finished over a second behind Martin and a check flag. Chapter 18, the gripping story of Jorge Martin versus Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia about to come out fighting from pole position, and the world champion leader 5 away from the front row. It's lights now, we are racing, and what a launch away by Jorge Martin.
Contact Marc Marquez for the
side by side. They rub elbows to the top two riders. You can hear the roar of the crowd. Marquez in third place. Costa runs off the circuit. He's going to lose a whole bunch of places. Marquez runs one big mistake on the front end then. He loses the lead, and now he's back in third place. Somebody has gone down. It is Anea Bastianini. Back at the front, it's Bagnaia from Marquez. Marquez, is he close enough to send it on the inside of Bagnaia into turn 12? You bet it is. Marquez made a mistake once again. Got to be careful there. Marquez, he'll have the inside line. He's going to run it hot. Bagnaia saw that coming. So hard, so desperate he was, save that front end slide. Oh dearie me. Bagnaia it is, that lead. Marquez Nr behind him was slightly faster. The battle for fourth place.
Acosta's patience has now finally run out. Clean move.
RB16 go side by side on the flag race now. Acosta now flings it on the inside of Miller into 5.
Supreme bravery, but also supreme skill. The comeback Miller and better Acosta. Acosta now the inside line for turn 7.
Bagnaia starting towards the biggest win of the season without any question. Bagnaia wins here in Burrow. Jorge Martin takes second place. Pedro Acosta, he does take third place. Mathematically now, we have just 2 left standing in the race to glory as we head to the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. Jorge Martin holds all the aces as the Sepang Sprint are setting closer to title glory. It's Judgment Day for the Martinez as Jorge Martin has match point speed number 1 in the 2024 MotoGP World Championship. Pedro Bagnaia being a Magic Malaysia display to stay in the hunt. It's lights down, we're racing here. Into Sepang MotoGP, side by side. They touch, they rub legs. Martin runs wide. Bagnaia seizes the inside line. Oh, no, it's now further back. Big crash further back. I think both backs to KTM are down.
Bagnaia puts his hand up. I think the red flag, race red flag due to a crash at turn 2.
All riders are conscious. Here we go then. Take 2. It's lights out, we're racing once again in Malaysia. This time around, Pedro Bagnaia does make the cleaner start. Here comes Martin with the element of surprise. He has a big shake. Bagnaia back at the front.
Here comes Martin once again on the inside.
Martin, he's got it wide. Bagnaia's going to cut to the inside line. Martin, incredible action here. Here we go, what a battle this is.
Martin having a look now into turn number 4. And for the third time, but not for very long.
Now once again, comes Martin. They're almost going to touch on the exit now. He's going to raise the back edge of the state action. Martin and Bagnaia, side by side. Who's going to have the end of the race into turn 1?
Martin on the inside, but he looks like the lead continues to change hands.
Martin into turn 4 he goes. Bagnaia gets him on the cutback.
Martin up again. Wow, into turn number 5.
Marquez looking lovely there. Front row seat. Bagnaia's got the inside line in the turn 15. They rub knees, they rub elbows once again. Bagnaia goes defensive on the inside over the blind crest now. What a opening that was this Malaysian Grand Prix. Marquez in third place. Martin happy to be in this position. He doesn't want to lose 5 points, but if second is the best he can do, well then so be it. Oh, Marquez crashed. Martin, all he has to do now is make sure that he finishes behind Pecco Bagnaia. Focus, that is the key message. Bagnaia, he said he was going to be aggressive, and boy was he true to his word. Pecco Bagnaia then keeps the rematch alive in the Malaysian Grand Prix. Boy, Martin's going to lose by points. Iron grip on glory remains. The champion then will be decided at the season finale in Barcelona. We are racing in Barcelona, but of course we are racing for Valencia. Jorge Martin or Pecco Bagnaia, who will put his name at the top of the Tower of the Champions after our last Grand Prix of the season? Pecco Bagnaia then does indeed take his 7th Tissot sprint win of the season. And the rematch rolls on into a tense final day showdown here in Catalonia. The rematch rocks on. Jorge Martin and Pecco Bagnaia. It has all come down to the final day of the season. It's the title decider here in Montmello. Lights out and we are racing. Bagnaia gets the perfect launch away from pole position. Martin Tissot goes world champion Jorge Martin. Bagnaia leads though here in a race he simply has to win. Marquez very close behind Jorge Martin, and Marquez over the inside line at 93, and Marquez moves on into second place. Martin for the second lap in a row goes past the Lady Spargo in third, then although this time he's tested. Lady Spargo gets the inside line once again on an air Machini. Machini was on the brake too late, as it turns out he goes way off into the shortcut and he's dropped 4th and 6th place. Now Lady Spargo is coming under a bit of pressure from Alex Marquez. Martin then, he is going to be crowned world champion from the podium. Pecco Bagnaia wins the Grand Prix of Barcelona. But Jorge Martin is the 2024 MotoGP world champion. A lifelong dream comes true in Catalonia. Independent team rider to win the Premier Class title since Italian legend Valentino Rossi. What a moment, what a day for the Martinator and Prima from Racing. A day he'll never forget. Hasta la vista, baby. Martinator climbs to the top of the Tower of Champions. He's your 2024 MotoGP World Champion. What a season. He deserves it. A great world champion, Jorge Martin.
Welcome to the most exciting sport on earth. The world's most fearless riders, the fastest bikes, the most forward-thinking manufacturers. This is the hunt. The next one. We ride the edge of possibility. Our riders and machines are always first on the throttle, last on the set flag, but on that ever-moving finish line of this process. We ride together as one over the racing track. The riders, the engineers, the technicians.
aku rames-rames di karo kowe.
come crashing in here on the back straight. I can tell you plenty of cars for the time being up here in commentary. You're joining myself, Nico Giles, alongside me, Elliot York, still here, waiting to take you through Moto3 Practice, the all-important practice. The top 14 of this one will guarantee themselves a chance at pole position tomorrow afternoon. Everyone else will have to work extra hard to come through Q1, but that's all about tomorrow. We're talking about the present, the Moto3. Well, the title may be already wrapped up, but there's still plenty left to fight for. Adrian Fernandez leading the way this morning, looking comfortable. Last weekend's pulses are over in Indonesia, still chasing at a elusive first victory. And perhaps maybe those tricky and changeable conditions here on the island might as well favour someone who has got some of the most experience out there in the MotoGP.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nico. Good afternoon to everyone else listening in as well. Looking forward to this one, especially with the blue skies around here in Phillip Island. Much better conditions than we had this morning for Moto3 Practice one. Spoke to a couple of the riders and the team managers as well, and they said conditions this morning were really, really tough, and as we saw, plenty of crashes, especially at Miller Corner. It was very, very easy to get things wrong. A few riders did, of course, but thankfully no riders were injured, so we're going to get a full roster out for Moto3 Practice. Still digital flags there, very windy, changeable direction as well. So we're going to need to be careful in the opening 15-20 minutes. We'll see the time attack towards the end of the session. Hopefully the weather plays ball. I think it will do. It's absolutely good. But yeah, looking forward to this one. As you say, Kiko, the title was wrapped up brilliantly by Jose Antonio Rueda last weekend in Indonesia. A phenomenal season from the Spaniard, but plenty left to play for. That two battle between Keras and Giles, and would have been Munoz as well. Get well soon to 6-4. It's really bubbling up nicely.
This is Jose Antonio Rueda. He's already been crowned world champion this year with 4 rounds to spare. He's looking at going to Moto2 next year, steps up with the same team he's in. I can tell you, looks like he's already training a little bit about it, so he's packed on some muscle. So that's exactly what he needs to be doing if he jumps up next year. Of course, that is what he's doing. We have 35 minutes of Moto3 Practice. Got underway, and it is the cars of the light brigade downfield. Here we are, we join in with the PS Moto Gaviota Aspar team. This is Max Kilos, number 28, second at the corner, of course, is perhaps looking for a particularly strong qualifying tomorrow. Because qualifying has been a bit of a weakness in the rookie campaign. But keep an eye on the 28, but the first looking to negotiate practice here this afternoon for the stage. He's not going to fall on me, but he's through on this session yet either. He's got pace, as we have seen on a Friday afternoon. Not in strong.
So it can't sometimes get in strong boys, but funny especially the 28 should sail through into the top 14 this afternoon. You mentioned the second place fight. Giles can also wrap up the Rookie of the Year fight as well. Of course, we've got Alvaro Carti as his only challenger really towards the end of the season. This weekend if it's also Giles' way, which is an accolade that everyone wants to win in their rookie season. You're fighting against everyone, of course, when you come into the World Championship, but the fellow rookies are the ones that you reference points to. Then Giles after missing 4 races, he's with a shout of the silver medal, of course, at the end of the season. So if you can pick up that silver medal as well as the Rookie of the Year crown, it's already been a brilliant season, no matter what happens from here. Giles has been super impressive, arguably the most impressive rider on way from the World Champion.
Perhaps look at Jacob Ralston needs a ride for 2026. The young Australian just 2 seasons into Moto3, but he's left. The music is starting to stop, and the hasn't got somewhere to sit. That's the problem for the number 12 for Jacob Ralston. There are some seats still around, or yet to be publicly confirmed, at least in terms of what we're gathering up here in Commons. There's been a few seats that have been rumoured to be taken, but it seems like there still are some options, so we'll have to wait and see about that and whether Jacob Ralston's name can land one of them. But the young Australian is coming off the back of his career best result last time out in Indonesia, carrying that momentum home here to Phillip Island, and we're looking to see if he can build on what was a very positive round 18 last time out.
Yeah, it certainly was, as you rightly mentioned, Nico. Best ever result in Moto3. Okay, he's got a bit of luck, but Jacob Ralston had plenty of bad luck this year, so the number 12 was due a bit of good luck, one thing, and that luck came his way in Indonesia. Hopefully that comes his way for 2026 as well. We desperately hope that Ralston is on the grid in 2026. Fully deserves a ride. He's had a strong season after what happened
in pre-season with his big injury that he picked up, fractured vertebrae. He never really come back from, a loss of confidence, of course, as well. But the only two rides that he hasn't picked up points in hasn't been his fault. He's been the bike that doesn't go through for him. So yeah, hopefully the variety will come from Alston in the next couple of weeks, where we do expect Tony to be remaining to build and confirm. And fingers crossed, it'll be great for the odds fans as well to cheer on Alston again in Moto3 next year. They've already got Joel Kelso, of course, signed up for the Prix and Lab team. But they'll be hosting Alston, and we will be hosting Alston to get sorted as well. We have a look at Cormac Buchanan, who is, as I said earlier, about as close to home as he's going to get all season. The ride from Invercargill in New Zealand. We're looking to try and get back to the point for the first time in Germany when he's in the top 10. Do you wonder where David Munoz is? Get well soon, David Munoz. Big crash for him last time out. No fault of his own. Tangled up with Adrian Fernandez, or got tangled up with Adrian Fernandez at turn 12 over in Indonesia. He was placed by the number 51 of Brian Uriarte. Thanks for the correction in the pronunciation there. Of course, I did not think that Spanish would have such a British name, but never mind, I was wrong again. But we don't need to be reminded about that. What a shot as they go down the Wayne Gardner straight into the Dillon corner. And it is going to be a baptism of fire for Brian Uriarte to come in here at a track that he doesn't know, Phillip Island's a track where you've got to have a bit more faith rather than feel, and to learn it, and you've already had a wet session straight out in the deep end right now, trying to get the job dialed in. The first time here on slick tyres is going to be eyes on springs for the remaining 30 minutes, but don't discount it. Brian Uriarte, you've got pace, he's looking at wrapping up the MotoGP title very, very soon. We all know what that means. If you do that, you are a real hot prospect.
Yeah, he's already won the Red Bull Rookie Cup Championship, of course, 7 wins, 9 podiums, 55 points. He was ahead of second place Vader Fratama, who is another name that we might be looking forward to welcoming to the grid next year, but that's to be confirmed as well. Yeah, of all the places to be a World Championship debut, Phillip Island is getting thrown in the deep end, isn't it? But Uriarte, as we know, and as we'll get to know as well, next year the year to have plenty to offer. Hopefully in this session now, a bit of a cleaner one after his crash on the exit from turn 4. First engine just super easily does so. You can't be too disheartened by that. A lot of the riders went down there as well. He's focusing on Joel Kelso, the other home hero, of course. He went well this morning, did Joel Kelso, just inside that top 5, and just briefly caught up with Alessandro Finich, the team manager, and just asked him if it was all good. He was shooting past. He said, yeah, all good, ready for this afternoon. So let's see what the Aussie can do. But if he's opening few laps, then into the rest of the session as well.
Kelso at the moment with 3 red sectors up on the timing graphic, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. On the timing now on the left hand side, we go through it every time, but the 14 riders, the top 14 all highlighted with white background in their place order. That means they through at the moment due to everyone else having to go via Q1, but that is going to chop and change right away through this session, because as we say, this is the first time the Moto3 guys have been out there and are on slick tyres, so this is effectively one big learning curve, and could have easily been a free practice one, really. They are properly in at the deep end, and they're going to have to work it out. Luckily, some riders like Adrian Fernandez, Joel Kelso, Angel Gutierrez, they've got the experience there here. Jose Antonio Ueda, another one, but the riders who don't have the experience, maybe this is going to be a real test of their nerve here.
Yeah, I think another thing to mention is, I think you mentioned it this morning, Kiko, that the tactics, I think in practice this afternoon with the weather so unpredictable, as I mentioned, it looks fairly calm and sort of blue skies, sunshine, and obviously still a bit of wind about, but I think it is important to go out there and get some bank lap times in early doors. You don't know what the weather is going to do later on this afternoon, so get some times in early doors, give a bit of a push as much as you can to give yourself less stress towards the end of the session. Flying formation for the Red Bull KTM trio, that was the world champion Jose Antonio Ueda, narrowly avoiding running into the back of Jacob Wilson down at turn 10.
Very, very lucky to get away with that. Thankfully, he went to the outside and not the inside, otherwise he might have had to get him down there at what was formerly empty corner. Now he's nameless, I don't know why, so hence sending you suggestions for what we can call that, or what Australian legends we can name it after. We are coming through turn 1. This is the Dillon corner. This is down in towards the southern loop, and what an opening sector of racetrack this is here at Phillip Island. This is Max Kilo just blasted on by Stefano Nepa. Kilo's improved. We said about getting a banker last time. That's really important. The problem is, still working on setup. If you haven't had a dry session, you're still working on that absolutely ideal setup here at Phillip Island. You know, seems that riders got lots of experience, some more than others, particularly here in Australia, but still trying to get that bike working for you. So getting a banker in is harder to do it when your bike's not working for you than it is right at the end of a session. At the start of a normal weekend, we've had clear conditions all the way through. So getting the bankers in one thing, but they're going to be improving all the way through this. I reckon we'll be down towards 34s within no time. What we're having a look at here, this is Alvaro Carboneiro. He did this morning, just ran out so wide. He's got out a lot wider early on as well, just about misses the gravel, bumping around all over the place on the exit of the southern loop. Foot down, lose a mark in trial for that. You can see how wet it is offline as well. Whoa, kick up a bit of water. Thank you very much. Back on the racetrack, head down behind the screen, and off he goes again. But Alvaro Carpe, he's definitely finding the track limit.
Certainly is. Just wondering if that may have been affected by a gust of wind. We are experiencing that. We're going to experience it for the rest of the weekend as well. We didn't see Carpe mistake to do that this morning. A small error around this Phillip Island circuit with the wind conditions as well. So these will be consequences as we have already seen this morning. Potentially there for Carpe as well. Found a bit of form last time out here at Carpe, which is good news. I'm really disappointed to be caught up with the Almanza crash for a starter was also caught up in as well. But he regained some important confidence, and I did mention the Keyless Carpe Rookie of the Year fight. He does look like he's going to go away with Keyless this year. Carpe dropped down to 6th overall. If Carpe can just find his way back into that podium fight and get into the mix again, then he could make Keyless life a little bit more difficult than Keyless would want in the last 4 races. So good to see the 83, who was once Jose Antonio Raiders' chief title rival, of course, teammate in the replication Mayo box. But I think the overriding feeling after the decision was Yayo, who managed to tell it as well, that Carpe is back, or relatively back anyway, especially after the tough year.
I mean, it has been a really tricky post-summer period there, I've got to say, for Alvaro Carpe. I mean, the DNF last time out, perhaps no fault of his own, but again, you're putting yourself in a battle with riders that don't really pull punches. Samuel Almanza might have got a long lap penalty for it, but Carpe was already being shuffled back by Simon Furitato. So, Carpe perhaps innocent, but still really to do without fighting it out at that stage of the race already. So Carpe have a little bit of work to do, but he's had patience for coaching in his rig, so that's no way that Alvaro Carpe hasn't got his pace. But the flyways as well, these young riders get very, very tired. It's going to be the longest season anyone's ever done, but the rookies are coming in and really got to do a lot of laps and a lot of racing, lots and lots of travel and all kinds of stuff and all the normal stuff that goes on out of the track as well, like PR events and press conferences and all this kind of stuff. All of the things that you don't necessarily see in a Moto3 FP or practice session. There's a lot of stuff that they've got to take on board. Rather than want their own as well out here, they've got the team around them, but perhaps some of those familiar family faces that they used to back home in Europe. So maybe for some it takes a little bit more time to adapt. But Alvaro Carpe, well, has definitely lit up 2025 at various points. He looks finished with a very, very nice flurry of results.
Yeah, I think the podium is really important for Carpe, and that side of the box going into next year, of course, they remain the same, and they do welcome Ryan Oriarte into Jose Antonio Raiders' vacancy. They're also getting a little bit out of shape there, down into turn 10, the downhill braking zone, just as you come around turn 9. Fantastic part of the circuit. There isn't really a non-fantastic part of this circuit, is there? Behind the turn 9, also just getting it wrong, the Australian up into P7 as things stand. Kelso in second place, so good day so far for the Australians. But as Tito rightly mentioned, the times are going to struggle throughout this session. Almanza is on a good one here. Let's get the 22 across the line. After 2 crashes this morning, that's a good lap time from Almanza. Remember, has a long lap penalty to serve on Sunday, so he, first and foremost, top 14 is an absolute must. And then he needs to try and qualify as well as possible tomorrow. Time for a starter about to cross line just behind the riders who want an area behind Maximo Keyless on the 72. And he goes into 3 dropping for a starter.
Dropping for a starter, nice to see him winners on a Friday. That makes a very close shake. And I find it start a little bit better as we come on into this 2025 season. So perhaps I'm being a little bit harsh on the number 73 there. actually, the type of Rosato's big problem of late has been getting to the second flag because he's really struggled to hold it all together. As we said, his DNF in the last 5 GPs, not all of them necessarily his entire doing, but definitely ones that could have been avoidable.
Yeah, exactly. The Japanese GP1 was unfortunately for Rosato's top career coming through turn 2, and then, as mentioned, it got caught up in the Almanza incident over the penultimate corner last time out in Indonesia. For Rosato was 7th here last year, was in that lead group until David Alonso broke clear in the closing stages. So the whole gaggle of riders who were in that lead group last year, I mean, Philip Island always lends itself, especially in Moto3, to huge gaggles of riders at the front. It's fascinating watch, as always, in Moto3 around the fantastic circuit. Jose Antonio Reda has a little bit of a skew behind him, as we've seen so often this season with the 99 round into the Money Dynamo intact GP boys, Pini, Uriarte, and then out on the Pereira. Well, Pereira's going to get a nice stream down the garden straight.
Across the line they go, Becerra does, he does move up to 6th place, just a little bit of a delay there on mine. Pini dangerous moment, Wilson up there in the top 7, so good stuff from him. We're going to get through a start across the line, he's punching a hole in the air for about Kilos. For a start, he goes up to 2nd, Kilos does not improve, so lots of personal bets coming right the way through. Mentioned about importance of qualifying for David Almanza because of that long lap. He's been in the top 10 in all but 3 Grand Prix qualifying sessions this year, so Almanza has definitely got what it takes to put 1 lap together. He's great craft, perhaps lacking a little bit, and he's got 1 long lap penalty. I know there were calls for a couple, but it was his first offence taken right out, and it took a little bit of a while for them to come to that decision as well. I think Almanza was arguing that he was down on the right-hand side of the bike, he couldn't see where the others were. It was a very similar instance what we saw back in MotoGP back in Practice 2018 with Lorenzo Dolby and Jorge Lorenzo. But I think it's fair to say, yeah, the majority of the blame to be laid with David and a long lap penalty fine. But luckily, around here, and this is why Marco Bezzecchi is interested in double long lap coming into effect. Turn 4 is a long lap penalty booth. Not a very long one. It shouldn't be too much of a penalty come Sunday. So qualifying important, but 1 long lap for sure. David Almanza is still going to be in that peloton group at the front.
Yeah, certainly so. All we've got to do is look at Stefano Netta's race from last year where he had a double long lap. Dan ran wide, took a lap towards the end, so 2.5 long laps really for Netta, and he still crossed the line in 4th place. Crossing the line in 4th place now is Jacob Ralston, the Australian. Look at that switching effect of his play down into turn 1. Good section so far from Ralston up inside that top 4, 1 place behind his compatriot, the old Kelso.
Down in towards turn 2. I tell you what, pick a line any will do. I think that was Uriarte was out wide there, or was it Pini? Couldn't quite see, it was Uriarte. He was just out wide. He's had a couple of moments down there at the southern loop, but Uriarte doing very well up inside the top 14. 11th place at the moment, and so the second off. So Ryan Uriarte, we said he's got pace and potential. He's shown it in the Moto3 Practice.
He certainly has. He attached himself onto a good group there, didn't he? He was with Guido Pini, his teammate, Mrs. Balancing Throne. He's sat in the bottom, currently in 26th place. So something's not quite right there with the Argent side. Hopefully all okay with him anyway. 7 laps, but maybe something not quite straight, quite right on the machine. Yeah, Uriarte was behind Jose Antonio Rueda as well. I think that would have been a message from the team to go out and get yourself in a group, of course, with his teammate Rigatini, who is on a fast lap time now. He's going quicker through the circuit as well with a number 94.
Yeah, and that was with a all out of shape Angel Becerra to deal with. I wouldn't mind paying to see that ringside because Becerra and Pini, that's quite an interesting combination. Pini here might just trip over his temporary teammate here through turn 12 and out onto the Garda straight. A little bit of slippery perhaps coming Pini's way, but I don't know if he's just been forced there a little bit down across the line. He does go up to 4th, but does, as I thought he would do, lose a little bit of time as he comes by Ryan Uriarte. Carpe's on 14, that puts him up inside the top 14 and then nudges Rueda out of it, so the reigning, or the crown champion, number 99, a little bit of work to do. This is time for Rossato. Oyama there, and the rider Scott stood up there talking to him and getting the latest entirety restart for his first run, which saw a fast lap of a 1:35.675, half a second.
Yeah, just trying to listen to what Rossato was saying. I think it was turn
two that he was pointing at and just sort of making a well, sort of sign, sort of neck sort of thing. So I'm not sure what was going on there for a starter, but maybe that's a potential play to struggling with, or potentially with display there as well. But it's been a good session so far for us. The Honda top two as well. They haven't won around here in a few years. I think it was Delaporte back in 2019 that were celebrating Honda's last win around the island in Moto3. So in recent years and in general, KTM have been the stronger package around Phillip Island here. But the recent races, they've got some momentum this morning. KTM in the package still, no doubt about it. Focusing on the World Championship right from KTM. But Honda have just play in the last few rounds that a few of the riders, like Fernandez especially, just as they're getting a little bit, of course, the next one on the podium much time out as well.
Yeah, and Fernandez really did, as I say, it was a Spain earlier, Honda victory right up the street in Mandalika. It was a real opportunity lost for the number 31.
Making up for it so far today. Friday here at Phillip Island. Thanks for joining us. Just getting up early in Europe. Thanks for joining us. If you're not getting up early in Europe, it's always a pleasure to have you at the other end. And of course, you'll be able to stay tuned. Qualifying coming up tomorrow. The rest of today's action, MotoGP Tissot Sprint tomorrow, and of course, Grand Prix Sunday. Before we head off to Packabag, and the last one on the flyways, Malaysia and the Sepang circuit next weekend. It's a little bit more of a favourable time for our friends and family back in Europe. We're looking at Cormac Buchanan. He's just moved up into the top 14, goes 13th place at the moment. The top 11, I can tell you, are covered by less than a second. Buchanan at the moment, 1.1 off, just a few thousandths adrift of Uriarte, who is ahead of him. Joel Kelso, top 3 at the moment. That will be very, very good if you can see that right the way through with just a quarter of an hour remaining here. And Trent from Fernandez's P1. This is Fernandez's teammate Almanza, who completes the top half dozen, and then a quarter of a second away from his P1 teammate.
Yeah, the times of standards are a lot closer than they were this morning. The top sort of, well, 14 down to 14, split by 3 seconds, and everyone is within that range of time at this moment in time. Riders who have got a little bit of work to do, let's say Yamanaka down in 24th, and Benjamin Brony down in 26th as well. He's still sat in pit lane, not quite sure what's going on with the Argentine. Scott Ogden, we don't usually see he's down outside the top 20 on a Friday, but of course Rueda sitting outside the top 14. We know that Rueda is the only rider so far in 2025 to have a 100% top 14 record on a Friday, so he'll be wanting to keep that. Not that he'll be thinking about that record per se, but that's something he'll want to sort of make his Saturday afternoon a little bit easier. The reigning world champion won't want to finish outside the top 14 on his first weekend as the number 1.
Say about Scott Ogden, he hasn't been inside the top 10 on a Friday afternoon in Austria, so it has been a little bit of a barren spell. It's been a very, very difficult return from summer for Doncaster's finest, I've got to say. Number 19, Scott Ogden, we're talking about, really, really struggling. For whatever reason, he's just not getting the results. He has had the highest point scoring tabula of the year, of already this year, so that's something to be positive about. But really, no points last time out, and it was a race of attrition last time out as well. So Scott Ogden probably could do with a real result. It's been a long time since Assen, when he was up inside the top 10. Of course, he had that wonderful pole in Germany before we got into the second half of this season. But besides that, it has been a very, very tricky run around for number 19.
Yeah, has a 5 points scored in the last 8 races, I mentioned. Ogden, who celebrated his 22nd birthday yesterday, so belated happy birthday to Scott. He qualified 5 here last year as well, which is his best for a long time with the M-Lab Honda team. Didn't quite go his way in the race. There's a technical issue over in Indonesia as well, but we are absolutely right. The British need a result and needs it pretty quickly as well to just inject that bit of confidence that's gone a bit missing since that German season forward, as we rightly said.
We're having a look at Alvaro Carpe. He's down there in the Red Bull KTM IO box. We've got just under 13 minutes to go. We're in our usual lull of proceedings, and then as usual we have Adrian Fernandez, who's still out there doing laps. This is Angel Piqueras, he's 8th at the minute, so Carpe is 10th, Piqueras is 8th. Listen then, Luca Lanetta, podium finisher last time out in the career best P2 in Indonesia. Asia, and then just behind Alvaro Carpe, Netta, Uriarte, your super sub for David Munoz, Cormac McCannon there in 13th place. What a great ride that is so far from him. And Nicola Carraro, welcome back after missing the last two GPs through illness. 14th for him. Elio Shea right on the cusp, ahead of Jose Antonio Rueda, 15th, 16th for them. Joel Esteban's replacing Foggia, he's there in 17th. Matteo Bertani in his third GP back, there in 18th. Step Miller was 11th this morning in the drive, just suffering a little bit ahead of Ricardo Rossi, Mouche Moodley, Marco Morelli, Scott Ogden, Ryusei Yamanaka down in 24th place. That's a proper disaster here. Tactical Bradley on your screen is 25th for the number 5, and I suppose he's been up the escape route at turn 4 more times than he's made the apex at turn 4, and Valentin Peroni as we look there down in 26th and last place, and with only 7 laps or so on the board, and with the exception of Marco Morelli, that is the least of this session thus far. Morelli has only done 6.
Certainly has. So the tactic for the Honda team HQ then is to get out early in terms of time attack mode, try and get some lap times on the board. So as we can study the teammate Tayo Furusato, as things stand, Furusato looks very safe and sound going into that top 14, but as you know, plenty to change in the final 10 or so minutes. Adrian Fernandez is another one who just re-entered the pits actually. He's going to say that Fernandez a lot this season to go out early. He likes to lap on his own, get the lap times in without any interference. Fernandez has pulled in, so hopefully that's no issues for the current pace setter in this session, but it is the waiting game down in pit lane, and we so often see who will be beginning in. As we know, Philip Island, like a lot of the circuits, but Philip Island especially, that toe down the Gardner Straight is going to handle you a good 4, 5, 6, maybe even more, depending on the wind direction as well. So I think a lot of the riders, especially the ones down and outside the top 14, are going to want a good toe.
Coming up through the time, wonderful turn 9, drop off the other side of the world, down in towards turn 10. Tell you what, Boazza's in here, I tell you, Furusato is really a very, very good reference point for the number 5 at the moment. Boazza at the moment 7 tenths off, if he can hold it, he's going straight in the top 10 straight out, so not bad at all for Boazza. Of course, he's taking 18th from the losing time sector to sector, so it's extrapolation that and see where it's going to end up. But Boazza's coming to the line now. Does he improve in time? I'm sure he improves in time. It goes 11th, that's a big shock. So Tactical Boazza on his return had a nightmare this morning down, I think he was in 26th place. He's almost last this morning, perhaps 24th, just ahead of Uriarte. He was 24th, indeed. Uriarte was 25th, and then we had technical problems, but good stuff then from Tactical Boazza to move himself right into contention. Teamwork making dreamwork now.
Yes, certainly so. It didn't look like he was quite close enough to get a hold of this thing, but clearly having a reference to Furusato's teammate ahead of him helps a lot, as we see the piercing eyes of plenty of the riders. Fernandez watching on, Kelso sitting patiently in the back of the box. Those two riders, of course, P1 and P3 at the moment in time, will feel pretty confident. There's no real pressure on those two shoulders, but we've just seen some Boazza's lap time. There's plenty of lap time left on the table here, and as we mentioned, get a good victory, get a good reference into the review, sure, for the second of the time.
35.370 is the all-time lap record, held by Stefano Netta, who has had some of the best lap records around here. He likes the Phillip Island circuit, and he's 12th at the moment, so he wouldn't go straight through into Q2, but that will all change. So a 35.370 is the absolute outright lap record. I'd be surprised if we're not in and around, or maybe even under it, to be honest. There is a lot of time that Tactical Boazza is through left in this, so if Fernandez can find a little bit more time, he'll be right on that lap record, but he's in the picture at 8 minutes, just over to go. Rueda's leading round Valentin Peroni. I think that's Step Wheeler who's just jumped onto the back of them, so Step Wheeler's got a very, very good tour guide round here, that is for sure. We look at Ankel Sequeira, sitting in 8th for the minute, by no means safe though, as we go into the final run, and the flurry of fast lap times for sure.
Yes, the Rueda then leads the pack down the front straight for the first time. 8 minutes to go, just under 8 minutes, so we're going to get plenty of lap times in here. There is the 99 led by Valentin Peroni. As the Peroni places himself, well, we know he's looking at the time sheet, of course, as they do when they're sat in the box and looking when to go, when to not go, and who you do to choose. Rueda needs a lap time here. He's 17th as the world champion, but he's already made a march on Valentin Peroni. As we can tell, that Montgomery, who again running wide and into the escape route
at turn 4. I don't know how many times I have. You know, what maybe we see cruising down here. Just tell him how well he's doing in this, what his interpretation of turn 4 looks like. But talking to turn 4, this is Jose Antonio Rueda. He's right there. Makes it through nice and safely. Just a little bit off the foil today, Jose Antonio Rueda. I'm not sure he's particularly too happy to be down here on the island. He'll be definitely pleased he got the title wrapped up. But he comes through the second sector, quarter of a second off there. That's fine. It will put him up inside the top 14. But there's a lot of riders with personal best and even second best sectors coming through here.
Yeah, look at Rawson then halfway around the lap time. He's estimated to go P1 in the Australian. Keep an eye on the number 12 on a very similar pacing, of course, Red Bull KTM Tech 3 bike that we're watching on your screen here. This is the IO machine. Wait a minute, look at the lap time here. Damn it now, man. The 6 tenths under, I think the third split. Let's keep an eye on the Honda.
I think they're all behind this rider here. I think they're all chasing Jose Antonio Rueda and Valentin Peroni. Yes, they are indeed. Coming through the shot, Kilo, Stepfeeder. It's Macaras and Almanza. Almanza should be going P1 here and with a new like record to boot. He's going to get a load of slick. Massive hole being punched in the air. Rueda comes top line, moves up to P7. We need to be seeing further back. Kilo's on a 35.4. 34.7 for David Almanza. He smashes the lap record, obliterated the lap record in Moto3 by some 6 tenths of a second. So David Almanza, whatever he does for reference, he's got a 3/4 of a second advantage over the Max Kilos who was originally top. The Karas moved into second place, but he's still 6.5 tenths adrift.
Yeah, that's from that time then Almanza. He is comfortably going into the top 14 and he's directly Jacob Rawson. Said about him earlier on, he is now up into 4th place in the Karas, runs it wide out of turn 2. I think they did zone the corner around turn 3, so a mistake there for number 36. He loses lap time in the Karas, where is the other time? Yeah, he took to 2nd place, so the pressure off for now for the Karas. We're going to get a replay, are we? Piles runs wide, look at that. Piles dipping his wheels, just about keeping it off the grass. Back onto the racetrack. No, he just clips it there, but the Karas, of course, as you see there, runs it wide on the exit of turn 2. Well done, Karas, for keeping it upright.
Yeah, he really did well there. You can see that there's a few bumps all the way around here. There's little rolls that they've dropped up on the outside of the track on the grass, and that is really slippery stuff when you're on a Moto3 bike and it's wet down there. So good stuff from Angel Pagaz to keep that on 2 wheels. Coming through turn 8, the H-Shed, Cormac McCannon, 17th place at the moment, but he's going to put him right in contention. Oh, at the moment if he sticks into the yard, that might just cost him a tenth or 2. But with another one right in the middle of it as well. He's going to have a moment down in towards turn 10 to complete the hat-trick. Not this time, hold your breath, coming through. McCannon 1.2 off, it cost him some time, but he can hold it. Still moving through on this lap, and he's going to have a few more left in the tank yet.
Yeah, it's only as this is Joel Kelso and Joel Esteban behind him. The two Joels on track together. Kelso incidentally has been shuffled back down to P11 after being comfortable in 3rd place about 2-3 minutes ago. Kelso is now outside of the top 10 and definitely needs a lap time here. Joel Esteban moves into P12. Great stuff from Pontius Standing. Elio J now in P14 and on the front.
Yes, Buchanan lost a bit more time there, 1.8 seconds off. He improved his time, but not good enough. We said about a 36.5 not being good enough. Well, we're not wrong, I've got to say. You've got to be well in the 135 there, I've got to say, and I reckon there's a little bit more time. Carpe goes his way up into speed too, so Alvaro Carpe half a second still off David Almanza, who's putting a qualifying lap in speed, I've got to say, but good stuff from the 22. I'm not sure we're going to see too many riders beating Almanza's 34.7 and outright lap record.
No, we're not. Stefano definitely 19. We mentioned him already in this section. Had a great time of things. Last time he visited the island in 2024, finished before the closest probably he's ever been to the podium. Stefano Neto. He's only P4 in his career. None closer to the podium than last year here. Double on that podium, 2-3-4. He needs a lap time here though, Stefano Neto. It looks like this is going to race it well into the top 10 if he can hold it. He's got a bit of slippage, so it is P10. Not as high as I thought he was, but Neto importantly is in the top 14.
The layer part racing 1-2 as Fernandez comes through on a 35 too, so gets the gap down to his teammate at under half a second. We're into the final 3 minutes Netta's trying to come through on Carpe, that's at the southern loop. That's going to be practice, I've got to say. And I think Netta just thought better of it. Picking up Joel Kelso, needs a lap here, 12th place. This is going to put him right up. This should put him up in the top 3 if he can hold it. Does he hold it? Kelso, he lost an absolute bucket load of time in the final sector. Half a second he lost, and that puts him up 1 place. Muratado down closer to the cup, but Kelso is going to need to keep going here. Oh no, Jacob Ralston is pushing his bike up pit lane. Now Ralston at the moment is in 9th place. It is not absolutely nailed on. That's let go again. That's the 3rd mechanical problem that we've seen this year at a really difficult time. So Jacob Ralston's home weekend has not gone so far so good, particularly in Moto3 Friday practice.
Yeah, maybe spoke too soon about Ralston having some good luck finally. He's had some bad luck there. Another technical injury, it looks like, on that KTM. Thankfully, he's on the race. Hopefully, that doesn't signal more problems later on this afternoon. Ralston currently in P9. He's got around about 4 tenths to play with to drop outside the top 14. But tensions raised then in the sector 3 box.
I was just going to say as well, Matteo Bertelli moved up to 15th place, but couldn't quite get in the top 14 where his teammate is. I tell you what as well, Ralston, that's his second jumping, because we're already into the final 90 seconds as of now. Yamanaka trailing your fastest in this session. David Almanza down the front straight, hole in the air. Yamanaka moves in, Carraro is shifted out. We are now on everyone's last flying lap down towards 2, and I think Carraro is lapping right behind Yamanaka on track, so Carraro will have seen that, and he'll be getting his head down for sure now to try and squeeze in. Just over 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, Kelso's on the last lap time around, lost the whole chunk of time in the final split. That's probably down to slipstream. Maybe made a mistake somewhere, but to lose that much time without making a mistake is sorely down to slipstream. That lap time went wrong, or he sat out of it anyway, so this is an important lap time for Kelso. I think Sandy's sailing into the top 14, but not very confidently at this moment in time. That was his teammate Bertelli. He's in P16, final lap for the Italian.
Chiles is currently, where is Chiles? 7th, and he's not going to be improving that. He's coming down pit lane, that's why I was looking for Chiles. I think Chiles is safe. I reckon your top 10 are safe at the moment. Well, I'm going to say that. Perhaps there's a little bit of life left in this. Yeah, I'll get there in a minute. 20 seconds or so to go. Chiles is rolling out. He's going to get a practice start at least. But there's some change down the field. We've got Fernandez is on a personal best. Carraro's looking at coming through here. We're picking up Fernandez now. Fernandez, oh no, sorry, he's not on a personal best at all. Comes through the 3rd sector, 9 tenths off. He's following Jose Antonio Rueda. Fernandez is going to be in anyway. Second flag is out now. So this is what you see, what you get. Rueda takes the flag, stays in 6th. Fernandez takes 2nd. Where is Nicola Carraro? Is he going to bump? Do you say Yamanaka out? Yamanaka is coming to the line as well. I don't think we had a lot of change there at all. I think they actually lost a load of time right at the end. So Yamanaka is in for the moment. Carraro is definitely out. Eddie O'Shea, Valentin Peroni, Scott Ogden, Marco Morelli, Rawazli, Jeff Milan, Uriarte and Rossi are definitely out. There are a few people on far flaps, but I don't think there's going to be much change. So Ryusuke Yamanaka may well have just got away with that. Kelso moves up into 5th place. That's a good last flying lap from the 66 to get that one done, but I just don't see anyone else on a lap time. I think everyone's taking a checkered flag. That is all she wrote. Almanza Fernandez, a Leopard 1, says first the car base, the Keras 4, and home hero Joel Kelso has sublime skip on his last flying lap.
Yeah, he did in the end of the 66, but he landed a top 5 lap time, so top 5 in both FP1 and practice signals a good Friday for Joel Kelso, and Jacob Ralston did survive in the latter stages after some form of issue on the motorcycle. P11 for Jacob Ralston, and Furasato as well, he's just taken the checkered flag. Didn't improve in the latter stages, but the riders who were up inside that top 3 who did improve, Furasato being the only one of those now, of course, did make it through, so that signals why it could be important, that was important for Furasato, especially to get that back to lap time.
What a lap though, David Almanza. 34.7 is just obliterated lap record. I can tell you the top 3 are all under that lap record. Almanza, his teammate Fernandez and Alvaro Carpe. A Leopard 1 too. Well, we were saying that Honda haven't won a race all season. Now, I'm not going to get all excited over a 1-2 practice, but the pace is there this weekend like it has been for the last few weekends.
Yeah, certainly early doors still Friday, done and dusted, and we've seen
change a lot throughout the course of the weekend. But yeah, very strong Friday for Honda, and Almanza just placed himself perfectly in the qualifying lap. Got a bit of victory, but also don't take too much away from Almanza. It was still a very good lap time for Sector 34.726. The later part of the race, the riders to be heading into Saturday. And Alvaro Carpeo returns to form for him, and he'll be looking to carry that one right the way through this weekend. First place for the Red Bull KTM Iron machine, just ahead of Carapello. Heaney up there in 6th place, ahead of your new crown champion Rueda. So there's a lot of names up there, just perhaps not in the order we expected. Yeah, the usual suspects definitely up there. We've got Oscar Valentin, a bit of a surprise to see the Argentine outside the top 4 team. And yeah, oh dear me, now that doesn't look very good. Guido Tini's going to have to go inside to get back to the paddock. That number 94, Livermoli 9-volt intake machine has stopped on him out on the track. Tini now, he gets the flick back, so that bike is going to have to get on the trailer. As the Leopard team watch on as Almanza returns, gets a nice hug off Bruno there, and takes P1 on Friday afternoon. Almanza, 34.7, 6 off the lap record, that'll do nicely. Going in to Saturday. Fernando second, Carpe third, Gareth and Kelso leading top 5. It's 4 Spaniards once again at the front. Kelso, the first non-Spaniard to fly the Aussie flag high. Guido Tini up there in 6th, he's getting a lift back. Jacob Wilson's mechanical problems did not stop him getting into the top 14. He took 11th. Ryuta Yamanaka just about creeping in by 45 thousandths of a second ahead of Nicolas Carraro. Matteo Bertelli finds himself down one along with Eddie O'Shea. Valentin Pirelli probably the biggest name now, and he's come back from injury. Ricardo Rossi at the back of the field for the 36.989. And that is all. Moto3 action done and dusted. That is also all from myself. Kiko Giles and Elliot York will be back with you tomorrow morning for Moto3 FP2. It's Moto2 Practice this time in the company of Lewis and Neil. Enjoy.
Very good afternoon to you from Phillip Island. Moto2 continues our Friday afternoon under relatively calm skies, as calm as you're ever going to have here at Phillip Island. The wind still is picking up. We're not getting any of the gale force gusts that potentially forecast for Sunday just yet, at least. Moto3 have already switched their practice schedule. 14 riders already booked their place through to qualifying 2. 14 lucky Moto2 riders will do the same next with their practice session of 40 minutes coming your way. Plenty of Australian interest too in that session, with podium finisher of a year ago, Senna Agius, joined by Harrison Boyd this weekend, flying the flag for the Aussies. Nick Dixon for Great Britain, who was quickest earlier on today in a flying Moto2 Practice 1. Although that wasn't really the story. David Alonso second from Championship chaser Diogo Moreira. Senna Agius for the home fans for Tony Arbolino. Aaron Canet looking pretty good, as we said, in 6th ahead of Danny Holgado and Jeff Huerta. Mario Anti up in 9th, he's one of the first riders to go on split this morning. And Yusuke Guevara 10th, Barry Baltus, Joe Roberts, second, Philip Salah, all inside top 14. It will certainly become crucial in this session. The big story, though, of this morning's pre-practice 1 session was your rider, 22nd place, World Championship leader, increasingly under fire, World Championship leader, Manuel Gonzalez, for his advantage cut to just 9 points at qualification in Indonesia. started his Australian Grand Prix weekend with a fast crash at the near 200 km/h H-end of turn 8. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you to talk through this upcoming Moto2 Practice session. In recent times, Neil, we have seen challenges extended up to go through qualifying 1. Aaron Canet in the last 2 Grand Prix has found himself in qualifying 1. In fact, the last 3, the last 2, he's unsuccessful in making it through. Well, it's Manuel Gonzalez, the points leader, who's on his back foot coming into Friday afternoon.
Yeah, it certainly is. Great to see a lot of school children coming here. What a fantastic day on that one. And we'll watch some Grand Prix motorcycles on arguably the world's best circuit. The big question mark will be on the captain leader. It's just hard to recover from that terrifying 120-mile-an-hour crash down at the H-end. We are insistent that he is A-OK, no physical problem after that fast crash, thankfully. But we have to imagine confidence will have taken a little bit of a hit after that one. It would be impossible for that not to be the case. And Gonzalez, big 40 minutes coming up in this practice session.
He only did 4 laps this morning in Manuel Gonzalez before crashing on his pit, so perhaps a little bit short of mileage to coming into this session. Perhaps the saving grace for Manu is that it wasn't exactly a conventional drive session. All pretty much the future there, making their way through the temporary inflatable racetrack on the other side of the main straight from the pit and paddock. Salah on the left-hand side of the part of the box this morning. He did end the morning in 14th place on a 1:32.6, 1.3 seconds slower than his teammate Jake Dixon, who did lead the way, although yes, it's rather difficult to draw any firm conclusions from the session reporting on the first half or the first third of it was in such conditions.
Exactly. Jake Dixon was only having to take it off and all-time lap record. I'm still that he gets this afternoon and then tomorrow. That lap record will fall and then some. Will be going on yes, one time. Fairly good. Here is the crash that we were talking about earlier today. It's to the right, through there. It's maybe ever so slightly offline was Gonzalez. And then at this point here, a little bit of a knock to the head. You can see barrel roll through the gravel. And he immediately moved up his visor there. And we've said many times this year, Manuel Gonzalez is unflappable. Very little will cause him to lose, or it will take a big occasion. There, composure, ready to go again.
Julian will always give himself the best opportunity to prove that this afternoon. Secure place in qualifying 2. Customary pre-session ritual and preparation for Daniel Olgado. And there was a there, just watching his way around the racetrack, reminding himself of begin through each corner. Several corners around to the final circuit on a Moto2 bike. 5 of them in total. Practice on the ball as he thought today. Even someone from Dover in the south of England who did this have feeling.
Absolutely. Someone from Northern Ireland attached to the current location. Decent morning for Dixon, obviously the fastest time. Really good morning from setting his ground running in FP1. The 4th fastest time for the home hero. Around half a second faster than everyone else before flurry of good lap times came in. Absolutely up for his home Grand Prix. I think they're replicating the beat from 1 year ago.
And Aaron Canet to go one better than not just last year, but the year before that too. Second place. One visit to Philip Island. 21 second place he's had now in his Moto2 career to go with the 5 victories. That's last that. 4 rounds to remain next to the winning Moto2 championship, although his chances are still at least alive. Qualification of Manuel Gonzalez. Yeah, Alonso Lopez, one half of a rather expensive morning session for the BRS team earlier on today that has won 2 of the last 3 years here. Alonso Lopez, the first go, he went down coming out of sight Siberia before later the session Tillotson at the end. He went down into Miller Corner, turn 4. Look at that poster then in the morning outside Sabtu.
Yes, 27 for Alonso Lopez. That is quite a contrast to Lopez's previous visit here. That DRSG can feel that based on region 4 is probably best for all parties. Lopez moves away. You're able to get some of the cross your big run on him. Lining up on a talent here. Plenty of local fans coming through turnstiles today. We thought it was going to be a weather impact today on practice, but it actually turns out to be quite positive. A lot better than you could have imagined at around 8 or 9 a.m. this morning. So, different places in Mark Marquez this time has won a MotoGP World Championship.
Sounds safe for the ninth sector on there, couldn't quite make it out. Sadly, Mark Marquez is not a part of this Australian Grand Prix and today in Indonesia, but he does have so many fans here in Phillip Island. I think he, of course, had so much success, most recently in 2024. For the free foot there of Adrian Huertas coming to a circuit that he does have some prior experience of. Huertas' pole position he took here last year at the start of the World Supersport season for second as the champion. Say that revised his expectations in Moto2 season. They just credit and praise for his performance. 10th place at the flag. It was a very impressive late race pace.
New signs of Huertas, I would say, gradually coming to terms with his Moto2 Championship. Winning the Moto before is one thing, but Moto2 is a whole different beast. You have a kind of level of depth in this class that maybe isn't quite as apparent in Moto reports. And Huertas certainly this weekend is hungry. That was a big positive. As I said, really strong comeback in Indonesia. But he gives little signs in the second half of the season that he's coming to terms with more rounded riders and challengers. And Moto2 Championship. Lining up alongside Tissot, who has earned himself a full-time spot on next year's grid. And we focuses on the championship leader. We'll do a lot of that throughout this afternoon 40-minute session. Gonzalez will have the cameras trained on him. Really one of those sessions that you're going to have to deal with when you're fighting for the championship. You have to stand up. You have to show shrug off. That's the moment that certainly session still is going to one of those.
On the road, not making a mistake. Takes you out of the session, but take yourself out of qualifying too. Martin Ware accidentally tripped up in recent rounds. He crashed in the last two Friday race sessions and put it in qualifying 1. If we take a look at a rider who took back-to-back Moto2 India and Phillip Island 2012 and 2013, having already clinched the Moto2 World Championship. Mark Marquez when Watchalong won by a close mile.
Biggest ever by winning margins in Moto2 Practice. Now all the way back to Watchalong as well. Somewhere along that. Maybe the exact numbers, but it was absolutely impossible. He's looking a little bit down in the dumps there. I think he was actually on holiday prior to coming out to Australia. So
Probably bags under those Spanish eyes for Paul, I'm afraid.
yeah, jet lag, understandably so. And coming to terms with possibly one of the most ferocious tracks in scary conditions that you have to face when you're a official rider. As Joy in MotoGP came on earlier. But it's a job as well.
Yeah, that's pretty well been true from Colin Fargo was ahead of an Austin course. Marc Marquez Prince's second World Championship across 4 classes, of which this Saturday further 7, all of them in MotoGP. Practice underway then, 40 minutes coming up. If you're unfamiliar with the format, we'll bring you quickly up to speed. The top 14 at the end of this practice session will move forward to the qualifying.
By the top of the mentioned Paul Spargo 2012 triumph, also added Alonso Lopez 2022 victory in Moto2 here. We have had Cracker, one Michael Mortelli coming out of the final turn on the running line.
Calling out D'Angelis and the throttle to the eventual MotoGP champion in 2011, having a on here too. The yellow flag already come out, coming through, Nicky Knight dropping down towards MG. Not the only Moreira that's brought them out, watching him come across the line. Best time comes one in the 1:31.346. Moreira's pretty strict of that. It's Danny Holgado who is hobbling away from the team that crashed, which given the terrain he's on and the downhill to the foreground is coming up and over loopy.
Catch the aftermath, and it looks as though Holgado lost it. Big corner. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a high side, but you can see the Spaniard slipping away there. Understandable that we have some certain distance on the Martinez Aspar.
There for the marshal. So clearly a painful landing for Holgado. Does kind of indicate that it's perhaps wasn't the conventional front end washout for Holgado, which is what his crash looked like back in Indonesia, but he had a very good excuse for his fall.
Yeah, you can add Danny Holgado to the
video evidence to back it up.
Terrell club. Yeah, also includes Pecco Bagnaia, Dennis Foggia as well. Yeah, so Danny
Holgado brought the receipts, so he posted on his social media channels the video that had his fairness to Holgado tear off under his front tire.
Yeah. All the way to crash. All of his 14 and in a Grand Prix race. Running over a tear off, and that caused you to lose adhesion, really is top of the billing. There are some serious thoughts over the validity of Dennis Foggia. I think it was a Mugello one here coming through. Yeah, from the lead, high side of ours coming through. Belly, yeah. And Bagnaia, almost transferred his place back in 2020 when he crashed out of the Nano coming through turn number 6.
Late 30th safety where an errant tear off take out Motoraro on that particular occasion. Federagian though getting on with his job and doing a pretty good job of it too. But David Alonso looking at that. I'm about to check whether Federagian has had an all-time lap record. Well, David Alonso certainly has. A 1:30.535 is the fastest ever Moto2 lap off Phillip Island.
Yeah, amazing stuff for Alonso. He was quiet in the start earlier today, second fastest just behind Jake Dixon, and he's come out winning in this session as well. Brilliant stuff then from the number 80. He mentioned this morning that I think the lap record could potentially fall into the 1:29. That's because obviously everything got a bit faster when Pirelli came in and sole tire supplier Moto2 last year, but last year was such a weather-afflicted weekend that we only really had 1 or 2 sessions where conditions were fairly ideal to post properly fast time. And when I say fairly ideal, I do mean still with high levels of wind coming into the riders around. So interesting that the lap record in Moto2 was set last year's race as opposed to qualifying, but new lap record belongs to David Alonso in this practice session, and don't expect it to stay that way for long. That it is really going to try and rewrite that in a couple of minutes' time.
Line he goes. He hasn't actually triggered the timing beat yet, as Adrian, so eagerly anticipating with all of you what kind of lap time he sets from this is always quick coming out of the final corner. More than Adrian that saw crossing the line a moment ago. Here comes the 81. Another close to the 29. Adrian goes to second place, cuts the gap to Alonso now. Down 10.5. Connects third from Arbolino, Moreira and Dixon. Keep an eye on the World Championship leaders progress. Manny Gonzalez getting his session underway. 10th spot.
Yeah, that was just about to point out. A very steady start, you would say. Manny Gonzalez in his practice session. You might be saying 10. Didn't really much to shout about, but after what happened this morning, for him to be that high up, I was expecting a bit of a slower start from him, I have to say. So good stuff from Gonzalez, showing that he is keeping his head and his stance, but still plenty of running to do in this session with 30 minutes to go to Sabtu. So he's going to jump up. We've got fast lap times coming in for Finet and Arbolino on their current laps as well.
Other riders who've had bright starts. Down Linder up in 7th place for the team squad on a 131.2. And Mario Anti right behind him in 8th. Andy was in the top 10 this morning on the Honda Team Asia machine, although eventually it was a slightly iffy mixed session. He's one of the first riders to switch, but actually at the moment we haven't really seen the best of since the shoulder surgery, which was of course required as a result of several dislocations of that shoulder for the season earlier in the season. Starting to see signs of Andy returning to form once again. It was a regular challenger pre-injury.
Yeah, back to the book of the short prior to that form sports injury absence. He's coming to work possible time after, not long after he scored the best result for an Indonesian rider in the history of Grand Prix races, 9th place, line number 3. Back in Austin, so many moons ago in Ironfield. He's jumping up. So imagine there's a bit more to come from He's obviously gone faster than his FP1 time with that effort. Second pole. David Alonso has gone 9 minutes faster. That was more. Alonso's 3rd flying lap of the session. Close to a second off his previous best from FP1. So really impressive stuff from the rookie.
A bit of a mixed start to the session then for the Akbar team. Danny Holgado caught with his fall. He's a bit in trouble at the moment. Holgado with no lap time next to his name, as I sort of glanced down the time to try and find him. So as things stand, it looks unlikely that we're going to see Holgado in this effort again. The 96, or previously 96, now the 27 in the Moto2 Tuesday. It's got to Jake Dixon having first dibs on that number. Holgado at the moment on course for qualifying 1, which now at the old commentary note. It's the first time we've seen Holgado in Q1 since Bruno.
That's testament to how brilliant Holgado has been in this middle part of the season. Bruno has been tremendous, much more situation that we've had. Quite classic. Arguably it's much more heralded with David Alonso. So might be a bit of an exception after that big crash up at Rookie Height. Yellow flags out in sector number 2. We glanced out of our commentary box. Marcus Ramirez had a fall. Sure,
Siberia, number 36. Yellow light flashing as the marshal looking into activity as Fernando Lucia. Big written on his leathers. It's gone down. Coming through turn 6. We saw Lopez go down coming out of this corner early on today. Ramirez on the way in.
That fight. Absolutely full, isn't it? And this slide towards the back straight. Towards the barriers there, you can see central post in the background there. His proprietor and slightly angled. And Francis Ramirez dropped his form in the last couple of races. Really quite pronounced. Going back some time. So a pretty strong start to the year. They're starting to slide into obscurity somewhat in Moto2.
One appearance out of the last 5 for Ramirez. The one Q2 appearance he's had in that time was a very good one. Qualified 6th in Indonesia. That's going to be one way around if he's going to achieve that here this weekend. Matthew Goldberg's been on an adventure or two early on in his session 2. Matthew Goldberg currently P30. Pretty much a pretty long way around the Southern Loop.
That route and flying through the gravel. So Goldberg managed to move for another challenge. A couple of other improvements. Yeah, Master Towers just gone slightly faster, still intense. Good stuff at the start of the session. Colin Bayer, who sits up in 7th, so good performance from the Dutchman so far. I guess good recovery from Manny Gonzalez in 10th, but start building on that now, I guess, with Aaron Kinnett 4th, Gil Moreira in 5th, times that we've seen so far doing today. Yeah, those two championship challenges are going to be right in the hunt when we go racing on Sunday.
And as we've seen on many occasions, we see a second crash for Tokyo Vietti of the day. It's also at Siberia, so no sooner they clear the yellow Mr. Ramirez's crash, Tokyo Vietti has given the marshals some more work down there, and that has not been a particularly successful corner for Prix today.
Yeah, it really hasn't. Looks as though it might be a little precarious time at Siberia, and you can see there with Calacino's hand movements. It was just like, what happened there? Really unable to explain what was going on. The also been a pretty roomy run for young Italians in that Europe and some Grand Prix. And Misano was absolutely untouchable. No one could get close to him in that race just 3 rounds ago. First and only win I've seen so far, and well, so far, unfortunately, it's always kind of reached the script that had here in years gone by, where obviously gone through injuries, blown off the track through heavy winds like we saw in 2023, or crashing out. 2022 I think it was as well, when his title challenge was completely falling apart. Another one of those spells where just things don't really seem to be clicking for the number 13, unfortunately.
So add into what is already looking like a pretty illustrious list. They're going to be going to qualifying one tomorrow, barring miraculous repairing of motorcycles, which surely isn't going to happen. Daniel Gardo and Marcos Ramirez all in qualifying one tomorrow. Two riders in the top 7 in the World Championship, and Marcos Ramirez was in the top 10 in the World Championship for much of the first part of the season. He has been shuffled back down the standings a little bit with the recent improvements of the likes of David Alonso and Ikan Guevara, who've both gone up ahead of him in the championship standings. The race is now here on 3 noon. Not through the first 3 sectors, clearly it hasn't been up to Max Alonso through the 4th sector so far. Whereas here, that's where Alonso was doing a little bit good work on his way to that 1:30.5 or 3.5. Let's see though with a Finnish slipstream up ahead of him from the Grassini bike of Darren Binder, whether Adrian can succeed this time across the line he goes. 36.05, so still remains in second place.
That was pretty swift. So David Alonso in the final sector, completely back. He is pretty intentional. Most of the riders for this time to Alonso, and very fast in sectors 1 and 2, but then it goes slightly right. He kicks it almost the same. Very good section so far, but still lacking something compared to the top riders. In fact, Alonso and Adrian doing a bit of a clash off their own as it stands. Tony Arbolino in 3rd, more than 3/10 off the second off.
La moto mueve mucho adelante, mucho movimiento adelante, a mitad de curva, no.
Caught not turning well at the end of that from Manu Gonzalez.
Yeah, from halfway through the curve, from halfway through the corner, not turning, and also the Spanish expert to be able to understand which movimiento.
Yes.
A lot of movement.
At the front of the
on the front, yeah, exactly. So Gonzalez not feeling ideal out there, and I guess we do have to really take into account that this is his FP1. After he sat out the first 50 minutes of FP1 because the track was still dry, and we did go on, I think it was only 3 or 4 laps in when he had that huge crash, 4 laps it was, down at the Haitian. So playing a bit of catch up, a little bit like Jason was crashed in the first practice section, and that's good for them on the back foot. You already been talking about damage to the Haitian here, Louis?
A little, but I think with the relative performances of Cadet Pereira, Gonzalez knows that he can't just rely on his title rivals dropping the ball and letting him off the hook. Gonzalez is going to have to, as we said this morning, go on the attack now for the World Championship. He's been in a situation in recent rounds where taking 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th has been enough to keep that World Championship lead at around the sort of 20 to 30 point mark. He's got to qualify for the Indonesian Grand Prix. That safety net was removed from below Manu Smith. Confirmation of Daniel Gardo given the medical station. His bike is now back in the box. Get to work in the potential possibility that their riders can return to the second later on.
That bike is close to being good to go. The riders to deal with the checkup, thrown in the medical center with soft lesson away, so he's going to be aggravated or hurt his right leg the way he was lifted. Let's see. Have confirmation of that. Ferreira, another rider, having a good session here. Weighed up against Alonso in that final. Long left hand through turns 11 and 12. Around 10 per second at least to Alonso, so I'm not exactly sure what the Moto3 champion is doing there, but serving him well in this practice session so far.
I think it's going to be top speed for Alonso. 12th on the ranking spent ages when he had that slipstream up behind Minggu with best part of 5 kilometres an hour quicker through the speed traps, which is just past the finish line, halfway down towards turn 1. Now Alonso, historically, very fearsome and strong heavy braker. Eventually, through that downhill push into MG turn 10, where Alonso is making so much of a difference. At the moment, in that final section, well, just 10th or so over ages. 3 tenths to Ferreira.
One thing that does look pretty in his favour is the fact that he's fairly consistent. 130, 139. He's a very competitive race did. Once again, he's absolutely flying. Number 3.
And another punching up ahead of him. His timing is exactly on 2. Perhaps a little bit further ahead than Binder was on the previous lap, but a little bit of bump on the midway through that final corner that catches your attention. You've got to give this circuit full respect. Federation certainly doing that. From the line it goes, and once again he's that advantage. Perhaps a little bit of wheeling out of that final corner, and he can take a second once more.
Yeah, very promising lap once again. It's a decent bit into a longer run, I think. Yeah, he's a bit heavily in this section now.
Looking for genuine threat at the very least at this stage of the weekend for Federation. Of course, when he finished 1 year ago, he arrived back home to Australia as a Moto2 winner after that incredibly dramatic close to the British Grand Prix back in May. But giving me many Aussie fans here at the revival plenty of encouragement.
This run that he's on here, pretty decent as opposed to Gonzalez. He's still trying to iron out a few things with his bike setting. Gonzalez is on a Friday morning, Friday afternoon, when he everything has looked a class apart from the rest of the field, but 5 minutes happened. Translated that into a top result on Sunday. Alonso was going down a little lead through Darren Binder there, coming absolutely high. So that might be a bit too much on the limit, but he looks very aggressive going into the MG hairpin. Through the last month or two will have really stung the Moto3 World Champion. One could think that he's the best rookie, not even being the best rider in that Aspar team, and frankly speaking, there was too many riders, or too many pundits even out there that would have thought we'd be saying that at this point of 2025, especially this time 1 year ago.
Alonso left the Indonesian Grand Prix with a fairly serious bottom list and a rather banded top list after the face flag in that battle for the podium finish, or slightly outside the podium finish. Alonso taking on every weekend at this stage of the season. Returns to a place where he was Moto3 last year. I know that doesn't narrow it down too much. He won 14 times in Moto3 last year, but the Australian Grand Prix was one of them for the safety goat. Leads the way. His outright back to flat side doesn't mess with the lot, but 18 was long run there, as you can see. A whole host of mid to high 130s.
That's going to be formidable rhythm, I think, on Sunday when we do go races. So, we will be able to analyse fuller sections of who is where when we go through time by half an hour which will come out after this session, but more than willing to bet what he is probably being the strongest in terms of rhythm so far from what we've seen. The likes of Kinet, Alonso, Ferreira, all look fairly strong, but not quite showing that level of consistency in the mid to high 130s.
Pirelli, understandably, have gone more conservative than they would at another venue. on the calendar. We have seen super soft X rear tyre on certain occasions this season. No signs of that here for very obvious reasons. They this weekend really introduced some X3 extra hard rear tyre option to the development medium rear tyre, which we didn't see back in the Sabtu race earlier on in the season, to cope with the very unique demands of the Philippines circuit, which is quite abrasive, as well as the high-speed nature, which does put an awful lot of load and stress through both front and rear tyres.
Well, Pirelli have had a couple of challenges here when we've come towards them quite in the last couple of years. You know, all the one challenges off this circuit, so it's not quite the same load, the same forces being put through the rear tyre with these MotoGP as opposed to full MotoGP superbike. And slightly less off the challenge here. We saw, we didn't see too many dramas, or in fact any dramas, I think, with tyres in the Moto2 race last year here. Pirelli's first year, 1 and 2, might have predicted at the time that it could be a bit of a challenge, but they are running more or less the same specs as they have a World Super bike, Moto2. Like I said, the importance of being put through the rear tyre means that it's a slightly easier ride. There is a happy time for the Akbar team. Daniel Gardo's back. And not time to set. On the first line, that would have that crash there.
Here it is, so you can tail end of it, and the bike seems that it arrives in the picture, facing completely the wrong direction. Delgado losing it just as he tips over that crest of losing height. Drops downhill once again into 18. Fortunately, never made it that far. 27. So he was determined not to make the same mistake again, which means some freaky circumstances with a tear up under his front tyre. Bit of a unnecessary burden of pressure in these final 15 minutes. This motorcycle is ready to go. That it looked close to when we last saw it. Delgado in it once again. The practice session with only 15 minutes left on the clock, and already battling for a place in Q2.
We have some scenic shots then of the riders coming through turn number 4, Miller corner. Miller corner or Miller bend?
Any of those will do.
Yeah.
Miller curve.
Miller's in the title. In the last lap that Manu losing on 4, 5 tenths per second in sector number 4. Understandable if he's just slightly apprehensive before giving it and looked out some of the back corners that we have here as well. Last turn on this track certainly is one of those. Very interested in looking on what his championship rival is doing.
Colton Farmers, they're just getting out of the way of Alex and Prix as we rejoin the action in Prix. Losing all of this morning session due to a mechanical problem on his forward bike. Set no time earlier on today. Prix got up to 22nd place. Check on Hamilton's point too. Return to Moto2 action this weekend for the Moto3 MSI squad. Simply injured in Iran race. Points at the moment 27th place on a 133.1.
Happy session, not been a happy day for Celestino Vietti. 2 crashes, the first with turn 4, second time at Siberia. See whether he manages to get out the final 10 minutes of this session. It's been a wild ride for Takabara through this final session. You can see all sorts of movements. Understandable there. He's lost significant points of time. Going back to Harrison Boyd, managed to catch up with him after FP1. Lunch break and here in the European MotoGP Championship. And this season, the results haven't quite been up to what he was expected prior to this season. But he did have a 4th place last time out, so he feels that he's approaching these 2 races here in Australia and Malaysia next week. He feels that will be a valuable experience that he can carry in to the final couple of rounds of the European MotoGP Championship. No secret that Harrison would like to be Championship next year or two. He does have performance working with last year's Moto2 champion Prix, the MSI squad, Norman Rank, right-hand side. Norman has been working with this year.
We've had Oscar Gutierrez, Naya Radre, Alex Morty now is the fourth of them. That's his next also been part of that team. Sort of named Eric Fernandez. Eric Fernandez, of course, was also part of that team very early in the year. No real continuity in that box. Of course, you expect a little bit more continuity for Norman Rank to come in the next season when one would expect it to be for the upcoming Moto2 rookie and Complicera.
Norman is still very much involved in MotoGP and doing a lot of champion fans going on social media of Norman giving some very enthusiastic signals during the sprint, telling them to get a bit of a move on. So although they're not necessarily working with the same team anymore, I think Norman is almost a kind of hype man. A hype man that still some little motivational talks from the sidelines.
I don't think any motivation is needed for this man at the moment. Senna Asian will be having a good look at the data to try and work out what he's lacking relative to Dan Alonso in that final sector. This is where the final sector begins. Towards turn 10. Going down to 7 kilometers an hour, one of the two third-gear hairpins on the Phillip Island circuit. The other Miller corner, turn 4. So much of this upwards of third gear, fourth through first corner, curve, fourth gear, go through Stoner corner, turn 3, through turn 7 and 8 of course, up through the A shed. Required plenty of commitment to the Phillip Island circuit, not something that Ethan Guevara here lacks. Trying to safeguard a place for him inside the top 40 is currently where he sits. No further on that last lap. A couple of Guevara's showing this morning, so one of the others we'll talk about it now. The best Sunday showing for sure of Guevara's Moto2 career, and it would be impressive for Guevara, of course. So often see him start well, of course, qualified up on the front row of the grid. That gave him the springboard that he was taking for once. Relatively inevitable of Barrera and Gonzalez on Guevara. They're very good at the pure job of managing that gap to really the next leg group behind him.
Very stress-free one, kind of in a bit of a race for himself. Of course, the most exciting of all the teammates we saw him. We've had some absolute crackers so far this year, but that was pretty much because Barrera was competition from the front and wanted to get close to him. Not even champion leader Manny Gonzalez. Guevara comes there in third, eventually in second. Afterwards, just practically qualified on the front row for the first time this year. Made a whole world of difference. That's obviously one of the keys. Moto2 Practice not trying to do too much. Guevara has been something of a specialist, has he, in the second part of the year of leading position in races. Done by the time it really starts to run.
Might well be practice starter. So often we see him win places on the first lap or up to the first corner, so it doesn't come as much of a surprise from third on the grid. But he led through turn 1. Well, surely this time with a over quarter of a second advantage, Aegis is going to hold this through the final quarter, and with the benefit one would expect of some fresh Pirelli tyres on that inspection pick. Alex Aldrich might be about to take not only top spot, but he holds on my record here. Here's to the fire. Across the line he goes, and he pushes out by 2,000th of a second. That 3/10 advantage, not quite enough.
Not quite enough, yeah, but again, it's been 1 minute 30. He's so confident, he's so strong, he's really looking completely at 1 minute 5 on his home circuit. Absolutely in the zone. What a distance, but quite perfectly the plan. Number 81 has this Friday so far.
While they close down to completing the repair job, get the bike out of the box, let's say. Down at that bar, somewhere in the back of that.
running. 7 minutes remaining, so you need to be in the pit lane now, Holgado. We're talking just 3-4 time laps at the very most in this session that remains, so a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Holgado at the moment, who could be crowned the Rookie of the Year in Moto2 this weekend if results go his way.
It's going to be a big old ask though, isn't it? For Danny to again, absolutely nailed it. The first 3 sectors of the lap. He's now 4 tenths clear of David Alonso on this particular effort. Surely, I have to say, this will be enough for him to gain the top spot and to set new all-time Moto2 lap record at the Phillip Island circuit. That looked pretty clean coming out of turn 12 for me, from what I can see. He just comes across the line and doesn't need to go faster than 30.3. Goodness me, we are seeing the lap record being completely torn up. Half a second faster now than last year's previous best.
It's only going to be 29 tomorrow if we have a clean and dry Super Saturday. Qualifying to come, of course, tomorrow afternoon in Moto2. But this is the session where these 2 places are deciding, which hasn't really left Danny Holgado much room to manoeuvre down there. Still without a lap time to his name, and essentially a 6-minute practice session for him coming up. Here comes Huertas on the second of the in-time track fight. He goes up into 8th place now as Bayer takes 6th spot just behind the other SL track challenge to Diogo Moreira.
Comment from Bayer in this section. MellanaGP gets held up through the final turn from Harrison Boyd just up ahead. But he will have a little bit of the Australian slipstream as he comes across the line. 9th place for the championship leader at 31.0. Not so bad. Being 10 faster than the quickest time this morning, but we have seen time lowered by a second on what we saw in FP1. So Gonzalez, clear track up ahead. This will be an easier chance for him to set a faster time.
And what described that as guaranteed safety to Manny Gonzalez. A 1:31.062. Well, also that he's just outside the placing 16th on a 31.4 at the moment. Alonso Lopez goes to 20th place, looking to salvage something from the DRX this afternoon. Of course, Chelsea of the X crashing either second, he's just joining in the X down in 24th place, and we are unlikely to see much from him in that race. Moreira though, well he is certainly calling the shots here, looking to try and pile further pressure on Manny Gonzalez. 18th advantage is a couple of tenths of a second, no one else within half a second of the Aussie at the moment, with Arbolino, Hinek, Moreira and Bayer all on high 130s, with the top 6. Moreira surely is trying to close that gap here as the MotoGP bound Brazilian makes his way to the line. He does go up into second spot, and he's just behind him and just taken 4th place.
Pressure stuff again. Dixon climbs up a couple of places into 4th. So decent stuff from Dixon. That means we now have most of the girls in 4th and 6th. And look at that from Manny Gonzalez, 5th place. You have to say, this has been a really steady session from the Spaniard. Once again, just showing that he is cool as ice. As cool as the amount of wind we've had here so far today. So really impressive stuff. And he's now a couple of places ahead of Aaron Knet.
Squared, it hasn't been kept his head, and it looks like he's going to be rewarded for the places qualifying to other riders perhaps coming under a little bit of pressure here. Bowser, who's 4th to the World Championship, 43 points up from him. He's now back to 13th place. It's not particularly safe either. Lopez, who are watching the 2022 winner, still down in the lower reaches of P20.
Harrison Boyd has unfortunately had a bit of a crash.
Got a bike on the very right-hand side of the racetrack there, coming out of turn 1. Like it.
Yeah. The yellow flag is sector 1, so it could be a strange crash. I think you might be right there, Lewis. Yeah.
Dark place to find a motorcycle, so whether it's lost it coming out of turn 1. Unusual. Hopefully Harrison Boyd is okay after that. Not a place you normally find a motorcycle. Holgado, understandably, a little bit cautiously on his first lap. Got to push. Minutes that remain. He'll get 2 more laps out of this when he comes across the line now. This is going to be his first on the board for 27. Currently, the points of our 28th to the ground on the racetrack in this Moto2 Practice session. So we'll follow him over the line. This is going to move into the top 14. It's a building lap here for Holgado. 6th place and 2 seconds back.
Let's see if he can build on that from here. Comes flying through turn 1. Ruben also coming in for you. Saki has gone inside inside the top 14. 11, Paribas got 10, Danny Munoz up to 9, so on the first trip to Phillip Island. Yeah, so Sabtu from Danny on his first day here. See Pereira, well, lost into behind Dick Dixon for this attack. It's serving him pretty well as he comes through the hedge shed. Nice and clean and keeping it well within the track limits. Diogo. Should we say that Montesoro's previous advantage at this circuit move has been erratic. Obviously, it's very competitive, but by no means the levels which we saw in Minggu.
Molino is performing perhaps at above his normal level on his Montesoro in 8th place, but outside of that, we've got Isanartola 14, we've got Sekavara down to 19, and of course we covered the issues of Vidara and Lopez and Vietti outside the top 20, so Luca Montesoro, who's only considered this a bit of a home factor in Moto2 terms, is not proving that at the moment, as Diogo Moreira now regains top spot. The championship chaser takes that spot 30.307, 8,000 between Moreira and Agius.
I think he'll GT's Olivia called Carlton this evening after getting that slipstream out of the final turn. Darren Binder was pretty happy with that lap, and he came across the line, gone into turn 1, gnawed up the head, jumped up into 13th speed. That's it, Darren Binder. Moto2 quite some time.
Qualifying to Qatar back in April, so Binder at the moment on course to change that. The big threat might come from Holgado, who is now on his final flying lap on a personal best through the first section. Can Guevara rescue his Friday? He does. Goes up into 12th place. He now puts Binder on the bubble into 14th place.
Yeah, yellow flags out again at section number 2, and it is, I think that's Manny Gonzalez,
isn't it? Outside our commentary box window, the World Championship leader down for his second time today.
After a little while after that British time was put him up into the 50s. Gonzalez looks as though, well, will have ended his session early with a second fall today. Go back and spend crash that fluid, but he hasn't had many falls this year, so for him to have 2 in a day is very peculiar indeed. But it is a decent job done for him. He has managed to see inside the top 14, which was big objective coming in. But just a little bit of a concern later on with that second crash.
And with those yellow flags waving, unlikely for anyone to improve behind him. You know, the more the glass hanging from the side of his number 18 bike. Trying to get it up and running, except it's over anyway, Manny, so there's no real point trying to reduce it there. Here it is, braking hard on the angle into Miller corner. But time to go through first gear hairpin. Not as dramatic or as painful as the crash he had earlier on today. Not continuing Manny Gonzalez confidence. 2 falls for him as the title chaser behind him tops Friday here at Phillip Island.
And that is just perfect for Moreira, isn't it? Just a little bit more pressure on the shoulders of this rider, I'm sure, when he looks at the timing at the end of today. Moreira up there. Moreira is doing this on a Friday. That does bode very well, you could say, for the Brazilians for the rest of this weekend. Yes, he did get a really good toll from Dick Dixon to achieve that fastest time and that new lap record. Agius, by contrast, was doing all of his lap times by himself, and probably could feel more consistent in doing it. But Moreira very well placed at the end of place.
There was Darren Binder, who has booked his place into qualifying 2. He dodged or find those gap in the yellow flags from that final lap to set the 9th fastest time on 1:30.818. Oscardo update for you, by the way. He set a personal best for his last lap at 1:31.5, only enough for 21st place. So Friday, outside the top 14, we've got Albert Arenas, 8th in the World Championship, as of qualifying 2. We've also got Joe Roberts, a winner early this season, and 20th place, Holgado, 6th in the World Championship, down to 21. Lopez and Vietti, the Speed RS, winner of 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix here, that team. 23rd and 26th for them, an unmitigated disaster for Luca Montesoro and company.
Yeah, but if you're an Australian fan and you're not on Phillip Island currently, you want to get yourself down here for Sunday's races, because then it is, from what we've seen in session and practice, is going to be up there depending on the victory. What we can see is still a very early point in the weekend, but Agius with him, probably best off-the-table field spots today, and he actually go with them.
Not sure the pace here in Philip Island Tenerife, but might be the best place for his teammate Manu Gonzalez this weekend. And he might be relying on Senna heavily to take some big points away from Diogo Moreira here.
Yes, and all of the team champions in action up there inside the top 7. Gonzalez 5th, Minetti 7th. All battling amongst each other on Sunday. That is the home. But Diogo Moreira is top of the pile at the end of practice here on Friday.
A 1:30.307. Not many years ago, that would have been a very fast MotoGP time around Phillip Island. But it's the fastest ever Moto2 lap of this circuit for Moreira to Egan Senna 80th. Fernando Alonso led early on third from Jake Dixon, this morning's pace setter. And Manu Gonzalez, despite a crash in each session, is through in 5th. Mario Anti a fight 6th ahead of Kinet, Arbolino, Binder and Bayer. And Binder's first Q2 for this Qatar. Munoz 11th ahead of Barry Valton, Ivan Guevara, who rescued first heat at the end. Santi pips the last automatic plate into Q2. Danny Holgado, after his early crash, didn't really join the session, but only got the 5-lap team. He passed the biggest name outside the top 14. Currently rookie in Moto2 down in P21. Rookie number 10, Diogo Moreira, who's MotoGP bound, could be bound soon for the Moto2 World Championship on a day where the title leader crashed twice. Diogo Moreira took full advantage. He stops day 1 here at Phillip Island. MotoGP Practice is on the way.
Shelter Bay, dramatic cliffs are haven for wildlife. MotoGP is ready for revs up, down, under in these spectacular Phillip Islands. First overlooking the Servants Paradise of the Bass Strait, 125 kilometres south of its format city Melbourne. Phillip Islands is one of the most iconic tracks. The first host of the Australian Grand Prix back in 1989. 50 plates on the line next ride. It's time for MotoGP. Well, this is a wonderful, fast and flowing Phillip Island circuit, first built all the way back in 1956. What a track this is. Top speed, close to 360 kilometers an hour down the 900 metre start finish straight, named in honour of our first ever Australian Grand Prix winner here. Wayne Gardner, of course, 1987 world champion. Stoner Corner, turn 3. Spectacular parts of this 12-corner layout, measuring just under 4.5 kilometres in length. And then you're going to be careful managing that rear car on the left-hand side through turn 12 to complete a scintillating lap. Good afternoon and welcome back to Australia. Welcome back to Phillip Island. Thankfully it's welcome back to what are rather blustery conditions at the moment, but dry. After some forecasts were predicting maybe a little bit of rain to disrupt day 1 proceedings here in the Grand Prix of Australia. That wind is expected to pick up throughout the course of this 19th round of 22. Potentially the strongest on Sunday morning. A very close eye on the weather forecast to see what the elements lie in store over the remainder of the weekend. A weekend for the home crowd hero and a weekend for the home fans that has started off in the best possible fashion. Prima Pramac Yamaha rider Jack Miller, the Aussie, leading the way at the end of FP1 this morning in the dry conditions. In switch over to French rubber to find a 128.281. Miller, the only rider in the top 10 that did go on to fresh tires at the end of that session.
Did warm the hearts of some rather windswept and chilly Australian fans here. Spectacular venue. We've got Ireland hopping, haven't we? From the island of Lombok in Indonesia to Phillip Island. Confirmation on your screen, Jack Miller. First time the Aussie has led a practice session in MotoGP since the French Grand Prix at Le Mans, all the way back in 2023, 2.5 years ago. He led the Spaniards of Alex Marquez, Pedro Acosta, and our newest MotoGP winner, Fermin Aldeguer. Fabio Quartararo was the second of two Yamahas inside the top 5 this morning in fifth. Hayden Bezzecchi, who had a double long lap course this weekend after his controversial collision with Marc Marquez over in Mandalika. Bagnaia, after a rather rocky start, recovered the 7th on the factory Yamaha ahead of Zarco, Miguel Antonio and Brad Binder. Further down, just outside the top 10 this morning was Raul Fernandez, of course, his first sprint podium last time out in Mandalika for Trackhouse Aprilia. There was a mechanical for Juan Mir on the factory Honda, which left him 12th fastest. Maximum that he was 14th after a rather high speed get off at the first corner. Of course, we are joined this weekend by Colin Bargaro on the KTM, Lorenzo Salvadori on the Aprilia, and Michele Viro on the Ducati. All of our front row starters from the 2024 edition of the Australian Grand Prix sadly missed this weekend through injury. We wish speedy recovery to Marc Marquez, the world champion, Jorge Martin, the outgoing world champ, of course, and Maverick Vinales. 43 fans are out in force, out in their numbers this morning, and they got to see Jack Miller lead the way in FP1. Two places, of course, up for grabs next in this hour-long practice session. The top 10 go directly through. Matt Burt, Lewis Willoughby in the commentary box, talking you through all of this afternoon's action with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Jack Miller grabbed the headlines this morning, Lewis, but catching the eye also was Fermin Aldeguer in fourth, Fabio Quartararo in fifth. Those two setting their best times of the morning session on their last laps. The Cruci, unlike Miller, they did not go for fresh rubber. So Aldeguer, a 128.4 on an 8 lap second tyre. Fabio Quartararo impressive on the factory Yamaha. His best work, a mid 128 on the 22nd lap of the session. Tyres always as well, the top 18 covered by just over a second.
Just how we like it. We predicted an open weekend in MotoGP here with so many high-profile teams, and that's exactly what we're getting so far. So Aussie fans that are here, and many who aren't here, might be heading in this direction. After Jack Miller's performances earlier on today, as mentioned, he did put in a brand new medium rear tyre. One of two riders to do that earlier on today. The other was Trackhouse Aprilia's Raul Fernandez.
Here is then Thriller Miller, 18th in the World Championship. Points collected, of course, Jackson just secured a few weeks ago. Back on the MotoGP grid in 2026. So he's got good reason to be smiling. Excellent 128.281 this morning. Of course, exciting times ahead for all of the Yamaha riders with the introduction of the V4 engine concept coming up in the next few months. But Miller will know that the pack will close up as everybody else goes into time attack mode later on this afternoon. This morning though, going through turn 4, the corner named after him, of course, in that rather emotional ceremony that took place here back in 2022. That was the same weekend, unfortunately, Miller got cleaned out in that very same corner by Alex Marquez.
So 128.281 was the best we saw from Miller earlier on today. That's around about a second away from the fastest ever MotoGP lap of this circuit. So close though, a second this morning, covering the top 17 riders all the way down to Alex Rins on the factory Yamaha, who is in 17th place. Underlines how little margin for error there is coming into this afternoon's session. Pedro Acosta towards Indonesia, he was firmly in the mix, putting his KTM in places where it certainly appears he doesn't necessarily belong on pure pace. Acosta third quickest as he looks to settle a bit of a score with Phillip Island.
Looking to make up for some lost time. FP1 cancelled on his third Australian MotoGP experience here last year, and then a heavy crash outside rear. baton in the sprint, scored him out of the Australian Grand Prix. And this is a shot of the day, without any question. Potentially the shot of the weekend. You can see across the A, loved it. We loved it, Pedro. That is breathtaking. That is jaw-dropping. Look at that, turn 3 through Stoner Corner, just a whisker over 200 kilometres an hour. Casey Stoner, of course,
go his way in the World Championship. And the 13th win today does suit his style, even if the results don't necessarily back that up so far. Alex Marquez off to a bright start.
the one top 10 in 3 MotoGP starts here previously. For Alex, it's in for the pilots. Well, as mentioned, it was a very shaky and rocky start to FP1 this morning for double MotoGP World Champion. In a very special ceremony a few weeks ago in Misano. Great occasion, part of this Australian Grand Prix, led some fans from the nearby San Remo for a special parade into Phillip Island circuit, joined by current MotoGP stars Jack Miller, accelerated Joel Kelso, but getting this build up to the Australian Grand Prix. Here we go then, practice underway. Fermin Aldeguer looking incredibly strong this morning. First time all season that Aldeguer's finished the opening practice session inside the top 6. His best FP1, which certainly bodes well, doesn't it, for the remainder of the weekend. A track where he never qualified off pole position in Moto2 in 3 previous starts. He won the Grand Prix here last year as well in Moto2 after a rather fraught last lap with Aaron Kinnett. Well, this morning we saw Juan Mir, a bit of a mechanical on his factory Honda. That put him 12th on the standings. One place going to be teammate Luke Prix. The Honda charge this morning led by Jalan Zarco, 2023 Australian Grand Prix winner in 8th place. Jack's got a bit of a Honda update for us. Jack, that's good.
Yeah, it was Luke Marini that did yesterday, so keep an eye on our box. We will have another aerodynamic homologation this weekend, and it's on both Joan Mir and Luke Marini's bike. Luke has got straight out on it this afternoon. It's quite an interesting development for Honda, because clearly they've been on a diet, so they've not been getting tucked into the Australian sausage rolls and meat pies like us guys in the commentary room. Because it's way skinnier on the front, and I imagine here in particular, having that much skinnier, much narrower front end is going to make it just a little bit more agile and a little bit less susceptible to the buffeting that we see a lot of these bikes suffer with these high wings, which, by the way, right up here on the microphone, I'm going to take up ever so slightly from what we had just a couple of hours ago during Moto3 and Moto2. So, Luca Marini out and in at the moment, and hopefully you might be able to catch a little bit out on track. It'll be interesting to see as we go throughout the session what the guys start to press as we go towards time attacking those final 20 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. HRC worked on their social media channel yesterday. The prospect of some updated and revised aero for this Australian round, so we'll keep a very close eye, in particular on Luca Marini. Bagnaia tried to go full commitment, bit of a head shake on that battery chassis into the 185km/h dual corner. And their fellow Italian Frank Paul going into the trouble this morning. Thankfully, Frank was able to away from the scene of the crime. Points stepping down in 14th place in the Italian.
Saw a lot of riders this morning in pre-practice one using the soft front tyre, a tyre that they're not expecting to be using when they get into the Grand Prix itself. The vast majority of the field that are out there at the moment, in fact all of the field are either on medium or the hard front tyre, so the working clear iron will go down early on. As far as the rear tyre is concerned, around about 80% of the field have gone out there on the soft rear tyre in this afternoon's session. Fabio Quartararo is close as a potential race option on Sunday afternoon. Got the likes of Ralph Fernandez, Lorenzo Savadori on their Aprilia, Paul Espargaro on his KTM, Ayagura and Miguel Oliveira. They're the only riders out on track at the moment on the medium rear tyre.
One of the 3 tracks on our Grand Prix calendar with the factory and Valencia, where every single tyre in Michelin allocation is asymmetric in configuration. 12 corners around this spectacular Phillip Island circuit, only 5 of them right, including in those 7 left-handers, is this final corner, turn 12, which generates highest temperature on the tyres throughout the entire season. So all the tyres reinforced on the left side as Pecco Bagnaia enters the pit and cutting, again, a bit of a bigger relief into the Italian.
Which of the 2 bikes that he had from this morning he went down on, whether it was the same bike he started this morning or whether it might be ending this morning's session on, but there was a bit of a slump on the head on Frank Vincicati there when he came in. Let's see what the body language is for Pecco Bagnaia. He was already shaking his head before he even pulled that bike to a stop.
At the start of that lap he was on a nose, he was very unstable on the front end, going into the corner. He just looked like he wasn't able to fully commit and fully attack into a corner, which if you're in that kind of corridor of uncertainty, it's brutal. It's so tough around Phillip Island. Chris Fielding, of course, joined us this morning, a MotoGP winner himself, World Super 4 champion, multiple World Superbike race winner. So if you do not have the confidence, particularly in the front end, to really throw it into something like this corner, you're in a whole world of pain. Look at this, he just slumped onto his left arm. You can't quite believe what is going on right now, can you, Pecco Bagnaia?
It tells us that was the bike he started the day on, so that's the same bike he was exasperated with. Starting pre-practice 1, and of course he discarded it completely and changed over to his second bike for the second sort of 30 minutes of pre-practice 1. He might be after that bike back again.
Yeah, I think it might be time to park that rather unruly EC25 at the moment. Pedro Acosta's come flying out the track in this afternoon's session, a 128.086 on his 3rd lap of this practice session. That is already his fastest time of the day so far. A little bit more temperature around, maybe a little bit more breathing from the conditions. Certainly already contributed to some fast laps across them. Already the first 127 of day 1 here in Australia.
Likewise, of course, visible on that penalty reserve. It's in second interest to qualify in the front row of the grid and get himself out of the front of the race on Sunday afternoon. Of course, he'll be targeting the Tissot Sprint tomorrow afternoon in his real opportunity to sprint tomorrow, which will take place over 13 laps, where Bezzecchi will be penalty free. Of course, he is coming here on the back of 2 sprint wins out of the last 3.
Down we go then, to 10, closely at Acosta. Ahead of him on the road is Marco Bezzecchi, the Italian who's still nursing a few bumps and scrapes on his back, which hasn't really been well of them for this morning. Slow round in Lozano, taking a couple of big whacks with the outstairs on the back. He is the first wide then in 127 here in this 19th round of the season, 127.867, and Bezzecchi comfortably clear of the third pack. Antonio got a strong start to the practice session as well this year, into the low 128. He's already gone 4 tenths of a second faster than his FP1 best this morning.
The track temperature earlier on today, pre-practice was down at 17 degrees. Have a little bit more heat in the tarmac. It is far from the degree temperatures we had on the surface in Mandalika. This Phillip Island circuit presents a very different challenge for both man and machine.
Alex is now powering out of side move. Now you really do start to build up some momentum. This is where you need trust in that Michelin front tyre. You fling it left through 7, then through 8, of course, the old Haitian. Now you start to drive up through the ice. You don't want to be watching the front out going through that right-hander of turn 8. He's so fast through that particular section of Phillip Island. 4th gear, sort of 30 kilometers an hour on a MotoGP bike, powering through that particular part of the course. Acosta will still be tough to sitting nicely behind Fabio Di Gianantonio here. Might be exchanging best laps of this session. We'll go down to Jack Bridge shortly. We'll just follow Tissot and the Costa over the line first. That second 127.867 already starting to look pretty vulnerable. Over the line it goes. It is very vulnerable because Tissot now leads away 127.775. Moto3 has repeated itself unfortunately as far as Bagnaia is concerned. An awful start to FP1 this morning. A shocking start to this practice session this afternoon. Jack, you're camped outside the Cascade. What's going on?
Yeah, look at the size, he made an out-pressing. That's second time, just like they did the very same story of this morning. He's now done what? 2 maximum fly laps from that one is supposedly his number 1 machine, but we speak so often in qualifying sections, time attack mode, at the end of this practice section about how key it can be at times when riders crash earlier on and they only have 1 motorcycle. It feels as though we're going into certainly for the rest of today, and if they aren't able to find changes for the rest of the weekend with Bagnaia just having 1 bike at his disposal, barely able to do a flying lap on his number 1 bike he's had second on both this morning and this afternoon. So he's now down to the number 3 bike for the remainder of today, and really at risk of having to take it cautiously, because 1 mistake instantly he's forced to go and do a lap time on that bike that he's so obviously not comfortable with.
Good observation. Thanks very much for that, Jack. We can see now Bezzecchi. Massive down this garden straight behind the 73 of Alex. 73 will lead over the line. 72 and with the 3. Bez does Julia Blige and goes back with the 127.516. Pace is really intense by here, isn't it? Early on fresh rubber. Bezzecchi out there on that soft rear side, which is still relatively fresh after 6 laps completed. Well, Bez has already lapped second and fastest when he managed in FP1 this morning.
Surely going to see 26s either later this afternoon or in qualifying tomorrow morning. Pecco Bagnaia has got any kind of lap time as far as the flow or fast to his name at the moment. So the 2 Patrick and Cathy are marooned down at the bottom of the field. Kiro, of course, test rider into Mark Marquez and gets 20th or 129.7. Pecco Bagnaia out on the bike, which I don't think he wants to be anything but this Ducati for the rest of the weekend.
He's got no leeway, he's got no room for manoeuvre here. Has he 1 mistake and he's going to be in massive trouble. He'll have no choice but to go out onto a motorcycle at the moment that just looks like it's trying to come off at every possible moment. Quattararo then coming down this garden straight. Spoke to a couple of Quattararo's crew in the lunch break here in Australia, and they said Fabio was very bright and bubbly after his performance this morning in FP1 with good reason. He found that 128.520 with 22 laps on his favourite second side, so his pace consistency was very impressive. He said it was the best they've seen Fabio after FP1 on a Friday morning for a good number of races, which bodes very, very well as far as the pace is concerned.
Certainly getting a single lap out of a top rear tyre on top of Fabio Quattararo. It's a bit of a qualifying kick, isn't he? Already in 2025, on pole position on 4 occasions. Picking a fifth tomorrow morning, assuming he can get himself into the top 10 in this session. Jack Miller now makes his way onto the Gardner Straight, currently sitting in 7th place, and he slots in behind his fellow Yamaha man. 5th and 6th now, puts it in line M1.
Yamaha top 5 this morning. 2 Yamahas once again back inside the top 6. How the rest of them getting on at the moment? Miguel Oliveira is down in 14th place with a 128.662, and Alex Rins got 3 Yamahas inside the top 10. Alex Rins, well, we know that he's a fully piloted circuit specialist. He wins in all 3 current Grand Prix classes around this magnificent circuit. So Bagnaia once again in a bit of a confidence rebuilding mode on that second of his 25. Bike number 1 just not cooking it at all as far as the Italian is concerned. Quattararo improves once again, 127.794. Back from the Frenchman, slots him up into P4.
Well, I was saying at the start of the session with Bagnaia, when he's flying on this Ducati now, whether it's first or a second bike, he's flying on it, hoping it works, hoping it doesn't give him those head shakes, hoping it gives him the front feel of confidence that he lacks for so much of this season. It almost becomes a bit of a mental block to get on that bike, knowing that the bike that you've struggled with for so much of the season and all of today pretty much, anytime he's been on that first bike, from Bagnaia's point of view, he's been trying to probe off the circuit. On his second bike this morning, he did eventually get up to speed, didn't he? Get himself
himself into 7th place on a 28.5. And once again, he's starting a session on his back foot.
Yeah, he was just about 3/10 behind Miller at the end of play in FP1 this morning. He's been picking him up now down into bottom gear, turn 10, slowest corner around this Phillip Island circuit. There aren't many of them, to be fair. Just builds up speed. Third, fourth now, just clicking left with this final corner. This is where the heat generation in the left-hand side of that rear tyre really does. You have to manage it in those latter laps. Bagnaia going through the gearbox as well, and now that's put him on to Prix of the top 10. On the second of those GP25, he's able to find pace. That's actually already his best time of the day, a 128.335. The problem is, that is the only motorcycle he's capable of doing anything like compared to past time on.
We'll crack that one now. The time that remains in Portugal, the bike is clearly despite the look of so far this weekend. Pedro Costa has some sort of adventure through this lap at the moment. Trying to overhaul Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi will likely win his 2 on that penalty serve in Sunday's Australian Grand Prix. And again, the pain, the mental pain of the penalty, or the physical pain of the crash pad he will be building, knowing what a competitive package he's got underneath him.
Yeah, it's a shame that lap went away from Acosta because he had set the fastest first sector of the session. Now this is much more like it, isn't it? This looks like Bagnaia losing confidence now on this factory Ducati. Drops down into turn 10. Again, this is going to be a further improvement, it looks like, on his 128.335, which he just set on his previous lap. This will, without any question, unless he blocks his final corner, which he hasn't done, going to be moving him inside the top 6 pretty comfortably. After a handful of bumps now, and works up through the 4th, 5th, and 6th here. Over the line we go with Pecco, and it is 5 into the 127.
It's looking rather rosy in the Pecco Bagnaia garden once again. Love-hate relationship with this Phillip Island circuit at this Australian Grand Prix so far. He loves it on bike 2, hates it on bike 1.
Yeah, they probably would have claimed that bike 1 and said it's a qualifier already for next weekend's Malaysian Grand Prix. Sepang. Here is around Fernandez. One of the few riders at the moment that's having a look at the Michelin hard front tyre. Of course, a real big weekend in Mandalika, wasn't it? For the 24-year-old Spaniard, his first sprint podium in MotoGP Saturday for the American team. Sixth in the Mandalika Grand Prix as well, was only his 4th top 6 in 75 Grand Prix. Valencia 2023, Catalunya 2024, and Brno 2025 they're on this year. Then his previous time, Baul lost himself inside the top 6. By far the best weekend of his MotoGP career, wasn't it? Last time out. Well, we now know, not that this is a great surprise, Diogo Moreira completed our full 2026 MotoGP lineup, joining Johan Zarco as part of the Honda LCR team exercise. Times for Brazilian fans to return there next year. I'm sure exciting time for the boss, Joe Secinello, for us to work with another exciting young
Yeah, absolutely. The 2026 grid now confirmed with what was called yesterday the worst kept secret in the paddock. We've known for some time that Diogo was going to be making his way to your team. Announced during the week a 3-year deal, which is obviously a huge contract for a young rookie, but I think that shows the faith that both Stewart and Honda have in Diogo. Well, I think that without any doubt, Diego is talent. Show that he's able to go fast with the motocross, supermotar, black track bike. So the guy that is a great talent that definitely able to pass on. Now that he's been confirmed on a 3-year deal, Johan obviously was announced earlier in the year on a 2-year deal. It feels as though the team has got some real stability going forward. How important is that you have an understanding that for the next 2 years, that you imagine you've got 2 riders you can work with and develop and try to find a path forward with? Well, to be honest, Diogo signed with the Honda HRC. HRC asked us to open Diego in 2026 for sure.
I don't know where the HRC will decide to play Diego. What you just said, we have also 2 years still with Johan Zarco, 26 and 27. It's very important for us to get the stability and then keep going on with this philosophy. That's very, very important also, not only from the point of view of our, let's say, work flow and working system, but also for total responsibility that we can carry on program and activate sponsorship activation always in the same manner.
For such a long time, this side of the box has been a great area of the grid for riders from an Asian background to grow, develop. Obviously, I'm sure this was a difficult decision to go in a slightly different direction next year. Just talk us through how tough it was to make the decision to opt for a different route.
Well, of course, Honda as well, the Dorna are very much interested in providing the opportunity to riders in Asia. The reality is that it's probably early for to have a high potential Asian rider. Some can definitely has the potential, but definitely we can see that he needs a little bit more time to learn the category, to learn the bike, and then perhaps that's why obviously he decided to move into the superbike, but they didn't close the door for him to come back here inside the garage. So let's hope to start well with Diogo, and never say never. Some get back in our direction.
Just finally on this weekend, Johan, of course, had great success. First ever MotoGP win around this place a couple of years ago. He's been taking some time to adapt to this new Honda, I think we can call it, since the summer break. Obviously some big upgrades have come. You guys got them a little bit later, and it's taken him some time to find the way. He's been able to maximise that. Do you think you found the way now, and is this a weekend that presents an opportunity?
That's our intention to find our way back. Honestly, we do have some difficult periods. That's the reality. But we are fully committed to be back on the top 5, 6 position like we were at the beginning of the year. Definitely, it's not only a matter of a rider, but it's also a matter of our HRC not providing the latest parts. You know, the latest parts are slightly different, but there are not huge differences. Now we have everything, but as well we need to work more inside of the team, and the team garage provide the best package to our rider. I don't want to hide that we questioned some technical choice, and then now we are very confident.
Thanks very much for the show. Great to have Diogo with us next year.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, here. Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to our Honda boss, Lucio Cecchinello. Well, the good news for Lucio was Johan Zarco was the top Honda this morning. And so far this afternoon, once again, is Honda in sixth place. He made a very good point there about the versatility of Diogo Moreira. Remember last winter when the Valentino Rossi race for their annual 100-kilometre race special, and Moreira cleaned up. He's been the home heroes. I mean, Valentino Rossi and Luca Marini have been sort of an untouchable dominant force in that special winter event. And Moreira on top and he won it. So it just shows that he's pretty adept at multiple disciplines on two wheels, isn't he? Didier now then leads the way. I want 27.483.
Phillip Island, doesn't he? Fabio Di Gianantonio finished 4th here last year, which was as good as he finished in all of 2024, and really the podium here which catapulted him back into MotoGP territory when it looked like he was on his way out of MotoGP, potentially out of the door and looking at country of riders, the Factory Honda team at the very best, but a podium suddenly kept him over the MotoGP, but kept him within the Ducati family.
Pedro Acosta's evaluating here today for the factory KTM squad. Right now, it's across the 3 this morning, P3 so far this afternoon on 27.710 in the back from the Spaniard. Good little stint next, being produced by Gian Antonio. Track him over the blind entry into the heights, down the hill into turn 10. One bunch 2016 with Andrea Iannoni's brilliant late double overtake on Valentino Rossi. Like everybody was at the time. Race that, better say 10 years ago, led to a rather controversial Malaysian Grand Prix that followed shortly thereafter. Marc Marquez will not be present in Malaysia to talk about that race next time out in Spain, given that unfortunately Mark sidelined with that right shoulder blade fracture. Gian Antonio, that last lap was a 127.545, which wasn't a tenth slower than his session best so far. I mentioned it's a particularly impressive stint that's been put together right now by the Italian.
I haven't seen much of this young man so far today. Also, this afternoon, someone got down though in the second section. We look outside the commentator's window and into the distance we can see a KTM. We can now see on street that it's Pedro Acosta who's gone down at another hairpin.
That's not the way we're looking to assess the front laps on that new KTM swing arm. Let's say, okay, this should just be television, shall we? Back up and trying to accelerate. Becomes some drive coming out of that Miller corner. Just on the gas, maybe just taking a little bit too much weight off that front tyre. And he manages to hold on. Like it also having the presence of mind to keep the clutch in on that RC16 as well. In fact, he's been able to remount. So just a small blip on what's been a very promising day one here so far for Acosta.
Wet grass hanging out of his KTM now, which fell under a move down the KTM box. Just as we saw that crash, Acosta was referencing the relative lack of fast lap times of Fermin Aldeguer so far from this afternoon. That might be about to change for the Indonesian Grand Prix winner.
I'm told prior to his first season in MotoGP this year, Fermin Aldeguer said it was going to be one place where he felt like he could break his victory up. Be that first one to win MotoGP. Troy Martin in 2021. Well, this qualified in second, which is no great surprise, given his recent success in Moto2. Also told that this circuit felt that Mandalay was going to be his best chance, and well, they were right. Somebody got the script absolutely spot on, didn't they? And prevailed so brilliantly last time out, second youngest rider to win a MotoGP race. 76 years, the only one rider that's younger than Aldeguer to win the Premier Class, but it was none of the Marc Marquez in the Austin Grand Prix all the way back in 2013. This is Aldeguer who's been able to string a lot of laps on board rubber. Frank Bargelli has said all season long, if only we can qualify well, get a lead on those first two rows. We know with our late race pace how strong Aldeguer is on worn tyres, and we can have a great chance of being frequent podium finishers, frequent victory contenders. When you look at that Mandalay race 2 weeks ago, it was his first and only front row start of the campaign. Not even on the top 10 on the grid. Qatar, Perez, the Mont where he was able to come around the sprint and Grand Prix podium. Nine top to Silverstone in Aragon. One of 3 races where we had to find a hot lap time attack mode. Pretty ominous for the rest of us. He can figure it out. He can be a bit more consistent, shall we say, on the soft rubber towards the back end of practice and new sessions, because we know he is Marc Marquez himself, as a Watchalong rider, and managing the grip late on.
Well, the 3 Grand Prix prior to this year, he was in qualifying 1, always the completely 1 in Milano, but the Grand Prix being decided that started outside the front 4 rows of the grid. No matter how good you are in MotoGP, so difficult to win Grand Prix or finish on podiums there, albeit this might be one of the circuits that can buck that trend. We have in the past before. This is one of those circuits where, on any kind of motorcycle, overtaking is very much possible.
Get away with that groove, stay in the slipstream, get close around. So only in the first couple of sectors around this qualified circuit. And the reason why it is so majestic, look at that from Jumat here. Decelerating from about 350 kilometers an hour into the iconic Nr corner. There is the nearby back straight at Jumat's right hand side. There's the standing between us and the South Pole really is Tasmania. That's how far south we are here in the Grand Prix of Australia. So are we going to get more George Rossi, Slow-Mo, Pedro Acosta? We certainly are. Just watching this in awe as he starts power sliding from Michelin rear tyre. We saw a spectacular slow-mo of Acosta going through there this morning. Marco Bezzecchi having his turn to emulate the legendary Katie Stoner. Then the corner in Grand Prix history, a bit more appropriately named after the rider in turn 3 here, qualified as Stoner corner. That was where Katie was just unrivaled around this qualified track.
Starting the third place, by the way, as the sector is looking at 1:27.565. The 3 Yamahas now in the top 8. Raul Fernandez, on the Prix, has gone for a top 3 tyre. He's gone early, up into 7th place. So we've got the Ducati Gian Antonio from the Aprilia Bezzecchi, the Yamaha of Prix, and Pedro Acosta inside your top 4.
Yeah, we've got fastest first sectors for Prix, Bezzecchi and Alex. Just wonder whether a lot of riders here are going early. And look at a soft rear tyre, not leaving anything to chance with potential late yellow flag drama. Bezzecchi does still on a soft rear. Has got a brand new hard front end now with Marco Bezzecchi.
Did a 27.5 on his last lap out of Bezzecchi on a soft rear tyre. He's clearly got plenty of laps on it already. So Bezzecchi underlining that with the penalty, really ain't fast and really underneath him, which he's going to have to be if he's going to overcome those 2 long laps on Sunday.
Miles ago as well, which effectively was on a pretty downward soft rear tyre he is. He's out there on a fresh front medium. Just look at this pace from Aldeguer. This is going to be his 13th lap of the session. This is about half race distance in the Australian Grand Prix on Sunday. And Aldeguer has got serious pace, hasn't he? Well, Pedro Acosta, before the little slip off at turn 4 a few months ago, was having a real strong day. Having a real strong day despite that big split in the corner, testing a carbon fibre swing arm. There's about some changes behind the scenes. Brad Binder also when you pick a lot to cover off with taking back across Akio. I'd like to say Jack about as well.
Yeah, great to join you with Aki off the back of a battling performance from Pedro. Last time out in Indonesia, Aki was one of the rides of the day, one of the rides of the season from Pedro. To see that many riders behind him throughout the course of that race. Just so impressed with you with the grit and determination that he showed.
I don't know what we told yesterday to Pedro that the last 2 races we really see one of the strongest Pedro, and I feel that he's in good moment. But let's say he finds some stunning during the season and some progress. Okay, even the last 2 races were not the easiest one, but still I think we are in positive. And let's say, okay, he finally always also quite challenging, especially with the front tire resistance, and that's also the case at the moment.
How would you describe Pedro's patience at the moment when it comes to getting that first MotoGP victory? We saw him on the podium and he wasn't best pleased at the fact that, for me, someone he'd grown up with, someone that he knew so well throughout those younger years, had managed to beat him to that accolade. He wants to win, that's obvious, but it feels as though the KTM just isn't ready right now to win. How are you managing that?
For sure he wants it a lot. But, and of course, Pedro is still just his second year running now in MotoGP, so it's not easy. But and I would like to repeat what I said before, that he's somehow living now, let's say, his most natural moment so far. And maybe beginning of the year, I would say that there was a moment that was not easy to control also for him everything all the time and was a bit more nervous. But now I see that he's there. Mistake happens and mistakes are part of the process, but I have to say that I feel more and more mature.
Has regards to Brad's crew next year, potentially Phil Maron moving across from the World Superbike paddock to the crew chief. Can you confirm those rumours?
We are fully focused for this year now, and let's say, let's see what happens in November. And of course, sometimes we decide it's happening some, let's say, personal things also, but it's too early to talk about these things. We have already talked.
It's been a difficult year for Brad. Was the idea behind any potential changes to try and get that spark back?
Let's say that it's normal process with everyone, whatever. Working style, okay, sometimes it's difficult, but like I said, we talk about these changes, and now, as you can see in the last races, Brad is really focusing for the consistency, and I'm really happy for the work.
Just finally, on this weekend, all crowd this year. We've seen the KTM maybe struggle through the long, fast-flowing corners. Here is all about those fast-flowing corners, but so far we've seen both Pedro and Brad look quite competitive.
At least White are quite happy, and especially when they compare to last year, they think that bike is much more stable, which is really important here in the fast track. Also the wind, also cold conditions, and they are quite happy about let's say the performance, but especially the fast.
Thanks, Aki.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks as always to KTM boss Aki Iyer. The one thing you do know that KTM won't be lacking around Phillip Island is some brute horsepower down that Gardner straight. But looking at the top speed charts at the moment, we've got 4 KTM inside the top 5. Bastianini, Acosta and Paul Espargaro, alongside Jack Miller actually, have all the top speeds at 349.5 kilometres an hour. Just a little bit behind that Minda, 347.3. Now look all the way down though to something like Fabio Quartararo on the factory Yamaha, who at the moment is 7th quickest. Quartararo is giving up 10 kilometres an hour down the Gardner Straight. That shows how the agility of that Yamaha works so well in different parts of the racetrack here in Phillip Island. Rather surprisingly, the Super Series Captain 24 in the hands of Aldeguer and Alex Marquez are only sort of, well, they're right down the tail end of the speed track leaders at the moment, 340.7 from those two Spaniards. So they're pretty much 9k down on the rapid KTM.
Outsiders, Fabio Antonio, who's got 346, all of the back a minimum 8 kilometres an hour. Both Davi and Bagnaia are only a kilometre quicker than the Grassini bikes through there. So unusual to see Ducati so far down. Of course, we don't know how and why the likes of Jack Miller set the top speed in. All we know is he might well have been towed down that main straight, which enabled him to set that top speed. What we do know though is that this KTM is rapid, whether it's going through corners or particularly in a straight line, and we are about to go straight with Pedro Acosta. Here's Paul Espargaro in Spec 3 KTM, who's knocking on the door of the top 10. He's in the P11. Pedro Acosta though potentially set to close the gap between himself and Fabio Antonio. 37, back on track after his crash, back into 127.
Great match session so far for 2 of our Italians. Antonio leading Bezzecchi. 2 other vastly experienced Italians are suffering a little bit on day 1 here. Morbidelli, after his confidence race crashing into a corner this morning, when he's only 19th fastest. And Paul Rodemea, Bastianini as well. His slumps recently on the M3 KTM shows no signs of abating. What on earth has happened to these beasts? So brilliant on the sprint podium in Brno, on the Grand Prix podium in Catalunya. Since that 3rd place in Barcelona, Bastianini's crashed in 2 of the last 3 sprints, 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix. At the moment, he's in a dismal 20th place, 1.6 seconds behind San Antonio.
Miserable time at the moment for the beast. Does he not want to see at the end of the day? What he's on course for is to see his substitute teammate, we have to call him, Paul Espargaro, as experienced as he is, so strong around him, still a final circuit, won the Moto2 race, he was about to take every 15 seconds back in his intermediate class days, but at the moment, Paul Espargaro on a 127.9, over a second and a quarter clear of Bastianini on the same bike.
Less than a second, split the top 17 at the end of play this morning. Less than a second covering the top 17 once again this afternoon. Johan Zarco at the moment. Well, 10th place in about 22 minutes time will be John Dunn as far as he's concerned. Himself going directly through into Q2. Well, I'm sure there was some pretty wild celebrations long into Sunday
Sunday night and into Monday morning as far as the Brazili racing team are concerned. In Mandalika a couple of weeks ago, a double podium led home, of course, by MellanaGP's historic maintenance success. Let's get to the thoughts post-Mandalika and Prix for the fire for the boss, Michele Mazzini with Jack.
Yeah, I actually understand that a lot of the team had to shift away on Sunday night from Indonesia, Michele, so you all had a big get-together on Tuesday here at Phillip Island. So how are those sort of delayed celebrations from the great weekend in Indonesia earlier this week?
Yeah, so we have a great night also here. You know, here in Phillip Island we always eat all together in the houses, so funny, but now we have to come back focus for the I think that we will not start so bad because I think that the speed is there in the FP1, and now we find a different feeling with the yard in front, but we come back to the medium and try later so we can put together the same attack.
Irving has great form around the place on his time in Moto2, of course now a MotoGP winner as well. Is it a slightly different way to attack the weekend this time around?
Yeah, I think of course a lot of motivation from him, but I think that it's our work to keep him with the feet on the ground, but we know the potential, we see the potential, but the important is that we continue to work in this way, in this direction, with this process. I mean, every time when we find different conditions, we have to be smart to solve the problem every time, and I think that it's kind of thing that has been clever, step by step to know the MotoGP class, this category, and we are really proud of it.
When I spoke to you on Sunday after Panini came across the line, the first thing you mentioned was the fact that it's now every single rider in the Ducati era that you're seeing in has won a MotoGP race. That was something clearly in the forefront of your mind. How proud are you and the team that seemingly you have this magic touch? Whoever comes, you're able to turn them into winners.
Yeah, of course, can be more proud of this because I think that we achieve at least one win every single rider, and I think that yes, we have a couple of seasons to achieve, but we win for us, and okay, I hope to continue to work like this.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Hopefully those secrets keep on working, Michele.
Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks as always to Brazili boss Michele Mazzini in that Brazili winning enclosure. Bastianini, of course, Fabio Di Gianantonio, Mark and Alex Marquez throw in MellanaGP as well. Unfortunately for the Aussie fans, unfortunately for us, of course, these two factory Ducatis coming together on circuit is not Bagnaia and Marc Marquez. Look at number 51, 39-year-old development rider Michele Miro, stepping in to replace number 93. Actually did race here in Phillip Island in the 125 category 20 years ago, all the way back in 2005. So not his first rodeo around Phillip Island, but his first start here since 2012. As well. Have a look at that fastest rider so far on day one here in Australia. Fabio Di Gianantonio. We get a little bit of a calm before the storm. Time attack incoming very quickly, and it is tight at the top, of course. Just a quick reminder, the top 10 will advance directly through into tomorrow morning's Q2 session. The top 10 at the moment, which is not even split by half a second, down from Digia to Zarco in 10th spot.
Just the sight of those images once again that we see of Pecco Bagnaia walking into his box, sitting in his chair, catching technicians, swarm around him. It's kind of vibe of a waiter bringing a plate of food to a food critic and saying, please Pecco, tell me that you liked it. And Pecco so many times today has said, unfortunately, the answer is no.
Shot, what a lovely shot that one is. Juan Mears, right knee slider, just skimming across the tarmac. 4.4 coming to 25 circuit as we get set for time attack incoming. Got Jack Miller currently out on circuit. Well, he's already given the home fans plenty to raise their voices about here on day one. Fastest this morning with that 128.281 as we expected. The goalpost has shifted considerably this morning with Gianantonio leading over 127.5.
They're now attacking hard through this tyre polishing. A left-hander, Miller, with a fresh medium front tyre. Brand new softer rear tyre. We come back Yamaha. This could be P1 once again. So far, 4 Miller. I've only go second. 127.506. So that's a big early banker lap fight in then by Miller.
We already have down to 10th place Luca Marini. They're all in the 127. Marini on 27.840, just 3.5 cents off. So we're going to be dealing in very fine margins here. Thousandths of a second are going to make the difference. Less than a tenth coming your top 4. And from Ralph Fernandez in 6th down to Marini in 10th, just a tenth of a second.
Spargo not even half a second behind Tissot at the moment, but he's down in 12th place. Vinales injured replacement. Here is Bastianini suffering at the moment on day 1 here in Australia. Untitled Chapter at the moment in Honda World Superbike band tie rider who is behind the beast, and that just was completely unsettled, wasn't it? Just no way he was going to get that KTM stop down here in turn 10. Nervous, twitchy as he came through the blinds and entry through the behind. Going to regroup here and try and find a lap time to beat. 129.019 was his best time this morning. So far has not been able to improve his pace so far this afternoon. Kind of indicating that now needs to hold the beat finds himself in.
I've told you this Barcelona, the full score ticket for Enea. Language is down now 1.6 seconds off the pace of this man. Javier Gian Antonio, certainly nothing wrong with his Ducati GP25 at the moment. The field looking so close. Can't say it's certainly with a 127.483. He's going to put it through to Q2 with the recent performances and improvements of the likes of Miller and Rins on their Yamahas. You both put in 127.5. One small mistake in this final 15 minutes. It's almost the Prix qualifying session coming up now with top 10 places on the line. You're even half a metre off the ideal line through some of these corners. A Q2 place could go missing.
Shows top speed sometimes having a rocket ship underneath counts for very little at times in MotoGP, and AF Bastianini is swamped on top of the fastest motorcycle on day 1 here in Philippines. If you look at the speed chart, the problem is negotiating the 12 corners is what's proving very problematic right now for the speed, because P1 through the speed chart, the 12 corners though, is 21 as far as the Italian is concerned. Pace, it starts to really hot up there now here in Philippines. Then we pick up Miller down into first here, turn 10. That was all beautifully done there by the number 43, Ian Elbow. The tarmac through 11, and now it's all about managing the traction, managing the grip on the left-hand side of those Michelin tyres. This is another exceptional lap being delivered by Miller. Just took a little bit of time in the 4th sector on his previous circuit. So put himself in a 2nd place. He's now P1 though. Miller, P1 at this morning. P1 so far this afternoon at 127.406. Aussie, oi.
Enjoy it while you can though, Australian fans. So I think Marco Bezzecchi might be about to change that. Here comes the factory Aprilia rider. And he might be better go blow into the low 27. Rins going quickly too on his factory Yamaha. On board then with Bez, who's not thinking about his tool on that podium at the moment. He gets down to a 27.0 now. Top spot from Rins to take 2nd place. It's Yamaha's 2 and 3.
Not bad that by Bez. Almost. First rider in MotoGP history here in Philippines. Find a lap in the 126s. That was the benchmark. Would he get a historic pole position last time out in MellanaGP? Did he mark a red second? Nothing wrong with the RSGP's 1 lap pace. Putting together another donkey lap right now with Bez. We pick up Zarco down into turn 10 we go. Zarco in 11th place. Only 600 behind fellow Honda rider Marini. Like that as well, wasn't it? Just up nicely behind Marco Bezzecchi on that factory. Probably that sucks him out of Rins to an excellent 2nd place. Bezzecchi, we're on course for 26 here. Alex Rins behind him as well. We could get a pair of 126s very quickly. We follow Zarco over the line. We need to be picking up Bezzecchi and Rins right now because those two are flying, absolutely flying. Here comes Brad Binder then through the final corner we go.
4 tenths up now.
4 tenths up. He is absolutely
following this, you've got Alex Prins the company as well. Please come and go and see Marco Bezzecchi, who is on course for history here. A 1:26, that's surely incoming from the number 72. Over the line he goes, and we're about to win a victory here in Phillip Island. He has absolutely demolished, destroyed the previous all-time lap record. Boy Marquis 1:27.246. Now looks pedestrian, doesn't it? Marco Bezzecchi has just delivered a showstopper. 1:26.580. What was an ultra-close practice session here in Phillip Island has now become a one-man demolition job. Alex Prins is still second. The only rider though that's within 8/10 of Bezzecchi. What a lap!
And you can still win with the 2 on that penalty. If he's got that sort of pace this weekend, he might still be able to jump back on at the front of the field on Sunday afternoon. Pecco Bagnaia, who on board with then, has now been shuffled out of the top 10, but we haven't seen anything remotely resembling a time attack from Bagnaia so far. He's now a second and a quarter adrift of his fellow Italian.
Bezzecchi 7/10 faster than what was our previous all-time lap record. I mean, you were sort of thinking maybe 1:26.8 or 1:26.9 would be impressive on day one here in Australia. 1:26.5. Talk about moving the goalposts for Marco Bezzecchi.
Quartararo's not a million miles away though. He could be about to be the second rider into the 26s, and with no disrespect intended to Alex Prins and Jack Miller, if they're finding low 27s, then surely there's a 26 up the sleeve of the fast Frenchman Fabio Quartararo. We'll keep an eye on the Costa too. He's on course potentially too to get himself into the 26s, but the number 20 is chasing a 26. Quartararo across the line for 26.9 for the 2021 World Champion.
Cannot lay a glove on, can they, on Bezzecchi right now? I mean, that was Quartararo all in. Found the second ever 1:26 lap around Phillip Island. He still needs 3.5 tenths of a second behind Bezzecchi. Ralph Fernandez there on the 25 track out of Prix. Top job by Ralph to squeeze them into fourth place. The Costa then now is fifth. Aldeguer, who was on the front row last time out in Mandalika, completes the top 6. Miller, who was briefly leading this session, has now then been nudged back to 7th place.
Pecco Bagnaia is now on a brand new top 3 tyre, but as you can see, not getting much out of it on this first time lap, so expect more from Bagnaia on lap 2. Zarco looks like himself back into the top 10. 8 tenths of a second off does sound like a lot, but of course, Bezzecchi has completely moved the goalpost. Zarco stays 12th to play, so Gian Antonio, who remember when those time checks began, Tissot was on top of this practice, and he's now back to 8, and he's only half a tenth clear, potentially finishing qualifying 1.
That's a heck of a lap time ended by Bezzecchi. Fair play for Quartararo also to get himself into the 26s as well. We saw how strong Fabio was on huge rubber in FP1 this morning. Back to Yamahas, second and third on a Friday practice. That was the last time we were able to say that. Alex Prins, well, he did his 1:27 flat. Right in the slipstream of Bezzecchi's sensational factory in Prix. Here's Alex, looking to take another giant leap towards second place in the World Championship this weekend here in Australia. We'll track the 73 now over the line, and Alex finds a 1:26 himself, and that's pushed the Spaniard up into third place, 1:20.974.
Holding the lap time graphic, so just reaching the moment, but Bezzecchi, Quartararo, Alex Marquez, Prins, Fernandez and Costa, Aldeguer, Miller, Gian Antonio and Marini. That is currently your top 10. Victor 11, Zarco, Bagnaia, Molesquadro and Miguel Oliveira. We're on board now with Pecco Bagnaia, still getting nothing out of the top rear tyre he's currently on.
Bagnaia is 13 at the moment. He's got to find at least 3.5, 4 tenths of a second. You feel he speeds back in to pit lane. That's the end of that. So, after a record busting 1:26.580 for Marco Bezzecchi, it is Bez, Quartararo, Alex, Prins and Marquez third, 4, Fernandez, Acosta, Aldeguer, Miller, Gian Antonio and Marini. Those 10 at the moment in the pound seat, but that surely will chop and change. Marco Bezzecchi, I mean, how much of a handicap will the double long lap be? Of course it will be, but I mean, given that pace, Gian Antonio ties himself back inside the top 3 as well. He becomes our 4th rider of this record-breaking session to find a 1:26. Gian Antonio, Quartararo and Alex Marquez holding 126.9, which is an incredibly impressive and hot pace here in Australia. It's nowhere near Marco Bezzecchi, but nobody here. Let's go down to Jack.
Yeah, this performance from there is even more impressive. I caught up with him very briefly in the lunchtime break, and he said that his back was in absolute agony. He's still really feeling the effects of that high-speed crash with Mark 2 weeks ago. So the fact he's able to do what he's able to do, despite being far from 100%, even more impressive. Incredible from Ben so far.
Yeah, there's confirmation. Thanks very much, Jack. I mean, he's destroyed that all-time lap record by 0.666 seconds. But he was riding like the devil, wasn't he, on that particular lap. Of course, Marco Bezzecchi, a couple of weeks ago in Prix qualifying, delivered the first and only ever 128 laps of the Mandalika International Circuit. He's the first rider in history in Phillip Island to find a lap in the 126, and that 126.580. That is going to take some beating. Nobody still within 0.3 of a second of the Italian.
Rami didn't beat it, although he does do his best lap of the day so far, 27.4. Quite surprising the lack of Honda pace so far this afternoon. Mir is the top Honda. Second, Mir, Prix, Zarco, 10, 11 and 13. Of course, Williams, Marc Marquez, Jorge Martin, Maverick Vinales, and the second penalty. Honda would have been amongst those looking this weekend as a major opportunity. Full opportunities they're grasping at the moment.
Factory catch is still around the pit lane, just under 6 minutes now remaining on this session. Alex Marquez might well feel that his 126.974 is already good enough to get himself directly through Q2. There's no chances they will. They're down at that Graffiti Racing Garage. And we go to Gian Antonio, looking to attack tomorrow in Q2 for what will be just his third and front row start of the campaign. Second on the green Austin, third on the green Moto3 of the Balaton Park in Hungary. Of course, Hero on the floor. Hero's gone down at Miller Corner. Quite a long way around the corner there, so maybe a bit like a Costa. That's just been loose in the front where he's got back on the gas. Just ahead here is the, or just behind I should say, Bagnaia.
Got an outlap Hero on that hard front tyre, whether he just has got the temperature into it. And the first right-hander that he'll have come to since leaving the pits. Slump of the head from Davide Tardozzi, who's not enjoying his Friday afternoon in Phillip Island, is he?
Not enjoying it as much as the rider who's just gone through your screen there. The 72 factory Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi. You're never ever going to get tired of watching this slow motion shot. Oh, that's how hard a golfer is pushing. He's looking for his first 126 lap around this Phillip Island circuit. That is worth the ambition of CLO, isn't it? Just to see a Costa in full flow on the factory KTM through the corner. Here is Bagnaia now. Factory attack into the Newark corner. 14 at the moment for Bagnaia, 127.816, a mile behind Bezzecchi's best pace, 1.36 seconds to be precise. A bit of a scrubbed-in hard front tyre now, 3 laps already on that hard front.
First sector of this lap, so Bagnaia at the moment, just stay where he is in 14th place, with a personal best in the first sector for something there for a qualifying row for a Brad Binder, who at the moment is outside of the top 10, Binder down in 12th, which is something of a surprise given how strong he was earlier on today. Quite a few riders outside that top 10 you wouldn't expect to be, based on their recent performance. Marini 11th, Binder 12th, Bagnaia down in 14th place, all desperately needing some late improvements with 3.5 minutes remaining.
Shows how tight it is though. Binder not even a 10th of a second outside that top 10 in P12. One rider in the bit of the danger zone is Miller in 9th place. Miller is putting together a potential best lap of the session so far. For the Aussie, and he needs it just right on the cusp in 9th. Best from Miller so far, 127.406. Track Bagnaia. Final corner, just about across the line ahead of him. Jack Miller on board now then with the Aussie. Stays in P9. Now that was his best lap of the session, 127.330. We know he can't relax with just the 3 minutes of the session remaining. All the given next to Miller's through.
So that all-time lap record of Martin at the start of the day has been beaten by 7 riders, all the way down to a Costa who's in a 27.1. So you're going to have to be lapping at previous lap record pace just to get yourself in. At this rate, Ralph Fernandez, a rider worth watching. He's got going very well halfway around the lap, and he looks to climb up from P6.
Sarko, 2023 Australian Grand Prix winner in that memorable Saturday encounter when he came charged through as a whole host of riders did see later on. Picked off the fast lady Jorge Martin involved in the front on that Michelin stock rear tyre. Look at this from Bagnaia now. This come from, this would be, talk about a bolt out of the blue. And Bagnaia's halfway through the third sector right now on that factory capture. Ralph Fernandez consolidates his place in Q2. Fernandez with a 127, the flag. Costa has nailed sector 2 as well. He's made Costa for the bottom of your screen. Bagnaia, this is not going to be very many seconds, 126.5. You won't care about that. Imperative for Bagnaia at the moment to put himself inside that top 10. We'll track the through then now, through the final corner. It is 14 to 7, the 127.132.
What bizarre day this is indeed. Rebecca Bagnaia, but all well ends well at the moment. Acosta lost time in that final sector. In the second half lap, it all fell away. He's now in relatively precarious positions down in P8 at the moment. He's only saved by a quarter of a second.
Miller still breathing a big sigh of relief. He's still inside that top 10. He's not anymore though. He is not anymore. Miller's gone down into 11. Alex Spargaro. Alex Spargaro. It is the jumps out the home hero. Miller then gets pushed out late on here with less than 60 seconds of this dramatic record-breaking practice session here in Phillip Island. So now Miller has been pushed back down to 11th place. Mia, oh, there was a moment on the rear side there, he squeezed a handful of trouble coming through to 11. That's going to cost him precious time then now. 13th place as far as Mia is concerned. Over the line he goes. There's going to be no improvement from the Spanish rider.
Fair play, Alex Spargaro, the fastest KTM on this Friday afternoon in Phillip Island. Bagnaia has rolled off. I think he's in the final two corners there, so he might just get round for one more lap. We're seeing what happened on this most recent run into Miller corner turn 4. He completely overshoots it, even overshoots the long lap penalty loop. Bagnaia not completely safe at the moment in 8th place. Nor is Aldeguer, who's right on the cusp in 10th.
Becky ain't done yet. He's into the second, or the fastest second sector of the session. Now the fastest third sector of the session. This is a 126.580, which is not good enough as far as factory and Prix is concerned. He's looking to run the rivals closely right now here in Australia. Here is Binder over the line. He's out of it. Binder is not going to go through then into Q2. Vetsecular, can he find an improvement on this current lap? Bears over the line. He does. A 126.492, just for good measure. Marco Bezzecchi breaks his own all-time lap record. What a session by Ben. Absolutely outstanding.
Prix taken 7th and bumped Aldeguer around. Aldeguer is now down to 11th place. Now he is on a personal best in the first sector, but the Indonesian Grand Prix winner is staring Q1 in the face here.
Ralph Fernandez is going to be no doubt about that. It's impressive once again.
Costa may be out
too. That's by the Spaniard. Here's a Costa then down in 10th place here. What about Mir? Can he force him to get himself inside the top 10? No, just picks up 1 place. 14th. All eyes on Aldeguer. Ralph Fernandez. That's a brilliant 126.783 for the trackhouse rider. Fresh off his first sprint podium, his first MotoGP podium of any sort. Last time out in Manlica. Fernandez safely through in second. Now this is going to be very, very close. He cannot afford a simple mistake here, a single mistake in this final set. Kenny Aldeguer, estimated P9. He has to nail this fourth sector. Down the Garden straight he goes. The Manlica winner over the line. Now he is out. Aldeguer did not nail that final sector, and Fermin Aldeguer, well, there's nothing in it at all, but Aldeguer is in Q1 by just 0.005 of a second. There is Frankie Caraccelli busy with the notebook there inside the Grazini Ducati garage. So Aldeguer then has to settle for 11th place, but on a completely different level, operating in a section of 1 already. Marco Bezzecchi, absolutely phenomenal in Phillip Island. A 126.5 absolutely destroyed Jorge Martin's old lap record set here 2 years ago. And then as mentioned, just for good measure, when he was quicker right at the deck. So 126.492 from Bez. Just a reminder, of course, he will have the double long lap penalty to serve on Sunday after his involvement in Mark Marquez. But they would have been 126. He one in that session. 2 long laps taken in Moto3, too much are they? 2 Aprilias, first and second, I won the Untitled Nr, Aprilia race boss, got a big smile on his face. Gian Antonio is third, Watchalong fourth, also directly through the Q2 go Alex Marquez, Alex Rins looking really polished, what a performance. Pecco Bagnaia rescues his day in 9th place, and Pedro Acosta into Q2 by just 5,000 of a second. But what a performance, what a lap, what a 2 laps that was later on from Marco Bezzecchi. Let's get the thoughts of Palominola Super Chat.
Yeah, just brilliant. Once again, the Aprilia Marco on another level, Paolo.
Yeah, unbelievable. He repeats an unbelievable lap. He the record 2 times, so it means that he has the bike, he has enough confidence in the bike. To be honest, our bike was good also the past year. We didn't give many results, but we suffered a little bit less than other tracks here because of the fluent corner. And to be honest, Marco here is special. He really just good for the first lap. So thanks to him, to his energy, he has to put more energy than the standard and the usual, because during the long race he has to take the 2 long laps, so he has to beat the record many times also during the long distance. I'm joking, but it is important for him to show to everybody that he is part of the game, and he is good with the bike, and in very good mood during the part of the game.
Genuine question, Paolo. Can he win on Sunday?
Very difficult, to be very honest, and very realistic. It's very difficult. We try many times to do the long lap also during this morning and during this afternoon. It seems to me that we lose minimum 5 seconds, so he has to beat the record, as I said to you before, for all the distance of the long race. It's very difficult, but we try our best.
Why not? Thanks, Paolo.
Thanks.
Very difficult, but not impossible. Marco Bezzecchi with an absolutely fantastic Friday here in British Park. Not all good news, unfortunately, as far as the factory and Prix are concerned. You saw there on the graphic on screen, Prix confirming earlier on today that unfortunately Jorge Martin, the 2024 MotoGP World Champion, will also miss next weekend's Grand Prix in Malaysia at the Japan International Circuit. His hard work is going to be suffering after a lovely embrace between Bez and Aprilia Racing CEO Massimo Rivola. You just saw how gingerly Bez got off that Aprilia RSGP at the end of that session. Back pain, which has been carrying since the first corner of the sprint in Bataglia, when he got a right on wallet from his teammate Jorge Martin. The reason why Jorge Martin not taking part in this Australian Grand Prix or in Sepang next weekend. Colin Spargo, absolutely sensational. That's why the standing riders, the Maris Vinales, top KTM, 8th place, what through, just brilliant. Acosta was the Acosta scraped through by the skin of his teeth, 5,000 between him and Aldeguer. Miller 12. Miller missing out though, crowd favourite, having been P1 this morning, has to settle for 13th. Marco Bezzecchi settles for an incredible display, record-breaking performance, and top practice fail in the Q2.
And putting it 1-2, Bezzecchi by a mile, Raul Fernandez was next best in second, Gian Antonio third, Fabio 3 and 4, Cottararo and Yamaha 4th, Alex Marquez Smith from Alex Rins 6th, both back to Yamaha's in the top 6. Marini did rescue 7th ahead of Paul Espargaro, the first in the KTM, Bagnaia 9th, but Acosta did scrape spared by Aldeguer with the final sector on his final lap. 6th as well from Miller, Mir, Zarco and Oliveira. Frankie Morbidelli having an anonymous Friday, down in 17th ahead of Aigura, Lorenzo Savadori, and miserable Friday for Enea Bastianini. Michele Pirro we saw go down at turn 4, 21st ahead of Solskjaer Chapter.
Bezzecchi flying then here in Phillip Island, the 126.492, nearly 3 tenths clear of the chasing pack. good long look at different front tyre options in that section. A medium front, did a bunch of laps on, the hard front as well. He got a lot of mileage on too, and then he was just on throttle when he went on to a brand new soft rear tyre, 126.5, followed by 126.4.
Well, on the back of his first sprint podium in Indonesia, Raul Fernandez picking up where he left off when he went across to the soft rear tyre at the end. He got himself into the 26s within 3/10 of a second as the Aprilias dominate on day one.
On the front row as well, last time out, of course, in Mandalika, wasn't he, Raul Fernandez? What about Fabio Gian Antonio, looking for just his third front row start of the season tomorrow, Q2? He goes faithfully through. A lot of work done on a medium front soft rear tyre, the only part of that section. Tissot was one of 5 riders to climb laps in the 126s.
No top speed, but no problems for Fabio Quartararo, who did all of his work on worn tyres, but plenty of laps. You see there, 18 of them on a soft rear tyre. When he put plenty over on, Quartararo completed on a 5-rider group at the end, all in the 126.
Well, he might have a double long lap penalty coming up this weekend, Marco Bezzecchi, but he was ultra rapid in the first split. Pedro Acosta leading the way with that KTM horsepower from Bagnaia in third.
On the top 2, section 2 as well. Should have clearly nothing wrong with the KTM in the first half of the lap.
Bezzecchi though strong in the final half. Quickest in section 3 and 4.
Alex Rins second through that section 4 as he put his Yamaha through his top 6.
Well, he might have a pain in the back, but he's proving to be a pain for his MotoGP rivals around this Phillip Island circuit. What a phenomenal Friday at Phillip Island for Marco Bezzecchi in the factory Aprilia team. An all-time lap record of 1:26.492. Bez, a massive favourite for back-to-back poles in Indonesia and here in Australia. We'll see you for Sprint Saturday tomorrow.
立場を分からせる必要がある。町の壊滅は免れないかと思いきや、あの巨体をとびきり強力な攻撃で粉砕。ムカデ